shine. Ah, yes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the annual Hotel Orloff Spring Telethon. It's May 20th, 2023. And we're going to be showing you some historic broadcasts of the Hotel Orloff television show going back to the founding of our television network, all in color. We'll be showing you special little, all kinds of stuff, movie trailers, cartoons, and we'll be promoting our new DVD series called The Tomb of Terror. And we now have 15 episodes, ladies and gentlemen, and each one is $20, postage paid. If you send comics and stuff, we can make a trade, for it, and then you won't have to spend any money. But basically, we're trying to raise some money here at the Hotel Orloff for renovations and everything. We're going to build a 14th floor on the top of the building. Let's see what's going on. We've got Gotham City Comics dropping in. Let's see what's up.
You're going to go in live already?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. What's up? Got anything new?
No, just slow day.
Slow day? What do you have there? A Ghost Rider action figure? I didn't know they even made those things. Back in the 90s, they made Ghost Rider. I saw some commercials on YouTube for those. I never knew they existed.
This one's newer.
This one she did for Charles.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And Benny and Psycho and Greasy.
I just like the box. Look cool.
Yeah, the box. Yeah, the box is probably cooler than the toy. It kind of looks like.
He did this piece.
I haven't seen it.
And I got a couple
And we met him at Mad
reaction figures.
So she got to sit down.
Let's see what those look like. Let me blow you up here.
Where she got to meet
Oh,
Glow in
wow.
the dark.
her.
Packaging's better than the figure, but
Yeah, why is the figure clear? Is it supposed to glow in the dark or something?
yeah.
Oh, how well does it glow in the dark?
Let's check it out. Hold on.
Never mind, I can't show it to you. It's gone. Never mind.
You can't even see it, huh?
Let me see. I don't see anything. No.
It barely glows.
Whatever they used to make toys glow back in the 70s and before, it was probably dangerous, but it really worked. It would light up a room.
Oh, there it goes.
Let's see here.
I just needed a better light.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's not his head glowing. It's his body.
Let me try again. Hold on.
Let's see. Hey, Meyer. How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. We've got 2 guests and 2 viewers.
His head glows slightly, not as good as his body.
Yeah.
Oh, the package glows. That's cool.
Oh, can you get the figure without glow in the dark, or is that the only way it comes?
They make a bunch of different versions of them.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'll be right back.
All right. How you doing, Meyer?
Good, good. How you doing? What's been going on?
Oh, not much. Trying to do an epic long live stream where I just run old episodes.
Oh, is that what you're going to do today?
Well, that was my plan. I was gonna do some other stuff while old episodes run, and hopefully people will order the. Hopefully we get some orders for the
DVDs.
show, for the DVD show, Tomb of Terror. Yes.
The Tomb of Terror.
Yes. Yeah.
Tomb of Terror. Yeah, so it's like a telethon for the Tomb of Terror telethon.
Kind of like that, yeah. Except
Yeah.
you actually get something in return for your donation.
It's like the home pooping network. Instead of the home shopping network, the home pooping network. Or I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
you have
I
your
guess
home
so.
shopping network would do that. They play some stuff, and then in between, then they just give a little plug at the item.
Yeah.
You could like do an episode and then the whole thing.
Maybe we'll get people coming in that will give reviews that have ordered the show.
That would be great. I want to hear about it. I'd love to hear about it. I haven't ordered yet, but I definitely intend to for all you viewers out there. Just to show you on the inside, it's we're just as anxious and interested in Goku's programs as you are. I haven't gotten around to it, but it will be soon. I just don't use PayPal. So what can I do? Here's what I've considered doing, Gratu. I'm going to mail you a check or maybe even cash, just right through the mail. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is great. What was this candy called? What's this candy called, Kevin?
Mr. Bones. It came in a little coffin, and you could put the skeleton together, the pieces of candy.
Yes, I remember it. It was so good. Such a great idea. So
And
Super
it's almost
7,
like getting candy and a toy in one.
man, that's cool.
That's not candy. That's just plastic, right?
Yeah, plastic. It's what Super 7 is doing. This is their counterpunch to pop vinyls. All right. So what this is a counterpunch to a pop vinyl. The figure itself is really not even going to come out of the package in most instances. It's the card art that you're buying. It's the nostalgia that you're purchasing.
Right.
And so this is a great idea by Super 7.
This one is Super 7, and then the other company is Reaction.
They're the same
thing.
Oh, they're the same company?
Yeah.
Okay. So is the company that's making these monster pre-code horror cards the same company that makes those Universal monsters with the really crummy figures?
Yeah, same people.
But that was an early attempt, maybe, the Universal.
You're talking about these over here?
The ones that have the amazing like Basil Gogos art and then a figure that looks like it was carved out by a seventh grader.
You're talking about these. Hold on.
Is he talking about
these?
Yeah, that.
Yes, same company, but this is like a purposeful thing that they do. They made it look this way for nostalgic reasons. Don't you agree,
Well,
Kevin?
that one I understand because the 70s figure was crummy like that, but there never what, and that looks like the 70s card. But the ones that have the Basil Gogos art, that's all that is nostalgic for me is the art.
Absolutely beautiful. I think that's beautiful. I love that.
Yeah,
this is Reaction too. You're all set?
That's good. I just
I'll be
think
right
the
back.
figure needs to be good too, and not just the card. That's kind of it's kind of weird.
I think it's really cool. It's wild how far these guys in this company have come in like 10 or 15 or 20 years. They've completely blown up and gone from just a little kind of artsy fartsy, designer toy company to owning all these huge licenses.
Yeah, I didn't know they'd been around that long. I just remember seeing those Universal ones and thinking, wow, that looks cool from a distance. And I come up close and I say, I'll pass. It's so amazed the card's so great, but the figure is dinky and it just looks clumsy.
That's what I was saying. It's almost like a pop. The figure itself doesn't really matter that much. It's what I mean. It's like you're not. What would you call it? It's a gimmick. Well,
the Funko Pops all have the same box. The boxes are terrible.
Right.
And 1 out of 100 Pops actually is kind of interesting in its design, I guess. maybe
Yeah,
one out
so
of
their
500.
marketing idea completely destroys Pops because they're all about the packaging. Their product is all about the card art.
Okay, I see. And Funko Pop doesn't do anything with the art. These people that have whole walls of boxed Funko Pops, I just think that's awful. But yeah, it's these.
I got a new Godzilla.
New Godzilla action figure.
Is this Bondi?
Mhm.
Is that Bondi? What company?
It's the Bondi SH Monster Arts, they call it.
Yeah. Wow, that looks great. That looks cool. Weird looking. The
You ever
heck?
seen the Shin Godzilla movie?
I haven't seen that.
I
No.
wanted to
It's
see
pretty
it,
cool.
but I haven't. Is there? How do you see it?
I had the DVD.
Oh, okay.
You could probably find some of it here on YouTube somewhere or on the internet.
It's crazy. The tail, you can see like a human skeleton is fused inside of his tail.
What year did this come out? This Shin Godzilla,
This figure, the movie
the movie.
2016. He's really cool because he transforms. He like starts off as like a worm, tadpole.
I want to see that now.
It's worth watching. I saw you open this guy.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I did another one yesterday. I think I did another one yesterday where I did you see that one where I showed that catalog and I showed like the beginning of what Super 7 looked like in 2010 when I went into their shop.
I haven't watched your newest video. I only saw this one.
Yeah, I made one about the Ghost of Starscream figure.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, that one right there. I reviewed him, and then I also talked about the Super 7 location on 8th Street, and I showed that catalog that I have. I went there in 2010, and they gave me a catalog, and so it's funny looking at what their merchandise was like 14 years ago by comparison. It would blow your mind. Yeah,
I went
so
to their San Diego location.
When he's drunk.
Yeah, their San
then also,
Diego place was pretty cool.
oh, did you go? Was the San Diego place like it was all about reaction and stuff, or how? What was it like?
They theme it for whatever's going on, like at Comic-Con.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Of
So
course.
like I think it was He-Man themed one time, and they had a giant Battle Cat head like mounted on the wall.
So that's really interesting and cool because the catalog that I have and that I showed in that video yesterday was from 2010, and it was from their booth at Comic-Con in 2010. It was the catalog that they were passing out at their booth at Comic-Con, and then when I went to the shop, they had copies of them, and they just gave me one.
What they did last time was you'd go to their booth inside Comic-Con, and they give you a coin. They give you a Skeletor coin, and then you could take that and go inside the store or whatever up the street. You could walk there. It's like 3 blocks.
Oh, that's cool. So it's like almost like an exclusive, like a VIP thing or something.
Yeah. And then I think one year it was Universal Monster themed. One year it was Garbage Pail Kids. One year it was G.I. Joe, I think.
Yeah, these guys are doing a great job. They're I'm impressed.
Have you ever seen an interview with the guy Brian Flynn? That's the owner.
No, I haven't seen the interview, and I might have like met him.
He does a bunch of interviews with I'll have to find the web or the YouTube channel, but they always have him on there maybe like once a month.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I'll have to. That's cool. Thanks for telling me that.
He talks a lot about the toy industry. Yeah, it's real interesting.
So, what was the? There's a new. What was the new replica comic that's out?
Oh, you want to see it?
Yeah.
This one right here.
You want a bag for him?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that one.
We can be safe.
Can I have one of those, Kevin? Can you put one of those in my pile if you have one?
Yeah, no problem.
I asked him to pull one for me too. I didn't know they'd done that. Do you know what's the official term? Facsimile? Is that what we're supposed to call these?
Yes.
What do you forget?
Facsimile. That's what they're calling it.
Okay, so are there? Oh wow,
Those are
are
great.
those from when were those made?
2016.
Oh,
How much
dude.
are
Love
they?
Donald Dump from 2016. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Are those pretty valuable?
They're like 50 or 60 for both of them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So were those done by Smokin' Joe?
No, those were. I think that was before Smoking Joe was even working over there.
Do they have ones that are anti-Biden? Or
Not really, no.
so they have a definite political slant at tops.
Well, it was 2016, so they had Hillary ones where they're making fun of her.
Oh, okay. If they're doing both sides, and if she's shredding the Constitution as well, then yeah. And you pulled one of those for me too, right?
Yeah, this is yours.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that. Do you have any more of those?
I don't have any more of this issue.
Do you have any more of the last issues or something before? I was going to ask you about Shutter and was it the Creeps and print? Is it
Creeps
Vampirus
is gone.
Carmilla?
Creeps is now Shutter, and then there's Vampirus Carmilla.
Yeah, I want to get on with the Shutter and the Vampirus Carmilla. I haven't read any of that stuff yet, and I saw the ads inside of the Monster Bashes. That you sent me
If
last
you want, I'll start ordering an extra copy for you.
Yes, please. That'd be great. I would appreciate that.
Yeah. I had an extra one of these because my the subscription holder that was getting it, she had canceled her box, so I got an extra one.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That cover right there. It's that would fly off the stands. I mean, geez.
Yeah, that's a great cover.
It's an amazing cover. Yeah.
I think these are mainly sold at Barnes and Noble, but I don't have one near me. I think
you're right. I don't
it's
either. No, there's one at the mall, but I don't ever go to the mall because I don't want to get carjacked or stabbed.
Yeah.
Not joking.
Oh, this is a cool thing I just got. Fright Rag sells this shirt right now.
Oh,
that's
wow.
nice.
There's a lot of writing on that shirt, though.
Yeah, it's the ad, right? It's the ad.
Yeah.
The fan club ad.
Okay, it's a repro of the fan club ad. That's cool.
I got this shirt, and I got they just went on sale like 2 days ago. And I got this one. It's a take on Creep Show.
Right.
Very nice. Coming for everybody. Look at that Venus flytrap. Coming for everybody's disposable income from every angle at this point. I mean, it's impossible for me to keep holding on to any money. I want everything that I see.
I just had to buy a car battery today. It was $250.
I've got to do that too. I have to do that on Monday, and I've been putting it off, and I know it's going to be at least that.
The batteries out here in the summer, they only last 3 years.
Is that the price of just a regular new battery, or is that a special battery like one of those?
3 year. That's the best battery, the 3-year battery.
Okay. So,
but I had no idea they were up to the $250 mark.
So I know that they're high, and yeah. So I knew that. I talked to a buddy the other day, and he said it's going to be about $200 probably. And I was like, all right, but I always expected to be more. I always anytime anybody tells me how much it's going to be, I always expect it. There's a possibility that they're going to add another $100, so I got to put that in my mind. Or you know what I mean? Set yourself up. It's going to be even more than you're thinking it's going to be.
Yeah, I have to get a new radiator, so that's going to be even worse.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is there's less and less mechanics now too.
Right.
One of my friends, he had to get his bug fixed, and just a tune-up's $800 because there's only one guy in town that works on them.
That's what I was going to say. So the price of everything goes up, and that's reflected on like used car prices are ridiculous right now. Hey, Jambo, right? Like people are having a hard time finding cars.
Yeah. But trying to get anybody to, there's no kids that want to be mechanics either.
How's it going, Jambo?
How you doing, man?
Good, man. Good. Doing good, bro.
Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yeah. Wait a second. Hold on. When did you get all these Hawkmans?
Didn't I show you guys this stuff?
I never saw these. I don't. Well,
I knew that.
Wait, I don't have that. Could you save that one for me?
Your mic's going in and out, Gratu.
It is? Can you hear me
now I
now?
can hear you. Yeah.
It's probably because I have my hand over my mouth. I don't have that one. Yeah, I don't have that one.
Are you doing it again?
No. Is it still cutting out?
Yeah.
I hear you fine.
It just seems like it just cuts out. I don't know.
Gratu wants that one, Kevin.
Yeah, it's breaking up on my end too.
No, on my
Just
voice.
move on to the next book. Just move on to the next book, Kevin. He's not interested. JK. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, Thunder Agents.
That's a great cover.
I'll take that if nobody wants it, Kevin.
I have that. Yeah.
Who did that cover? Is that Wrightson?
Jones, I think. Jeff Jones.
Oh, wow. That's like early Jeff Jones. He must have been like 20 or something.
It's got a crease down it.
That's fine.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
That's
it's a good cover. I think I've got that, but mine has some writing on it. So, oh, those are great. You guys have those?
No, I haven't.
I have. Well, wait. Is that an E-Man reprint or the original? Yeah, I don't have that original. I've got a Modern Comics reprint of that first issue.
Hey, Gratu, we need to get some of your issues of the show.
The DVDs?
Yeah, for the store.
Okay.
Because people want them.
Oh, they do?
Well, I was showing the Hypnotic Eye this morning, and I had three different guys wanted to buy it.
Excellent.
How much?
That's awesome.
Are you talking? Do they want the Hypnotic Eye or this new show?
Oh, I told them you were making new episodes.
Oh, could you go back to the War comic before last? That one, yeah. How much is that?
I didn't price this one yet. I'll give you a good deal on it.
Yeah, just put it in my pile.
I think Gratu was wanting that Frankenstein also. Frankenstein
I got
monster. Okay. That's nice. Those are great.
What's the condition like on that 100-pager right there?
This one?
Yeah. Oh.
It still seems like it's holding together nice.
I'll take that if it's not too pricey and if I'm not stepping on anybody's toes.
No.
Yeah, it's still nice. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah. I don't think that's anything too special, as long as it's nothing too special. But that looks good. I don't have that yet.
What was the first book you showed in the box? I was kind of taken by surprise. And
This is the one that you wanted, but it has a tear in the back.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, that's fine because you'll adjust the price and the
Yeah, it's just gonna make it cheap.
The great Get Smart ad on the back.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was looking at that.
That's an unusual ad. I haven't seen that.
Okay, that Dr. Solar. I think I have that. I just don't remember.
I don't even know where this box came from.
Yeah, this is not a box you've ever shown us, I don't think. Oh, the dynamo. I see. I was wondering if I have that dynamo, and I don't know where to look.
Number 2.
Do you guys all have that? Because maybe
I
No, is
believe
that
so.
Wally
I
Wood?
believe I have that.
Yep.
Got to. Yeah,
Pull
go
that-
ahead, man.
Pull that for me, Kevin. And
That's
then,
Wally Wood stuff.
then the other one I know I have. Well, Midnight Tales. How much is that? Is that priced?
That's the number
Not
one.
priced.
That's the weird one that has the feet on both ends of that body. Look at the body on the table.
Look at these
yeah,
guys, like Mars
guys.
Attacks guys
It's got
right here.
Mars Attacks
Yeah.
people. Yeah, pull
Yeah,
that
look
one
up-
for me too.
Look at the body on the table. It has feet on both ends.
Oh,
Huh.
wow. Yeah, definitely pull that.
Oh, that's great. That's so cool. I've never seen that. I've never seen this title. That's really cool. And so that guy's signature is trying to look like Wally Wood, right?
I think he was a Wally Wood fan. I think it was it's Howard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
what he's
guy's
doing. So that guy,
definitely-
excuse me, that guy Wayne Howard this is an homage cover to Wally Wood.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. Well, even his girl, his female, looks like Wally Wood. So
Yes.
that's cool. I think I've got that one. Kirby.
Yeah, I don't think I have
That's
that. one.
Kubert.
How much was the Atlas first issue special?
15.
Yeah.
I'll trade you for DVDs.
Oh, well, yeah, I could do that.
I need to get. Do you want this?
Is that a good one, guys?
I it's one of the first edition series. Is that the first
that's
one?
the first issue. Yeah, let me get that. Is that Kirby art inside too?
I don't remember on that.
Hold
I
on,
really
let's
don't.
check.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
But it was
Who
written
is
by
Dr. Bruce Berry? Is that a fake pseudonym?
I don't know. Yeah, is that Mike Royer? Just with a made up name? Because it looks like Mike Royer.
Look at this Twinkie ad.
Oh, that mummy. That looks great.
That's awesome.
Cool looking mummy.
Well, this looks like kind of a spin-off of Thor almost. Yeah.
It looks kind of good. I've never read this. I don't have it. Looks cool.
I thought the first issue special was Warlord.
No, Warlord is number 7 or number 8. I forget which one. It's one of those. 7 or 8.
It's confusing when the comic's called first issue special.
Oh, cool. They're advertising the treasuries.
Yeah. Yeah, I have both of those. I bought the one on the right, and it's hardcover edition from a homeless guy that just happened to have it in his car. The same guy I got the slabbed Frankenstein comic from. Yeah.
Oh, Steve's got the knowledge there. Yeah.
I'm not even looking at the comments or people.
Wayne Howard was an African American, little known artist trained by Wally Wood.
Oh,
So yeah.
You want that one?
Yes. Well, the Jerry Lewis telethon never got only 5 viewers. It sucks. Man.
How many viewers do we got?
5.
Well, I got 3 sets sold for you
3 sets of what?
of all your issues, all your DVDs.
Well, I've got 15 of them. They're willing to pay for 15.
15 times 3, yeah.
15 times. No, I'm charging 20 of each. Well, with the postage.
Yeah, 15 episodes times, we need 3 of each so far.
Oh, I see. All right.
3 of each episode.
I'll get on that. It'll take a little while to do that.
So your telethon's doing good so far?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, you guys. I got to go check the mail. Be right back.
Sure.
All right.
Go back to the Tower of Shadows. I think I need that one. Let me see the whole thing. Yeah, I need that. Do you have that, Jimbo?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me get that.
Those are great. Yeah, those are really great.
Oh, it's $10. Somebody, I'll give it to you what I got it for.
What does XIE mean?
I've got it from an online guy.
Oh.
It was a guy that I watched him eat a Hulk 181. He ripped it in half. So I felt like I should buy something from him because it was so funny.
Now Hulk 181, that's the one people want. Hulk
Yeah,
180.
but it was funny. Everybody in his auction was complaining because the coupon was cut out and they didn't want it because the coupon was cut. So he ripped the book in half and started eating it right on camera.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. I got to buy something from you.
There was a guy that used to run a record store in Texas, Connoisseurs Groovy Originals or whatever, and he was an old juvenile delinquent from the 50s. He still had his ducktail haircut, and some guy came in and didn't want to pay $20 for a record, and he says, well, if it's not worth $20, it's not worth anything. And he just smashes it on the counter in front of the guy. He'd pull guns on customers quite frequently for no real reason. He was out of his mind.
Wow.
See, that book had about as much interest to me as a romance comic when I was in 2nd grade, but now I'm interested in the romance comics, but I'm still not that interested in champion sports because there's nothing, at least strange sports, there's weird element to it.
Joan Hicks.
I've never seen that issue. Wow, how much is that?
I didn't price this one yet.
Yeah, pull that in my pile. That's something they'll never reprint ever.
No, it's got the stars and bars on it. So.
Yeah. What number is that?
7.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember if I have that.
Is this his origin? I read this one. This was pretty good.
Could you pull that while I look to see if I've got, just pull it, and I don't think I have it.
Let me see if it's his origin. I think it is.
His origin about his origin about how he got his facial scars, I think is later. It has Indians or Native Americans on the cover. That'll be politically correct.
Yeah, this isn't what I thought it was.
Yeah, that almost looks like a Tarzan cover. Oh boy.
Sea monkey ad.
Yeah, I looked on eBay to see if there was a vintage sea monkey food that box, but there wasn't.
My wife said she was so disappointed as a kid to get those and to find out they were just little shrimp.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I guess a lot of people were.
Oh yeah, it looks just like the Leave It to Beaver family. Expect them to be the guy to be smoking a pipe inside the aquarium.
There's a Farrah poster.
Oh no, this was the issue that I thought it was.
Is this where they scar his face? Then
Well,
I'm
he
making-
becomes part of the tribe, right? This one,
uh
because they were fighting, and then they were fighting each other, and then he helps them by killing this thing, this cat.
I just remember when they explained how his face got disfigured, and I thought that was a bad move. I didn't think
And then
should
they make them brothers, right? And then they ends up fighting his brother.
I'm trying to remember what the explanation was why he continued to wear the Confederate outfit after the war, the uniform.
Yeah, this wasn't him getting his scars. This was just him,
Yeah,
his origin.
yeah. The scars was a year or two later, I think.
How he became the son of the Apache.
Yeah,
This was a good issue.
they pretty much all were good issues.
This made me want to read the whole run when I read this one.
Yeah, I really liked it. Was it Michael Flesher? Is that who wrote that stuff?
Fleischer, yeah.
Flesher. Yeah, I liked it as well. It was very good.
Yeah, it was a good little run.
Great cover. Except for that UPC symbol.
Yeah. So are these all purchased from the same person? Is that why they're all together in a box?
I think I was just trying to build a run.
Oh, I see.
Are you going to price all these later, Kevin?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because I might be interested in some of these. I'll contact you or something, or we'll talk
I
soon.
have two of these. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Not two of this, but
What was that? Could we see the cover on that last one? Okay.
Wow.
I think I have that. I don't know. I think I do. What the heck is Quest Probe?
It was like a one shot with the Hulk.
didn't
What was
that have
that?
something to do with a video game or something?
It was something weird. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think that was the only book that.
I think it was some video game or something.
Probably.
I don't remember what that was.
Low graphic man. Oh,
I love
someone.
it.
Oh, he's telling us he's there. That's what he was doing. I couldn't see him down below.
Hey guys.
Hey, sorry. I guess
Hey,
that was
Micah.
telling us, hey, look down below.
Well, a little of both.
Yeah. I never looked down there.
Oh, that's cool. Oh man,
Right.
that's one of my favorites. take that Lancelot link if nobody else wants it.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just got a new Ultraman in the mail today, guys.
Oh, nice.
Hold on.
One of these new ones. This is what it looks like when it comes.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah, it just comes in that little plastic bag, and all the writing is in Japanese.
Is this a current series that's on the air now?
It's a couple years old. I mean, this figure is from 2013. So this is a 10-year-old figure.
There's
This is
no
public
red
symbol.
on him at all.
I don't know which version of Ultraman this is from, but he's kind of cool.
Yeah.
At this point, I just buy them based on color scheme and design and price. You know, if they're inexpensive and they look cool, I get them.
Yeah. Do you buy them locally or through the mail?
No, through the mail. I used to buy them locally, but now mostly all through the mail.
Yeah. You're
Is it
probably
less-
in the best place in the country to buy them actually where you live.
Yep, it is. It is. Yeah, a new Ultraman to add to my collection.
You recently moved that cabinet next to you because that didn't used to be there in previous shots.
Who here?
Yeah,
Me?
Mark.
Over your right shoulder.
No, it's always been there.
Oh, okay.
I've
just
seen
a
you
angle.
sit there many times, and I've never seen the cabinet.
Usually it's like this.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
So this cabinet's always been here. It's just usually not in the shop, probably.
All right.
But you have more stuff framed now. It looks better now behind you. The Planet of the Apes, and I think it looks more. I don't know. It just looks a little better than it used to.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. I hope that it'll get better.
Looks more tasteful.
Yeah, less like a dorm.
No, I'm joking because nothing is tasteful in any of our collections.
I guess so. Yeah.
Better homes and gardens.
Gotta really
Okay,
beat
I'll
up.
give you the screen there.
That's a number 9, Jimbo.
Yeah, it's pretty beat up.
Wow.
You can see it,
Yeah.
but it's there, you know. But yeah,
I
it's
do a whole
really
I do a
bad.
whole video on that, on how that plot could never have happened. It only gets like 100 views though.
I was just amazed how they just turned on the FF there. They're throwing
Yes.
things at them, and the Baxter building, the windows are all busted out and boarded up. I mean, hard times, you know.
Yeah.
That's number 9.
Yeah, number 9.
Well, they were chasing them in issue number 2, and then they were chasing them in issue number 7, and now issue 9. They're very fickle, those New Yorkers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty bad. I got that the other day too.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry,
Oh yeah.
you got to show that on your show, Micah.
These are great, Jabbo.
I think you showed it on your as well.
Did I?
So cool.
So, putting that run back together. So, I got the main one. So, the rest of them should fall into place.
Is there a Cabela's near you?
There is. Yeah.
We have a Bass Pro. I think it's the best. And I've been to the one in Memphis. I was very disappointed at Memphis, but
I've heard good things about it. Was it not that great? I've not been to it.
It doesn't compare to Southwest Missouri. I think that's
Okay.
one of their better ones. And the Cabela's they had was near Kansas City.
What is
That's pretty-
Cabela's? A restaurant?
No, it's
Sporting
sporting goods, camping.
Outdoor sporting goods and stuff like
yeah.
that.
Fishing, camping mostly, and
They'll
shooting,
have-
hunting,
they'll
fishing,
have-
camping. Right?
tons of taxidermied animals in Wild West poses and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can buy boats and reels and
Yes.
and lures, and you can buy shotguns and shells and
Yeah.
duck decoys, hip waders, all that type of stuff. Cabela's is the big one here in California. I think there's probably more. Well, Bass Pro Shop is here too, though. So we have
Yeah.
both of them here in
That's
California.
the place I know from Texas, Bass Pro Shop.
That's maybe
Yeah.
one of my all-time favorite comic book covers. I think that's an incredible cover.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
Kirby
read
was-
these stories inside of that treasury that came out in about 1975. Yeah.
always thought this was kind of comparison to the trilogy of the Fantastic Four, when Thor was doing this storyline here with the Mangog, and I guess it
Right.
seemed kind of desperate and stuff, like, you know, the trilogy with Galactus and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. That was the first time I had ever heard the term Ragnarok, right? I learned about it right there in that storyline.
So, yeah, I was just putting some books away today, trying to straighten up the room in here. It's a mess. Organize a little bit. So
that last Ant-Man movie is now streaming. So I think my wife and I might watch it tonight after dinner to see how terrible it is.
we watched it Thursday night, and
Get your
I
money
was
back.
expecting garbage, total garbage, and went into it with, kind of a cynical, and it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be. Let's just put it that way. So,
Well, but the first, and what did you think of the first two Ant-Man movies?
I liked the first one. The second one, not as much.
Okay.
Yeah, but this one here visually was pretty cool. Yeah, Kang was in it and stuff. So yeah, I think that's already been put out there. So I don't want to.
Well, yeah, I
Too
know
much and
all of
spoil
that, but I think they're going to have to replace the actor that played Kang because he beat up his wife or girlfriend.
Is that what happened? I wasn't sure what had happened to him, but I'd seen somewhere where he was going to jail or something like that. So
Yeah,
like,
and that you saw the last Thor one too.
yes, that was terrible.
That was terrible, but I liked the one before it. And then I
I liked
questioned.
Ragnarok.
Yeah, but how is it? How did it? What the heck happened to that filmmaker between that movie and the other?
Man, he was drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know. Something bad happened to him because it was just, it was
That
terrible.
was so much fun at the beginning when the Led Zeppelin music came.
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I mean,
beating up
it's
the
everything you
dragon.
would kind of want in a Thor movie, but then that last one, I was like, why? It's just like they were purposely trying to destroy the character and stuff,
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
It's all purposeful in destroying everything we love, including the country. And so
And a lot of people didn't like the Ragnarok movie, but they said it just made him look like a clown, like there was too much humor in there.
yeah,
It was a little over the top on the humor, but I mean, I enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of funny and stuff, but I could see where somebody would think it was a little bit too much on the humor.
Yeah, I mean, I was willing to go with the humor in that one, but I wasn't expecting him to ramp it up that much more in the next one. And yeah. Oh well. So gosh. So he wants 3 copies. Guys, you get it math? 3 times 15 is what?
45.
45. And 45 times 2 is 90, right?
Yeah.
So how many days is 90 hours? 20, 40, 20, 40. That's how long I'll be recording. Luckily, we have more than one TV set.
You said he had somebody that was wanting to buy those in his store.
Did I say 15? Yeah. I've done 15 episodes now. I did one just this morning while I was waiting for Dr. Silverage to go on. It's just fun for me to put them together. It's just like, it's like you're running a TV station. Okay, we need a music video. Now we need some commercials. Well, let's put on a movie trailer now, and then let's put on, some clip from some, Spectre Man or something. And try to, I'm finding some really cool stuff from some of my old YouTube playlists, because every month I'll make a new playlist of things that I intend to record or whatever, and now it's made it very easy to go and find things and put together these collections.
And each episode is 2 hours long, right, Gratu?
Right.
They're all 2 hours.
So that's 30 hours. Oh, that would have been easier. Okay, so there's a total of 30 hours, and he wants 3 sets, so that's 90 hours. Yeah, okay, that would have been the easier way to do the math. Yeah, I'm half asleep right now. Those tiki mugs that Kevin was showing the other day. Did you see those tiki mugs that were based on the Haunted Mansion?
No.
Yeah.
My wife, later that day, my wife was showing me these tiki mugs, and it's like the same ones that he was, but my wife didn't see that show, and she independently discovered these same tiki mugs, but she was really loving this one that's shaped like a bat that she wanted to get me as a present. I think she likes it more than I do, but apparently it's like $100. Those are very expensive tiki mugs. We go to this Dollar General last night, and my wife has this app thing on the phone where you can scan each product, and it gives you a pretty substantial discount on every product. And anyway, so she was scanning each one, and she was in a lot of pain because she's always in pain from this double hernia. And then it didn't somehow read, the discount. And they said, well, you can do it next. It's like, and I misunderstood. Anyway, so we go back and say, well, we'd like to return this and then purchase it again with the, and the manager said, no, thank you. And he was like really rude to her. I wasn't in there at the time, and just like real a-hole. And he said, well, my name is blah, blah, blah. I'm the manager, so good luck with that. So it's just like anyway, so
Wow.
I go back in and talk with him, and he's, he's not as, anyway, created a whole conflict. Anyway, she calls the district manager, my wife, and apparently this guy, that was his last night working there, and he just being a jerk. He's like
stepped into a
we
storm.
return them, that I know that you're going to be, using the coupon, and that's a loss for our store, and that's against our policy. Yeah, whatever. And so anyway, so she calls the district manager, and then so they said, just come by the store, pull up. You don't even need to get out, and we'll take care of it. So they gave us two $20 bills, to because I think she would have saved about $30 on this almost $100 purchase. But anyway, so they fixed it and everything, and the guy is gone. He moved to Missouri or something, so we don't have to see him at some other store in town running things.
Okay.
And the other employees are saying, we're glad you called the district manager because he's been such a problem for us. It's like,
Wow.
they none of them liked him. So, but it's created all kinds of problems. She's been, it was very upsetting for her. And then, I don't know. It's going to be a bleak couple of months until.
Do you have any big major department stores in the town you're in there, Gratu?
No, the closest bigger town is 45 minutes away that has like a Walmart and you know, like there's not a McDonald's. Hold on, you're showing books. There's no department stores. No, you've got a Dollar General and you've got a supermarket, and there's really nothing else. But surprisingly,
Sweet.
A block from me, they're about to open a bookstore, but it's a romance bookstore. And it's not used books yet. She says later, it hasn't opened yet. They just painted. It's one of those old 120-year-old cool looking buildings. But it's called That's What She Read, and it's going to have romance books.
Oh, that's great.
And,
Maybe they'll have crosswords and Sudoku too. They might have some of that too.
Yeah, I just kind of wish that they would. Of course, it'd be great if they had romance comics, but I don't kind of think so.
That would be cool if they had other romance like oriented stuff, like maybe if they had like, you know, some Dark Shadows things or something.
Yeah, I just kind of don't think so.
I don't either.
I'll check it out when it opens. I mean, I want to support a bookstore, but unfortunately, it's a bookstore not aimed at me in the slightest.
Hi, Cleo.
Funko Pop's different strokes for different folks.
Yes, for sure.
Well, that got in there.
Man, these are so great.
What was that, 203?
Missing Mars, are you willing to come on and review the DVDs, or if you'd like to? Let's see. You moved to the Boondocks for a reason. Got to take the good with the bad, says Friar Tuck. Well, that's true. I'm not really complaining. I'm just saying that.
Nice, Jambo. Nice.
I can.
And you can kind of get everything from Amazon still, can't you, Gratu? Like for the most part, just like everybody else. You have Amazon.
Yeah, there's some places that won't deliver though. I don't know about Amazon. I've got to get a lawnmower really badly. That's one thing.
Finally, an issue that I have. That's the.
I was about to say that's one I'm not sure I have. Everyone else, all the other ones I have.
Not
because
me.
Thor, I was buying very intently in the late 70s. Yeah, I have that one.
It's kind of beat up.
Yeah, I don't have any of this stuff. It's
I would
great.
go to Lone Star Comics and pick up old Fantastic Fours and Thors, but I couldn't afford the Amazing Spider-Man comics. Those were the Thor and Fantastic Four were.
Well, those are my favorite anyway. Is Thor and Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
I have that one.
I like Spider-Man, but that never was my first choice when I was going to the, the store to pick up comics. I mean, I would get them if there was no Fantastic Four or Thor.
Well, the 60s run though, Spider-Man is.
Oh yeah, they're awesome. I mean, yeah, they're really great. But for whatever reason, I was drawn to the Fantastic Four and Thor.
Right. Well, Fantastic Four was in my opinion, the best book that Marvel did, and that's the one that most things branched out from.
And but Stan even told you it was the world's greatest comic right there on the front of it, so.
Normal people think everything branched out of Iron Man because they know it from the movies.
Yeah.
The smartest thing Marvel did was that Fantastic Four Treasury.
Yeah.
That launched a lot of Fantastic Four fans like myself.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the second one?
Yeah, number 2. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what got me into superhero comics.
Yeah.
And out from just the monster comics. I guess Kevin got pretty busy all of a sudden. He must have an afternoon rush.
When Kevin comes back, we need to remind, for Meyer's sake, that he's wanting that Lancelot link.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he didn't pull that? I thought
he did. He got tied up at the last second, so I don't know.
No worries, though. I mean, I have other, Although I could use, I don't recognize that issue. I only have one other issue of Lancelot Link, and then I have a coloring book, a really cool coloring book.
The logo at the bottom corner of what was the name of his like uncle? It was what, Chimp? the secret agency he worked for was called Chimp. That has
Yeah.
that logo at the bottom. That would make a good T-shirt.
Yeah, it would.
But
You're right.
you know, there'd be very few people that knew what the heck it
Yeah.
means. But,
What his band was, the Evolution Revolution?
yeah, Lancelot Link and the Evolution Revolution. Yeah, that was hilarious. Those monkeys dressed up like hippies.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. I think I know where my coloring book is.
Hey, during this break, Jambo, don't forget to check your Instagram.
Okay.
Oh, you have the new thing for the new show?
Yeah, do some jungle type. But I got a wild intro.
Awesome.
I think it's pretty cool.
That. I've been pulling some. That's one of the things I was doing today, Michael, was pulling some jumbo and jungle out and stuff like that to have.
Yeah,
for the
hopefully, hopefully Meyer can show some good Tarzan
What's that?
for Wednesday. Jungle Books.
You have a lot. I can show a bunch of old Dell 50s Tarzans.
Fantastic.
Oh, hold on. Let me make you bigger here.
That's weird.
The problem with that show is the annoying voice they gave the female monkey. They should have given her a beautiful
Yes.
voice. I don't know why they did that. It would have been a lot funnier if she had a beautiful voice.
They had some great names. What was Mata Harry? Yeah, that's her name. Her name is Mata Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. About halfway through with volume 1 of Tomb of Terror DVD. It's mad, cool, retro all the way. Mostly color, some black and white. Awesome commercials, news reporting, music videos. I've forgotten what's on volume 1. I love conveniences, but want a good deal as well, says Friar Tuck. But I thought you lived in a forest, Friar Tuck. Missing Mars, Raquel Welch, Alien Dance Video. Volume 2 is on my desk, and Volume 3 just ordered. 60s, 70s, 80s nostalgia on high. Watching short 10 to 15 minute increments because of my short attention span. Oh, yeah, hold on. Show that again. The words were blocking the thing. Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, yeah, Groovy Ghoulies.
That Lancelot Link coloring book, I bought that from my comic shop like 2 or 3 years ago. But this is my original Groovy Ghoulies coloring book from when I was a little kid. I've had this the entire time from my dad.
Did you color in it?
Yeah. There's. Look.
Oh, you did pretty well.
Yeah, it looks like I had these psychedelic coloring crayons. See?
Wow.
That would look awesome on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Micah, could you get that picture from Paulo of Magica Dispel? Oh, that's great. Look at that.
Probably,
the,
yeah.
The one he showed the other night, and
man, I did a lot. I really worked on this. So this must have been my favorite coloring book. I really think it was. I was trying to finish this coloring book.
The problem with that show, the character designs are all great, and you think it's going to be wonderful, but the problem is the laugh track, and some of the voices are very obnoxious. Like Bella Lugosly, the girl, has a really annoying voice. I would have cast it differently, and I wouldn't have put the laugh track on it. That's really obnoxious. And
I agree. The laugh track was obnoxious. Do you have any of these toys, Gratu? So I had these figures that were put out by that company, Chem Toy, that makes all that other cool stuff. But they're all gone now. But these are very expensive and kind of rare.
The coloring book or the figures?
Figures, the little.
I bought them all. I bought a bunch of them at the Six Flags Mall in Arlington in '72. I still have the Frankie one. I have the girl Bella Lugosly.
Mhm.
I have the Mummy. I used to have one of the green kids.
Yeah, I
And he-
lost all the ones I had. Look, I went ahead and customized this, and this frog looks like he's singing, "My dog has fleas."
Nice touch.
You like that? I must have got that sense of humor from the Groovy Ghoulies. That sounds like something they would have done.
Yeah.
That's about it.
But they never appeared in comics, did they?
I don't think so. No.
Even though
This
they're
is probably
technically
the most.
part of the Archie universe, I guess they were hanging out with Sabrina.
Yeah, they should have been, and they should have totally been in Sabrina comics, and it would have made perfect sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there was some great music though.
Yeah, there was.
There's a great song, "When I Grow Up, I'll Be a Groovy Ghoul." That's a great song. And on the Saturday Superstar movie, they had a live action segment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Where they're running around. Let's see if I can find that.
So what do you think this was in response to? So this was like a children's, it was like a take on variety shows, or like Laugh-In,
It
or
was
Love American
Laugh-In meets the
style.
Munsters is what
Yeah,
I
it's like
think
a
they were
mix.
trying to go for.
It was like a mix of like Laugh-In and the Munsters. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wish it didn't have the Laugh-In element, and it would have been much better.
Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been here. Did you get busy?
Yeah, I got busy. I have to look something up. I had to get my phone because the computer wasn't working.
Ah.
What did I miss? Anything cool?
Product. Grammarly's tone suggestions can offer a more personal.
Hello?
Oh, nothing. We're just talking.
Oh, I started hearing ads playing. I don't know what it was going
Yeah,
on.
that's my fault because I'm trying to get past this stupid. I was showing him that there was a live action Groovy Ghoulies for about 5 minutes. They go through a magic mirror and turn into real people.
Yeah, man, come back to my guitar. I like to stay. It appears Fauntleroy has given us a bum steer.
What a world.
Man, my typewriter flying by the seat of your pants, but this is ridiculous.
That's cool.
Calls for brain power. Oh, yes, I'll lead the way. Oh, yes.
That's a too hard.
Oh, I didn't need that. Look, the little brat's getting away.
Yeah, it goes on for like 5 minutes. It's you can just
What a
type in
terrible
Groovy
pitch.
Ghoulies live action.
That's an awful pitch. Like if that was if that was like their treatment, which it looks like that's a treatment like that. I mean, that's a terrible final product right there. That's not going to make me want to put money behind that show. That looks like an awful show, right?
Did you see the pilot when they tried to make the Munsters into a Saturday morning cartoon? You know
No,
about that?
didn't see it. No.
Yeah, I think they called it the Mini Munsters or something. Let's see if I can find
I've
that.
heard about that, and I might have seen. I haven't seen the whole thing. I didn't see it when it was on TV when we were.
I don't know if it even aired. It might have been on the Saturday Superstar movie. That's what I'm guessing. That's where they'd run. This says animated 1973 TV special. Let's see. Let me see. Share screen.
That werewolf guy.
I know.
For a split second, I thought it was Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Yeah.
Come to me, my little pigeon. Now I want you to take this to Cousin Herman and Grandpa in America. You make a left turn.
When Grandpa's happy, it seems to give the whole house a lift. And if you don't...
Excuse me, friend.
403.
It's the fresh air that's making...
Yeah, it's a different animation style than
Now it must have picked up
Saturday
musical
morning.
vibrations.
It kind of reminds me
It's
of
like you actually Al Lewis.
Frosty the Snowman animation almost.
It's what?
Eddie Lucretia, or one who was
Yeah.
me, Herman Munster. But it certainly was an incredible event.
It looks like they just had Al Lewis as the only real voice. Is what it looks like to me. Like when they did the Lost in Space Saturday Superstar movie, and all they had was Jonathan Harris, I think. If you ever saw that.
Yes, I did, and the animation there reminded me of commercial animation from the time. It looked like the animation that would be in a Blatz beer commercial. You know what I mean? Like that. That's what it reminded me of.
The eyes and nose reminded me of the Frosty Snowman art.
Yeah, I don't know what studio did that. I mean, I could do some research, but
it's not worth it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't do the research.
There's a monster.
I got this really good Swamp Thing figure today, you guys. So I made a video about it already, but I just want to show you because I know you guys are big Swamp Thing fans. But this has been out for a couple years, and I waited on it, and it went on sale recently, and it's very nice, man. It's it's like 11 and a half inches tall. It's really heavy.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's almost to scale with a GI Joe, huh?
Yeah, it's a little bit below the scale of a GI Joe. I think at his tallest point, it's like 11 and a half inches.
Looks really good.
You're going to have that posed with, you should have a Barbie under each arm. That would be
I
great.
would like that. I thought about that. He's almost big enough for that. I wish that I would like an Adrian Barbeau figure. They're having a hard enough time just making this thing stand up. So I don't know how they could handle the gravity of having an Adrian Barbeau.
I think a lot of people would like that, Meyer.
He would just topple right over.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a man thing. Did they
I
ever
would like
make
a man thing too, especially like a big one like this as well.
There was a Marvel team up with Spider-Man and Man-Thing, and on the cover, he's engulfed Spider-Man. Spider-Man trying to burst out of the chest of Man-Thing. That would be a really cool cast to have, that scene from Marvel team up. I don't know.
That's like people do crazy stuff nowadays with digital printers. Like you can create your own little miniature statues or figures by using a digital printer and then if you know how to work the software and stuff, you can make your own little statues and stuff like that. That would be a neat
Well,
thing.
I wouldn't mind if I had a man thing and a Spider-Man. I wouldn't mind cutting them and matching them together. Because
I love that idea as well. Like doing a customization. There's
right.
YouTube is filled with guys that do exactly that. That customize action figures and stuff like that. You can find all kinds of content in that way. That's a great idea.
Yeah, one guy. There's a guy on the internet who made Super Patriot. Super Patriot. He was the guy that become the replacement Captain America. But they never made a figure of him as Super Patriot, where he's got the yellow mohawk and he's got this. It's a dagger, but it's like a lightsaber. Anyway, and I don't know. I think he takes like a John Cena doll and paints it and messes with it, and that stuff amazes me. They can just take scraps of old Mego or you name it and make something really cool.
Yeah, I think that's great as well. I love it when sometimes they'll do like make G.I. Joe vehicles from scratch. Like I'll see them make like those HISS tanks or different like G.I. Joe vehicles for the new figures, and they'll modify just cheapo type stuff and turn it into make it look like something really cool.
Yeah, when I went across the room from my Boris Karloff, this Captain America figure that they had for the movies, of course they made him too much like the military. I didn't like his reds. They were too subdued and dark. So I repainted the reds and his boots. And then I want to make the old shield that Kirby made, the pointy one, but Pep
Like
Comics. Yeah, Pep Comics said, "Don't do that. That's like our character called the Shield on." And so that's why the second issue of Captain America, he's got that round shield. But anyway, so I mess around with it, and I want the colors to be more like the books, and I want to figure out how to make his wings bigger and stick out.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate what the movie was trying to do, but I want it to look more like
exactly. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I do the same thing, or I want things to look a certain way, and then I buy the new stuff anyway and just kind of compromise it.
That's what I want to make, and I'm going to get maybe an old backer board or something and cut it.
Make it.
Yeah.
And then this is like some new Disney figure that I love all kinds of things about this figure, but I can't stand just like what you're saying. Look at how they did the head.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's bad.
See, I would paint that blue, and then I'd get some wing thingies, and that's what I need to do for this.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. You've got something that's total fantasy, but then you've got to make it seem more real. You got to overthink it. Well, in a fight, those ears would get knocked off, or it's a big deal.
Exactly.
And put the helmet on Thor. I mean, how hard is it? So there's some major battle going on over in the Ukraine. Is that what I'm seeing? I just was checking the news here.
Is there?
You've got to get you guys got to watch Redacted. It's a YouTube channel. They tell the straight up stuff that's going on, and we and Britain are guilty of putting radioactive junk at their disposal, and Ukraine's going to fire that on their own land, and if they're not careful, they're going to make their own ground worthless for another 100 years. And
sour earth.
It's just like,
well,
we're proven to the world that we're not interested in the people. We just want to use them for money laundering, and a lot of the truth's starting to come out.
Well, right now they're trying to cover up their crimes, so they've got to completely destroy the country down to nothingness so that no one can go in and look through and see exactly what's been going on with Biden. and stuff.
There's a lot, a lot happening over there we don't know about.
Probably just a coincidence. It all seems legit to me.
So,
Oh, there's Galactic.
hold
Big
on a
boy.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. What is it? Sinistar?
I picked this up for $3 at a peddler's mall close to me.
But
What
the
a
I
great
Hunger
game.
came from an
That
old
is-
video game,
the
right?
deal of a lifetime.
Maybe, yeah.
That looks a lot like the one I've got that came from the 90s cartoon.
Yeah. The surfer cartoon.
No,
I don't know
it was-
what the
it was
music's
from the
about.
Fantastic Four cartoon, I think.
Yeah, I think that's from the Silver Surfer cartoon. Yeah, that's from that cartoon. That was kind of cool, actually. It did the entire origin story in like 4 episodes. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Just leaving out certain parts of it, you know.
Yeah, they made it for kids. They adapted it and kind of,
Well, they left out the Fantastic Four part. Oh, Gotham's back.
All right.
Let me look.
Maybe.
I guess it's a.
Possibly not.
We don't have that one.
Did you plan on streaming today?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. I was planning on just like putting on a bunch of like running a bunch of shows and but it's all right. Okay, hold on. Did you know? Yes, they're all brothers. That is correct. Let me get him bigger. Yeah, Larry was the one that wasn't related.
Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I ordered just to check this magazine out.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it before.
Issue 5. I think I've already seen all this stuff though. I think it's mostly newer. I didn't know they still had. I didn't know they still have Suncoast stores.
No, I thought they were all gone.
Yeah,
I guess there's the last Suncoast in Texas right here.
Oh, in Beaumont? Oh, okay.
The prices are outrageous.
I don't think people buy DVDs or Blu-rays anymore for the most part. I think everyone's just happy with streaming, which is stupid.
This
I think
company,
the only people buying them are collectors. I think mainly.
Yeah.
hey Grazi, this is the company that's putting out that figure that we're gonna get.
Oh,
it's
the little
great.
miniature Garloo. Yeah.
They're gonna make a new Garloo.
It's about the size of your fist before you get too excited, but it's cool looking.
All
It's
right.
not a giant impressive thing, but it's a cool little thing.
I was excited for these guys, these RoboForce.
Those are cool.
Can you show photographs of this stuff? Or do they show photographs?
Maybe I'll keep going.
When was that Garloo supposed to come out? In a few months?
I think so. Just sold for $750.
Oh, really?
How's yours, too? Is yours functional? Does it work?
You know, I never tried it. Which is incredibly stupid of me.
Chances are, in my experience with toys that are battery powered from that era, if they don't work, and if the wires are all still connected, in almost every instance, all you need to do is scrape the rust off the battery terminals and make a completely new clean connection, and they'll start right up. My mind has been blown so many times from buying an old toy that was said to be, non-functioning, and it took me 5 minutes to get it to work. And so.
Well, my Garloo had someone put new green foam between the arm and the shoulder. That the one you just showed didn't have that.
Oh yeah, the foam, the spot,
the
gap or whatever. Weren't there two different, were there two Mark's robots that were like Garloo? Wasn't there another one that was similar to Garloo?
It was Big Lou.
Okay. You have both of them, don't you?
Yeah, I probably should show them on a video.
Oh, that was a cool looking Hulk prototype. Can you go back to that? What was that?
Huh. That actually looks more like the Hulk.
Yeah, I like the head sculpt.
Yeah, the head sculpt looks like one of the best I've seen. Yeah, I like that.
Is that supposed to be a superpower?
Yeah, I don't know. These must be the 3.75. These are the small ones.
That's better than that's way better than what we got.
Yeah, it's a big improvement.
Guys, I'm going to jump off.
Right.
I'm still going to watch on my phone, but I've got to get in the other room. I'm going to help Melissa with dinner tonight. So
yeah, we're probably going to go out and eat, and in about half an hour at that point, I'm going to run reruns and maybe come on later.
All right. Maybe I'll catch you later on then.
All right.
Take care, guys.
That's good.
Thanks.
Take care.
Thanks for showing the great comics. Later, man.
They're talking about selling this last Suncoast selling this Grogu Black Series for $40.
What?
And we have them. I have them here for 16.
What is it?
What?
And they sell them here
for $40.
The Suncoast.
What is it? I don't know what.
Suncoast, they're $40.
For what is it?
He's tiny. He's like an inch tall.
Oh, it's a baby Yoda that goes in a cradle or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And a little frog that he eats and a little shifter knob. Just stuff from the Mandalorian TV show.
Oh, okay. I never watched Mandalorian far enough to get to the baby Yoda or whatever it was.
So this is an article about Suncoast, and they're calling out their prices?
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
And then he shows what he bought. He bought all the stuff that was on clearance.
That Knight Rider looks kind of cool for $10. I would have bought that.
He bought 2 Simpsons.
Yep. Did you see that Super 7 Ultimates is coming out with some Simpsons figures, and they're gonna make they're making a radioactive man. It looks really good.
Yeah, I ordered him.
Have
and
they
those
ever done a radioactive man before?
What's that?
Have they ever made a figure of radioactive man before?
They have.
Oh.
They have, but this will be like the most. This is like the ultimate version of a radioactive man figure.
Oh, okay.
Those new Conan figures that Super 7 is coming out with next year that the pre-orders are open now for look pretty damn good, don't they, Kevin?
Yeah. My favorite Conan is the Mezco one, though. I like the Mezco 112 Conan.
My son has both of those. I like the Conan the Conqueror, I think, the newest one with the blue vest. My son has that one. It looks really good. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's a good one.
So I missed out on both of those figures, but my kid got them. So I'm happy that he has them. But I just, at the time that they came out, I wasn't up for like pre-ordering, and I wasn't into like spending $100 on a figure. And then now I regret not doing it, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm happy that he got them. you know. Because if I had bought them, they were just going to go to him eventually anyway, right? Well, that Cthulhu looks pretty cool. Is
I
that
have
the
this
same one? Is that the same one from a couple of years ago? I have one of those Cthulhus that's a glow in the dark one.
I've never seen him, but I do have this.
I'm gonna go grab mine and see if. Hold on, I'll grab mine.
So there's a major battle going on in the Ukraine, and we're looking at toys.
Well, I always ask people if there's a war going on because I never watch the news.
Yeah, occasionally I'll look at the news just to figure out maybe what's going on.
If it's quiet here, nobody's in here. I always say, "Is there what's going on? Is there a war going on?"
Yeah.
Probably one of these days I'll be right though about it.
Oh, there usually is. Ever since we had the United Nations, we've had more wars than ever.
I think I have that same Cthulhu, but mine is a PX Previews exclusive, and it's made out of all glow-in-the-dark material. I think that's the same. I've got that one right here.
Let's see your.
Let me give you.
It's 2015.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Look at that back, and so here's the front.
Oh, here's it says his is a 12-inch Warpo Cthulhu.
That's it. That's what this is. This is the 12-inch Warpo Cthulhu from 2015. But look at this back. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's funny.
Look like a 70s toy.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull him out real quick because he's just sitting in here. It came with a little collector's booklet, but I don't really think they ever did. They make these other figures, the little Lovecraft figures. I don't know if they made them. It comes with an instruction sheet also that's very reminiscent of a 1970s toy.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Wow. Yeah. Does that thing glow?
Yeah, it's all glow in the dark. The whole thing is made of glow in the dark plastic.
Yeah, that should be out of the box.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take it out right now. It should be out of the box.
See, all these Barbies you've been getting can be like with Cthulhu and Swamp Thing. They can have girlfriends.
Exactly. They could be like sirens of Cthulhu, worshiping at his feet.
You know, I'm not sure who's running the Hypnotic Eye page on Facebook. I think it's someone that knew Joe back in the 90s. I've talked with him. Maybe I used to know. There was a guy that lived in the Dallas area, and I always meant to meet up with him, but I never did, even though he lived just really a few miles away. You know, I can look into that. But
all right,
the show I'm doing is it's very much like the Hypnotic Eye in the way it's edited. And because that's just the way I've always done things. But I mean, it's not the Hypnotic Eye, but it kind of feels like it. It's just, I don't have puppets yet or anything or segments like that.
Hey, Gratu, what's that comic store that you guys used to go to in that Hypnotic Eye? In like the second episode or the third episode?
Hold on. Second episode of Comic Store.
They go into
it a little more.
Yeah, you guys talk about, we like going into this comic store, hanging out in here, and it's in Texas.
Oh wow!
I want to say Crypt. It was like Crypt something.
Oh, that was a store that opened called Toys from the Crypt in the 90s.
Yeah, that's it.
And it wasn't a comic store; it was just a toy store, and that store didn't last more than a few years. It's long gone. But there are some vintage toy stores in the Dallas Fort Worth area that are exclusively toys. But
Well,
they're
that place looked ahead of its time.
they're more aimed at a different type of collector than me. They're more modern. Why don't I say modern, but more 80s, GI Joe, Star Wars kind of things. I call that modern. But
Meyer, he's back at the comic box if you want to.
Oh, okay. Let me.
This is a cool cover.
Oh, it is. Yeah. That's what does that say? 25,
35.
Oh.
Kurt Schaffenberg.
I love that artist.
Oh, number 7.
That's in. Oh, I see. It's in really great shape. That's why it's priced that
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
I was thinking. Yeah, I see now.
You want to see the inside?
Sure, I guess, but it's a little too rich for my blood. But
It's so glossy. Like the front's so glossy and clean.
Wow.
Yeah.
It looks like it came right off the stand. It's shiny.
Yeah.
But then
Looks
if I'm trading for DVDs, I'm maybe that's different then. Maybe I guess it doesn't hurt as much.
It looks great, and I think you've probably priced it right. It's just it's a little out of my reach, but it's very sweet.
Friar texted, offer him $15 for the book. There's people in the chat.
It cracks me up often, man.
Lead paint does that a lot too. It's real cutthroat.
We'll turn it into an episode of Pawn Stars here.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put it on pause real quick.
All right.
I'm walking around. I can't find an open spot big enough for this damn Cthulhu.
Hold on.
That's the reason why he was in the box.
That's a funny quote. I'm walking around. I can't find a spot for this damn Cthulhu. Yeah, that's
not big enough in the house for this damn Cthulhu.
You wonder.
How many times
has that sentence actually been said in the history of mankind? Could that possibly be the first time in history that anyone's ever said that? You wonder, or all the billions of people, someone must have said that before.
You'll have to mount it to your car as a hood ornament.
Yeah, that would. Yeah. Be.
Well, you got to start having stuff hang down from the ceiling, like on repelling wires.
Yeah, no, I thought of that as well.
Put a parachute on Cthulhu and have him hanging like he's a paratrooper. Right. Oh, that's real nice. That's how tall is that? What scale is that?
12 inches, 11 inches, probably. She's in the 6th scale, 12-inch scale.
Barbie size.
Yeah, she's Barbie size. She goes with this Batman.
Oh, okay.
I hope she can breathe. It's a little tight.
Hope she can breathe.
It's a little tight.
Oh, her outfit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, really.
Yeah, this is the precursor of the yoga pants. She was the first person to wear yoga pants.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I don't know if you can read. Depends on what type of TV you're watching on, whether the scroll at the bottom is readable. Because some TVs it cuts off the scroll, but basically there's 15 episodes of a show I put together, a compilation video program. Each episode is 2 hours long. If you want to order it, just send a PayPal at Kenneth Weinert, KENNETHWEINERT, and just tell what episode or episodes you want, and I will get them off in the mail to you. It's $20 an episode. Trying to entertain the masses. Oh yeah, okay. That came with the little action figure that came out in the 90s. I guess that's an upscaled version of it.
Yeah, that would make sense. So yeah, she came with her cat. Came with 2 other different heads. Kind of an angry head, an angry face.
Yeah.
And then kind of a in-between face, and then the smiling one.
Interesting. I always get nervous when I'm, if you're swapping heads or hands off. I'm always afraid something will break.
Yeah, it's happened to me before, and I'm the same way. And then sometimes I get complacent and I break things, right?
The other thing that was when DVDs first came out, there'd be some DVDs that were so hard to get out of the clamshell.
Yes.
And it's like you'd push it down, and it's like, I feel like I'm bending this thing. Like it's like some of them I never put back in. I put them in little CD cases because I just didn't. I think the Planet of the Apes Blu-ray set, it was a Bruce Lee set. I was real nervous about getting them in and out. I thought I was going to damage the disc. I thought,
what is this? What's this, Gratu? Is this from an episode? What episode? Is this a detonator or something from an episode?
What is that from the Catwoman thing?
Yeah, this came with the Catwoman.
I don't know. That looks like a piece of junk to me. Are you sure it's not?
Could those be her goggles that she looks through, like spy
yes,
binoculars?
That's exactly what it is. They're opera glasses. That's what that's what it is.
Oh wow, yeah.
Thank you, Micah. I didn't realize that's what they were.
Can she hold them?
Yeah, she has. There's like 10 little hands that she comes with, and she has a little hand for holding.
I've never seen these toys or know anything about it. I was just guessing. If I were a little kid, I would pretend that she can spy a rich lady down the block, and I want to steal her necklace, and so she swings down and grabs, like she'd be attacking one of your Barbies or something. Yeah,
that's exactly. She comes with a necklace. She comes with a little bag of what looks to be, is that cocaine? Cocaina? It's just it looks like it's uncut diamonds is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then she comes with a big diamond.
Yeah.
Like, what was this called? The Pharaoh's Eye or something like that? He had her cats help her steal or something, right?
Yeah. That was a great series. It's been really tainted by some of these recent made-for-DVD movies.
You think so?
One that had a scene with Nightwing and Harley Quinn. And now they have a Poison Ivy series that's completely dirty and gory, and it's done in the same art style as the original series. So it's just like everything, they have to taint it and destroy it and tear it down and ruin your memory of it, like they've done with everything. Star Wars, everything.
Yeah.
But I saw like 5 minutes of an episode of this Harley Quinn. There's actually people that really love that show. They just think it's great. that people's heads explode and people say the F word constantly, like it's Deadwood or something. And, that's. Oh, he's back.
In a way, it's kind of what The Boys was making fun of, but it was actually also what The Boys became. So it was like, you understand what I'm saying? Like it was, or The
Yeah.
Watchmen, something. In a way, the commercialization of it all, and it actually happened in real time to us later on.
Yeah, The Boys. I never read the comic. I saw the first season of the series, and I saw the anti-American slant of it, and I could just see the mindset behind it.
Yeah, it very much influenced. All of it maybe started by Frank Miller and the Dark Knight Returns.
Right, that and Watchmen. Yeah, so that's what Hollywood thinks everything should be.
Right. And I mean, what was Arkham Asylum was like a #1 bestseller at some point, right?
Yeah.
Well, I partly made it so by going out and buying a copy on Thanksgiving Day, but then I later got rid of it because I
had
just
one too.
I got it and I got rid of it as soon as I could.
Yeah, me too. I think I didn't get rid of it till the 90s when I could sell it to a friend that ran a bookstore. Yeah, it was just an embarrassing thing. It was just an ugly thing in my collection.
I joined like it was a soft cover book club when I was overseas in Korea. Remember those? It was like a record club, but it was a book club. Well, this one was like a soft cover club, and you got to pick like 12 paperbacks, and two of the ones that I picked were Arkham Asylum and the Brian Boland one with the Joker taking the picture on the cover, the famous one.
Oh yeah, Killing Joke.
So I got both of those, and they're both like the second printings because they're like book club editions, but they were mailed to me in Korea. So I didn't really understand. I didn't know anything about what was going on in the comic world at the time surrounding those books. I just ordered them because they were Batman.
Great shape.
But they were good. I enjoyed them both. Even Arkham Asylum at the time, I can remember, thinking it was good because my mind frame was different.
Yeah, well, Killing Joke, I read and I have it, and the artwork's great, but he didn't intend that to be canon, I don't think. Oh, that's great.
Man.
Yeah.
39.
What number is that? The second issue. Is that
really
moisture damage at the top?
A little moisture damage.
Stain. There's a little stain, but it doesn't feel like it's water damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's not all rippled.
Yeah, if we're trading for just DVDs, I might throw that in my pile.
Yeah, I need 3 sets. I'm trying to sell more.
Are you going to sell an entire set or?
Yeah, we need 3. We need 3 sets.
Okay, because it'll take. The thing is, it'll take me a while because I recorded in actual time. I don't have a way of burning a disc in like a couple of minutes. It'll take me 2 hours to make each disc, so just be aware it'll take me a while to get them all done.
Yeah, you'll be working around the clock. Yeah,
pretty much.
You have to be there when it ends, or it's okay if it just ends.
It ends, and then I just have to finalize it. But I don't have to be there when it ends now, so I can do it while I'm sleeping.
That's good.
But what is this? The one you just showed?
Number 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I don't know. What was I talking about? I don't remember.
How long it takes you to make those?
Oh,
before that, you guys were talking about the Killing Joke, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't like that. What happened to Batgirl, and I didn't like Commissioner Gordon being naked on a roller coaster, And I don't remember if there was something implied that happened to Barbara Gordon or Commissioner Gordon.
Something terrible happened to Barbara.
Like besides just being paralyzed, I have that issue. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
that's stuff that I don't want in my comics, and even though I love the artwork in Brian, it was Brian Boland, right?
Yeah.
But you know, it's just
the thing you're not remembering, and I don't blame you, is the Joker then strips her clothing and takes all those pictures of her, and then shows the pictures to Commissioner Gordon.
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
And I could see, I blotted that out of my mind. I had to think about it for a second too.
I had forgotten that, but I thought something else happened. Like,
well, it may have, but
may have been, you know,
yeah,
it may have been implied.
And how? Yeah, throw that one in my pile. Guys, I don't want to be a.
No, that's a great book, and I've got it.
Hog. You guys already have these. Good. But anyway, yeah, I don't like that stuff. And so what year did that come out?
Oh, the Joker?
Not that. I'm talking about The Killing Joke.
88 or 89.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why that group that Captain Strangelife's send that says they don't like comics after 86, is that kind of the reason?
Maybe.
Probably. I don't know if I have that either. What is that, signed by Stan Lee or something? No, that's a horse. I thought it was a Stan Lee signature. You see that there? The horse, I thought it was a Stan Lee signature.
Oh, good. You get two. Yeah.
Are they in the same shape?
Yep.
Well, are they the same price?
Same price, same shape. Yeah.
What is the price?
20.
Yeah, put the one that's in the best shape in my pile. And I got to see if my wife is hungry. We just kind of ate Mexican dinner, but I don't know if she's hungry yet. Yeah, I have that. They were showing that this morning on.
Yeah, I saw that.
Showing that.
I watched some of the guys this morning, and I did the same thing that happens to me almost every week. You know, I hit the reminder, and it goes on, and the show starts here at 7 a.m., and I'm still asleep. So I turn it on, and I listened on my phone, and then I fall asleep after like a half hour. So I made it up until they were talking about ARG, until Shannon was showing ARG.
Yeah, for the first 23 minutes, it was all comments.
Was it?
See, I'm probably dozing in and out. I'm dozing in and out. I'm still in bed, but I have the phone sitting on the other pillow next to me, and you know.
Yeah, I have that issue. It's a great issue. They're reading all the chat, and there was just a lot of people talking. Yeah.
And at some point, I write, "Okay, people, write big words because Rod's going to read everything."
Try and trip him up.
Yeah.
We have that same voice, and it just sounds so snotty. Front door.
I wish you could change it to other voices.
Yeah.
I wish you could change it to Lurch.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
There's really no reason you should be able to. I mean, that's weird that you can't.
You should be able to record your own voice, whatever you want.
Yeah. There were more options, like in 1978 when you would buy like a tape of W.C. Fields answering your telephone. Remember that?
Yeah.
And you would put it on your answering machine.
I think there's a way to do these customized doorbells where you could get the Jetsons doorbell and everything, and but I just don't know how to do all that.
How did your phone rings like Get Smart, right?
No, our man Flint.
Oh, our man Flint.
I think my wife bought a ringtone for me from Apple or somebody. I used to have it would play the Munsters theme, but you know what happens is, oh cool. What happens is something you love, like the Munsters theme, when it becomes associated with your phone ringing, you don't want the Munsters theme to ever become annoying to you.
That's a
Yeah.
good
But it
point.
will, if it's someone calling because your bill is late or something. It's like I don't necessarily like my phone to ring unless it's a friend calling. And
Yeah, that's a great point.
but let's see, John Goris is here. And John Goris, thank you. He sent a postcard today. I just got it. These Wonder Woman covers kind of remind me of the old men's adventures pulp exploitation magazines. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hang on, guys. I gotta run real quick.
All right. Let's see.
Speaking of pulp, I've got to be careful. The books I recently saw, these pulps, they have made me want to go down that trail, and I just can't do it.
No, it's too much of a responsibility. They're too fragile. They're like,
Yeah.
it's like, I think I'm going to collect leaves that come off the tree in October. It's like, they just turn into nothing. I mean,
But he hands them to you, and you think this is 1926, and I've got books in way worse shape than this that are from the 60s. I'm surprised. That may be because it's a cover and then a lot of text, and a lot of people just shy away from the text stories.
well,
But yeah, that may have led to their surviving so long.
well, they were cherished. There's always been people into nerds that have been into science fiction, and those people saved their stuff, and they were put up on shelves, with the spines out. They would collect them just like that was the version. That was what paperbacks were then.
Yeah.
Basically, that there were no paperbacks as we know them. That's what they were, and so people would save them, and but and they weren't like comics. They weren't going to get taken over by little kids. They're going to just, the next generation of little kids grabs them and starts tearing them up. They weren't as interesting to little kids. I don't know, but they need to be preserved. There needs to be people, caretakers of them, but it's too much of a responsibility, and it's too expensive. It's really a rich man's game. And really, I always thought Golden Age comics were the same thing. I thought you were either a kid buying those Golden Age comics and had them from then, and now you trade them with other guys that are the same age.
Yeah,
is what I remember from those comic cons. But I don't know who buys these books that are $500,000 and or I don't know. But yeah, that guy has a pretty impressive collection.
Yeah, he did. He did. I just wanted to pull this out and bring you because I have this.
Yeah.
I have this. But all my pulps are really low grade because they, for me, it had to be affordable. So everything is like $5 and under is what it costs because I bought this stuff about 10 years ago. But it's all still, most of the time the covers are still on there and everything. Sometimes they're missing the back covers.
Something about that cover is very Star Trek-like to me, that particular issue.
Yeah. It's the spaceship at the bottom.
Yeah, it's that, and it looks like Majel Barrett as #1, and then it looks like Majel Barrett as Nurse Chapel.
Nurse Chapel.
Like,
Yeah.
It really does look like her as #1. There's a big resemblance. Yeah.
Yep.
When I first saw pulps, it was at that first comic store that I had, like my first comic shop when I was in 8th grade. And there was a definite separation at this shop in the type of regulars. Like there were little kids like us that were there buying all the new stuff off the shelves. And then there were these old guys that had behind the counter privileges that were sitting back on the couch behind the counter looking through boxes like this and looking at pulps and old Captain Marvel comics, Golden Age stuff, and jazz records this was kind of this was that generation, that crowd of guys that that the character in Ghost World is based on. It's that generation that came before us, the eccentric Robert Crumb type people.
Yeah.
And so it all seemed very prohibitive to me. Not only was it not, I was a kid and it didn't make any sense and I wasn't interested very much, but the prices, I thought that everything would be ridiculously expensive. I thought that I would never be able to afford old comic books.
Well, Strange Life and Time Travel Comics, those two guys go to this convention near the Chicago area, and they said the prices were really good. So I go to eBay and look around, and oh my goodness, on eBay, everybody that has one book, they hope you will buy it for $1 million, and so they can retire.
Really?
The eBay prices are crazy. So I need to get to one of these conventions if I'm going to, add a few more. But so I released that video. Then in the comments, Michael Taylor says, "Hey, this Joe Morton guy, he'd be a good fossil." And I have to delicately reply to Michael Taylor, yes, he would. He doesn't have the internet or a computer and just doesn't care. So then later, Movie World, you guys know he's very young. He sees that comment and he makes a comment saying, "I'm surprised that here you have a guy that has books that showed a lot of things that were going to happen in the future, and yet he doesn't have the internet." That he was making kind of a contrasting. I can't think of the word. So I then delicately tell Movie World in the comments, there are times when I wish that I didn't have the internet. And if it weren't for the fossils or my wife who wants the internet, I'd probably be just happy like Joe. I would just sit back and I'd read all these books and I'd retire and not mess with the world. But and then I told him, I'm sure Joe has seen it by now. He goes to a guy's house to see anything on the internet. So he knew it was coming and he said he'd probably catch it Friday. So I'm sure he's already saw it.
Okay.
Cool.
But,
well, if you pay attention to science fiction stories enough, then maybe you'd be a little nervous about wanting to bring a computer into your
I was
house.
going to just say the same thing. I was going to say that if you look back, it was all kind of a premonitory and was telling us not to have technology. That was what was happening in 1984. We wouldn't want it.
Keep holding that up. So this is 1940s or 50s. Pretend I'm holding up something from the 20s.
Yeah.
The people that were reading science fiction in the 20s, 1920s, they would not put up with the stuff we put up with. They would not put up with, you mean there's people that can, with the touch of a few keystrokes, figure out where you bank, your account, how to get in. They'd pull their money out of the bank. And back then, during the Depression, you put your money in a mattress. The people that were reading science fiction in the 20s would not put up with the stuff that we have come across our TV screens. They certainly wouldn't put up with what's going on in the government. And so they would not want anything to do with the World Economic Forum and all this other junk that's being ramrodded down our throats. So I better stop. I'll get poor Gratu.
No, it's all right. It's yeah. They waited until that generation was gone. The basically the World War II Korean War generation. Once they were out of the way, then they pounced on the population that they had dumbed down, and now it's.
And they waited till they had certain agencies that carry guns. They had them in their pocket because those are the guys that go and make all the arrests. That's why certain people that we know have done things, they don't get arrested. They don't get a knock on the door at 5 a.m. Other people get suddenly surprised by agencies. I'm being very cryptic.
Yeah. H.G. Wells and Aldous Huxley, they ran on it. They were on the other side. They had inside information because of, and that's what they do. They always have to warn us what they're going to do. It's part of their religion. People's just,
Addictive
that's
programming.
crazy. They're just a conspiracy monger, but they always do it. In other words, they believe, because they're Marxists, but they're basically Satan worshipers. And people you either get it or you don't. That what we're up against is Satan worshipers. Hillary Clinton's talking about sacrificing chickens to Moloch in emails. That's not a normal thing. Most people don't write emails like that. And so
in that regard, they're a lot like the Riddler. They give Batman the ultimate clue of how to figure out what they're up to.
Yeah, they're like
exactly
Superman.
right. All these villains in the comic books and the James Bond movies, because it's very looks like Salvador Dali on the back.
Yeah.
Ian Fleming had worked for intelligence agencies, and that's what they do. The Zodiac Killer, they have to warn, what they're going to do, and so what was his name? Fauci said, in the last year of Trump's presidency, he's going to have to deal with a surprise virus. Like, how did you know there would be a surprise thing in 2 years? It's like, so they do that. And then if you're too dumb to pick up on their warnings, then you deserve it. That's basically their whole Luciferian philosophy.
I heard somebody on Facebook say yesterday, he was like, well, if Trump gets elected, there's going to be another, what's it called, where a breakout happens.
Pandemic.
What do they call it?
I'm sure they've got it all planned out. What's
it called? What's it called with the, what do they call it? Yeah, they said, if he gets elected, there's going to be another pandemic.
Well, it'll be directed at children too. And so if you don't want to go along with what they're suggesting, they'll say you're anti-child. And so.
Well, did we see these already, Micah?
No.
I don't know.
There's your Madame Mim. Or Magic.
Do you have that one, Micah?
No, you go ahead.
But do you have it?
No, I don't need it.
I
may have already bound my copy. I've got a bunch of them I've bound, and I just forget the numbers. So
yeah. What year is that from?
I'm gonna guess 71.
Oh,
and I'm probably way off. Nope. Yeah, I'm way off. Yeah.
64.
February 64.
Cool.
That means that came out just a few weeks after Kennedy was killed.
Oh yeah, Mickey's got that little robot guy with him.
Put that in my pile. That's probably not too expensive, huh?
No.
Okay, this is really Micah's territory, so I need to be careful.
No, I've got all. I pretty much have these. Yeah.
That one I have from when I was a kid. That one I have.
Yep.
Micah, aren't a lot of these have reprints in them from the stuff that we have from the 50s, right?
Oh, very common. Yeah.
So I probably have most of this stuff, except I have it in the Dell versions.
Right. In the 60s, though, Marx kept on going. So
who's Beelzebub?
I've got 3 of those.
That's the devil, isn't it? That's the devil.
I know, but in this comic, who's Beelzebub? Is it a cat, I think?
I don't remember.
Is Mim's cat? Is that Madam Mim is in there? Yeah.
That's great stuff. Yeah, there's Mim right there, top right.
Yep, there she is. I love all this stuff, man. I'll take this, Kevin, if it's not pricey, which it probably isn't.
That right there is a great shot of the octopus, man.
I don't have that. I'd like this if that's cool.
got a subscription crease, but still cool.
Oh, it's got this. Oh, it doesn't have the tag like the other ones had.
Oh, if some of those too. I mean, I wasn't even paying attention, but yeah, give me one of those ones. Give me one of those ones that nobody else wants that has one of those subscription stickers on it. I like that.
It'd be funny is just to go put it in the mailbox at that address.
I'll take one of those. One of those ones that you
It's
passed
only
over
6 decades late arriving.
I didn't. There you go, like something like that. Yeah, sure.
What state is it from?
You want this one?
Minnesota, right?
Moorhead, Minnesota. Yeah, I'll take that one. Howard Osborne III.
He sounds rich.
Yeah.
You have a lot of boxes around that just have random comics in them.
Yeah.
That's great. It's like heaven.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've got it. We were really into the space age. And they've redone that cover a couple times. Ooh. See no evil.
I was going to try to go through and find the episodes where like Meyer first came on and Micah first came on and like string those together, but it was too hard for me to find them. But someday I would like to do like a first appearances live stream. That might be fun.
That would be cool. It's been so long. It's been at least 2 years, hasn't it? It's been 2 years.
Just about.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Yeah, a while back we celebrated our 1 year when I had Crypt Keeper or whatever his name is. I had him do that little spiel.
Right. Hey, could you go back to the Christmas one? That's not a pricey one, is it?
No.
I might have it, but just throw it in my pile. Because I like it's got a UPC code, but I really like that Christmas logo.
I do too. I like it too, and I also like it because my mom used to give me Christmas comics rolled up inside of my Christmas stocking, and a lot of times there would be those.
Wow,
those artsy Christmas comics.
Yeah, I used to have about 30 of those.
Oh, that's cool. I'll take that one. With the boys in the upside down doghouse.
Yeah.
The Jiffy
There's
Pop.
a moose cover. Yep, got that. Uh-oh. Good old Gladstone. Yeah.
Why are the newer ones so much worse?
Well, that was 1989. Gladstone
Look at
Company.
that one with the refrigerator. What was that going on with that refrigerator?
Yeah.
Was
there drawing on it?
Oh,
Yeah.
He's painting angry eyes
Scary.
to keep the kids away.
Oh.
It's intimidating them. Yeah.
I'll take that. Can I get that one?
Go ahead. I've got it. Yeah.
That's cool. I want that. That's
Now that there, Kevin, I might be interested in that one if no one else is. So.
I almost was, but you take it. I was just attracted by the 12-cent. Looks like these are all subscription copies.
Yeah.
Some of them the sticker has come off, but they're all folded.
Uh-oh. Yeah. How much is that one, Kevin?
I'll throw it in if you get some other stuff.
All right.
Or if you get those toys from me, I'll just throw it in with them.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and somewhere you're probably holding on to that Classics Illustrated for me.
Yeah.
There's turkey dinner.
What's the country at the bottom? Oompa
Oompa
Loompa.
Yeah, that's Gladstone.
I have that one from when I was a kid.
Yeah, Og's Bed. Excellent. They
Any
did that
other
story
boxes
3
like
times.
this around?
Yeah. Yeah, there should be more boxes like that.
Oh, kids comic back issues.
We used to just give these away, these to kids after a free comic day when we'd run out.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
One time I think I gave away probably like 500 Archies.
Wow.
I'd show up and say, "Are you out of free comics yet?"
Yeah.
Just to get to the gold key. Nice.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't have that issue. You guys have that?
Now you go ahead. It's got
Oh, well, nah. I don't like that.
Nice. That must be Gil Kane, right? They're sweet. Yep.
Wait, what number is that? 316. Do you have a whole bunch of adventures coming up?
No, I think that's it.
319 and 343.
316.
316 and 343. Oh, that's nice. How much is that? Yeah, could you put that in my pile? 316, 343. I feel like I need to go check to see. Oh, there's another one.
351.
Could you keep the adventures in a separate pile? I'm going to grab an A box from the other room.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one. This one's beat up.
The Trigger Twins.
Inferior 5. Actually, I enjoy Inferior 5. It's pretty good, pretty fun read. It's good. I like it. Oh, there's the Gene Autry. Wow, those Gene Autrys look to be in good shape from here.
Yeah, I'm interested in those, Kevin, if they're really good price.
You guys have seen them before.
This Western stuff looks kind of clean from here.
Yeah, these are nice.
Are these the ones we've gone through before? Every time they seem new.
There must be something wrong with them on the bottom then.
No, it's just that, there was only so many we could get. Oh, wow. That looks brand new. Well, not exactly, but it's nice.
They do have it does have a gloss on it, high gloss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who? Is he on the phone? Okay. Okay. Bulk. I got bulk here. Some guy wants to buy bulk.
What do you mean by bulk?
He wants to buy like dollar books, just bulk stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a couple of jeans.
These I want $10 a piece for.
Oh, okay. Well,
But if you buy 10, I'll do them for 5 each. If you can find 10.
I do have Adventure 316. What was the next one?
Yeah, we're getting you sidetracked, Kevin. Go back to his.
No. If you could do both at the same time. Oh, Trigger Twins. I've never seen that.
It's a Western. Cool.
Yeah, that's neat. I never even heard of that. It's got to be reprints from the 50s.
Want to see?
If they're interested, I'm not really. What was? Oh yeah, it's definitely it's 50 stuff or 60s.
Really, I would have thought it's brand new 70s, but
you think so? It could be, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Oh, that's new. Maybe. That kind of looks 60s to me.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just based on the hairstyles,
You want to see these adventures again?
I just want to hear the numbers so I can see which ones I have. If not all of them. I had 360. What?
I have 359, 351.
Okay, hold on. Okay, this box only goes to 350. Do you have any ones below 350?
I have 343.
Okay, let me look at 343. 3, 2. Yeah, I have that one. Okay, what else?
316.
316, I have that. Okay, so go back to the Westerns. I'll dig up the next A box.
Go through some Westerns, okay.
Yeah, while I dig out the other box. Ugh.
So do 10 for 50. Of any of these photo cover Westerns. 10 for 50 shipped.
Boy, that's tempting, Kevin. As soon as you pulled those out, I saw Dick Tracy in the box, and I thought, well, maybe I spoke too quickly on Gene.
Go through them.
I'm sure Charlton 66 has these. I don't know if Meyer's still with us.
I'm still here. I'm not interested in so I'm not a Gene Autry fan. I don't dislike Gene Autry,
Right,
but I don't
right.
have any more room for anything new.
Yeah,
to be
I
honest.
hear you.
Like I prefer Roy Rogers and Lone Ranger
Yeah,
and Red Rider, and I have a whole other slew of Dell Western titles that I collect.
Yeah.
And I enjoy reading Gene Autry in Dell Western Roundup. I love the 100-page giants, and so I like those. But I just I'm so fragmented at this point, collecting wise, that
Yeah, these are great, Kevin, and I'm sorry we're making you go through them. So
That's okay.
they are awesome. Oh, what's this? Hopalong Castle. Mix.
So do the same. There's the same deal on these Roys and Gabby coming up.
Anything with the photo cover, yeah.
Mm. That's awesome. Whip Wilson. Dynamite stuff. I just know I shouldn't.
Ooh, that was good until you showed the tear. Ooh, now I don't think I have that issue. Where did this come from?
Number 8.
This was in the Western box.
Yeah.
I was just reading one of these, a different issue, like issue 4 the other day. It's good. Still, it holds up. I was enjoying myself. It was funny.
Put it in my pile. I've got the other A box where I can look at those other adventures now.
351 and 359, I think, were his numbers.
351 and 359. Okay. I have 351.
How much was that, Dick Tracy? Yeah.
I have 359. So that was it with the adventures.
That's it for now.
That's pretty cool. It's almost like a
Is
James
the number
Bond.
on is the number on the cover, Kevin? Because I think this is a 4-color. Yeah,
It is. Yeah.
4-color number 34.
Yeah.
Wow,
That's a great thing. Yeah.
that's a good deal, actually, right there. Even for that damage, that's probably a good price.
Yeah.
What is it, 10 or more?
I priced it in the low end of Overstreet.
Right.
Oh, is the price? That's a low end.
That's the lowest end on Overstreet, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. That makes sense. And everything is intact. It's all connected. Staples are there. Cover doesn't come off.
Looks like it only has one. Did it only do one staple?
Yeah. They only did one staple at manufacturing.
Yeah, there's only one in it.
Was that during the war years?
Should be 43.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even. I was reading a text from my wife. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Cover's just it's hanging on for sure, but barely.
Yeah,
That's
good
cool.
stuff. Very good stuff.
How's the back?
Yeah.
That's the back. That's not an interior page.
I didn't know they wrote
Right.
4-color comic on the front cover. I thought it was just inside they put that.
I don't. Where did you see
Around.
4-color?
It's on the cover of this
On
one.
the cover, it said 4-color comic.
Yeah, they switched it around, but really, for most of the entire run, there was never even a reference to the title of the comic. It never
Right.
said 4-color anywhere.
They
From
were
about
just
like
bragging.
1950 on.
Yeah. Yeah, they were just bragging about their color process. They didn't realize that that name was going to stick or catch.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, 4-color comic. Interesting.
Yeah. But the name sure did stick, thank goodness. Yeah. That sounds a lot better than one shot. Everything is a one shot. Yeah.
Right. And it doesn't rhyme with fossil. So
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. Boy, that's a great book, man.
Is that a House of Mystery?
Yeah. Nice detective.
What was the House of Mystery a few back? What number? Oh, it's
84.
got, okay.
Schmutz.
Someone vomited on it or something.
Thing looks like it was in a damn. This guy got to it.
Yeah.
It's like it got burned or something.
Oh, yeah. I think you showed that to us before.
Ooh, nice.
Does that have some damage to it?
Looks pretty nice to me.
What is it priced at?
Haven't priced this one yet.
Oh.
That's a great issue right there. I have this.
You have that issue?
I've been on this for a while. I'm trying to get the whole run of 80-page Giant.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. Yeah.
It's a weird run because the first few of them are just kind of weirdly numbered, and then all of a sudden it's G1, G2, G3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that they expected it to take off, or I don't know what they were doing. Something happened along the way, right?
Yeah.
But it's a really fun thing. I love all the reprints. I love the stuff just like this, the pinups, and it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, put that in my pile.
Sweet. Yeah, a little moisture.
Early 12 center with the big 12 cent.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another copy of that one.
That might be better than the other one, Meyer.
You want this one instead?
Yeah, if that one's better, I'll take that one.
That one's way better.
Yeah, for sure.
Huh?
Yes, please. Work it good.
Wow. Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, Spinnerack has a lot of these good Blackhawks.
I only have a few. I started reading this when it came back in the early 70s, and I really liked it as a little kid. And then now I only have just a few of these. If nobody wants this Blackhawk, I'll take that.
I'm guessing Dick Dillon artist, but yeah, good stuff.
Okay, I'll throw it in your pile.
There's a Harvey. Cool.
How much was that taffy? $40? Okay. Grand Ford cover. And 4 favorites? What was 4 favorites?
Hello, Gary.
Oh, geez. Wow. That's out of my range, but it looks cool. That's for sure.
Wow.
The logo looks very much like an underground comic.
Very nice.
Yeah, it did. I've never seen that before, that international comic. What's this?
Oh, neat.
This one's really cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's where they jumped the shark.
This is a fun read. I've read some of these Catman comics because I bought a Guandonaland book a couple years ago that is reprint, and it's fun. Those are fun comics to read.
This one's cool.
Yeah. Wow.
Stanley. You guys knew that, right? That's Stanley right there.
I learned it from you the last time. Yeah.
Yes. Well, you can definitely tell, can't you? You can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
This one's nice.
yeah, it is. Man.
Want to see the inside of this?
Might as well. Yeah. Joker is the fire marshal. Airwave.
From the new series? Yeah. No. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Well, so far I haven't spent much, so that's a success.
Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good too.
I always get a little nervous when I join Gratu on these things.
You know that that 4-color number 34 was very tempting.
Yeah.
It's a. I don't have anything in my collection that early.
How much was that?
Only
$20?
$20, I think.
Yeah. Really,
$20.
really good and really old.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm noodling still. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. To put it in perspective, I think that was issue 34. If you go back to issue number 9, that's the first Carl Barks Donald Duck. So that tells you you're in a very old, very rare area. Yeah.
Right.
I think Charlton 66 has number 11, whatever that is. A Wash Tubbs or Captain Easy or something like
Yeah,
that.
I think it was. Yeah, or who's that other guy? That other pilot, Slim something or other.
It wasn't Smiling Jack, but it was
Smiling Jack. Yeah.
yeah.
That's
And when
what
he showed that on the fossils, this was about a year and a half ago.
Slim
I
something.
made the comment to the crowd, if you don't know how old that is, just a couple issues before that's the first Donald Duck Carl Barks. So he was in some rarefied air there.
Yeah.
Gary Davis is asking how much that detective was.
He didn't price that, and I would imagine that's a $200 or $300. I don't know.
Forget to set shit down.
Yeah, I don't know if some of those books. I know that Catman. I think he was going to keep for his personal collection, but I'm not 100% sure of that.
Yeah, and I thought that sticker said 520.
Since you mentioned that, some of this stuff about half the house is actually organized. So,
do you have the Guandanaland? Yeah,
it was easy to find these. So,
Good.
what I can tell you about this stuff is that he had it available a couple years ago, all in color.
Oh, the colors look great.
This book has issue 25 through 27, but because all these comics are 64 pages and this has the complete Catman comics, it's not just the Catman stories. This is only 4 comic books.
Sure.
The equivalent of 4 comic books in here.
Can you show me what the backup features look like?
What's that?
Can you show me what the backup characters look like?
Yeah, sure. There's this guy this story is called The Deacon and Mickey. Really good story.
All right. Look like a Terry and Pirates almost.
Yeah, it is like a Terry and the Pirates. Jerry Jr.
All right.
This is an interesting one. The Reckoner. This is a Don Rico comic. The Reckoner.
Okay. The Reckoner.
The Hood by John
All right.
Edelman and the Sons of the Rising Sun. It's a bunch of random stuff you've never heard of before.
No.
The Little Leaders.
So that's like Boy Commandos or.
Yep.
The Reckoner sounded like something between Spectre and the Shadow.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Here's another one. I like this one because look at this. So this character in this story and on this cover, I think that's an actor named Sidney Greenstreet, isn't it?
I don't know.
Also, one thing to look at about this Catman is that look at this cover, how it looks like Robert Crumb style Underground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, with a little bit of DC captioning.
So the deal in here is this is Catman and Kitten. It's very much like Batman and Robin, but instead of him having a teenage boy, he's got a teenage girl hanging out with him all the time. See?
Which is totally appropriate. Yes.
Just as appropriate as Batman and Robin.
Yes, very above board.
Batman and Kitten, I mean, it's much family oriented. I think family thoughts when I think.
Yes, I need to get a young teenage girl sidekick.
Kitten.
Graphic girl.
in hot pants, short shorts. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Oh my goodness.
But these were great, and I lucked out on this because these books you can get this stuff over at Barnes and Nobles, but they're like $30 each. And a couple of years ago, these were like $12 or $14 on Amazon. So that's the bummer of what happened to Gondonaland, is that his stuff used to be affordable, but now it's not.
And he gets away with calling it Catman?
Yeah, everything is exactly the same.
Cool.
Complete Catman comics. So he must have done the entire run. This is just volume 7 and volume 6 that I picked up.
I said that because, instead of Lone Ranger, he has to come up with some weird name,
Yeah, and like Archie and Jughead, he calls Archie as America's favorite teen, and America's favorite teen's best friend is what he calls Jughead.
No, he's got some crack there too, boy.
What were you guys showing?
Oh, looking at that Catman Gondonaland comic, Gondonaland books that I had.
I have his Famous Monsters books that he did.
Those are nice. I wish I had gotten more before he got off Amazon, because now the prices have jacked up. So I wished I had bought more volumes. I only have the first 2.
Did he get in trouble?
No, Amazon got real squirrely and said, we decided we don't want to print all this because we're scared it's copyright and blah, blah, blah.
So he didn't actually get in trouble. He just lost his vendor, his main vendor.
So he has to do all the printing himself now?
No, he's gone to Barnes and Noble, and Barnes and Noble is doing it for him.
Oh.
At a slight increase.
Yes, at actually a pretty, like a probably 30 or 40% increase.
Yeah.
Because the only reason I was buying his books on Amazon is because they would be marked down to $10 or $15 or $20. But now everything on Barnes and Noble is full price, so it starts at $29.99. So I'm like, I'm not wanting it for $29.99. Not when I used to get it for $15. So now I'm like, no thanks. Plus, it's Barnes and Noble. I don't want to have a Barnes and Noble account and start a whole thing and have to, you know what I mean? It's like, that's how they get you with the Amazon. Making it convenient.
Well, thank you for showing this to us, boy.
That was a cool book.
Yes, it is. Milky Way, man.
She's feeding her bear.
Crack comics.
What was the story on these comics again? It was an older couple brought them in.
Minnesota, I think.
No,
but they got all their comics stolen before they got here, though.
It's the same
all
address.
They had them in a storage locker and it got robbed. And that was all they had left.
Man.
Hey, Kevin, can I get that Dick Tracy 4-color for the one $20?
You showed it a while back. There it is.
Yeah, I'll take that. It's 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's my big purchase.
How much is the Black Rider with Stan Lee on it?
That was one I'm keeping.
Okay.
I've always wanted this issue. And I don't want to sell it anyways because I don't know if it's been trimmed.
Oh.
Because it's... I don't know if it was a miscut or if it was trimmed.
Yeah, I see it in there.
What about that International Comics, the EC one? What was that priced at? Oh, yeah.
That's the only one I have of the international comics.
I never really even heard of it.
I've never seen one.
This is it, comics.
What was the question?
How much is this? What's the price on that?
It says 50, but this thing's like
This is falling apart.
this thing's
Oh.
beat up.
Yeah. No thanks.
Kevin,
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm looking at a Black Rider Stan Lee in a slab, and you could see that whole sentence at the bottom. It ends with an exclamation point, and then there's a whole big space after the exclamation point. So yours is very suspect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good eye, Kevin. You could see that probably right off. It doesn't look big enough.
I could tell when I was bagging and boarding it that it fit in a regular bag.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Look at this.
March of the Walking Dead. It's a great title for a text. That might make me actually want to read a text story.
How much was that Spirit book a while back?
What's that say?
August 43, number 28, I think.
Number 30.
30? Oh, okay.
When's the first time they used the term Walking Dead?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You guys watch the show The Walking Dead?
A little bit.
I watched about the first 5 seasons, I think, and then I kind of got bored.
Did you see how they're doing the spinoff?
I watched a little bit of it. What is it called? The Fear of the Walking Dead? Is that what it's called?
I was talking about there's a new spinoff. It has where they're going to New York.
Oh no, I haven't. I didn't know about that. Hey, Kevin, can you pull up that Spirit comic from a while back? Can we look at the price and look at the cover?
Oh, okay.
You want to see the inside?
No, it's okay. Keep moving. It's out of my price range, but
Yeah, me too.
It is very nice though.
Yeah, it is.
What's this?
$275.
It's a 1976 Batman.
What's this?
That's 1962 and number 145. I think I have that issue.
See what this is. Marvel Spotlight.
Number 9.
Monsters on the Prowl. 19.
Have any of you guys ever seen any of those Spirit Archive hardcovers? You know, have you seen those?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? I've been thinking about it, but I haven't actually held one in my hands. What are your thoughts?
I've got a soft cover.
I'll
But-
pull them out. I'll do a show next time I do a show. I'll pull them out and show it. I guess my favorite representation of the Spirit are the Warren magazines, because that's where I first saw the Spirit.
Me too. That's where I first saw it in the ads inside of Creepy and Vampirella, and then I was as a last ditch effort, the only thing there I had to choose between Spirit and Rook, and I took Spirit because Rook was bored me. So I ended up finding out that Spirit was like the greatest comic I had ever read, but I didn't know that it. I didn't understand that it had the history behind it.
Yeah, and I like the shading that Warren gave it. I think Richard Corbin was shading them, and Eisner didn't like what they were doing, but I loved it. It didn't meet his approval.
Meyer, do you have the kitchen sink versions of Spirit?
I have some of them, yeah. I have some of I've like the first 3 issues, and then I also have some of when they switched over into the large format too, to like the magazine size.
I enjoyed the first 6 or so. They were in color,
right?
Not so much on the black and white. Now maybe some people like that, but they were doing such a great job with the colors in the first few. I hated to see them.
The colors. It was at the beginning of the Baxter paper. It was like the beginning of Prestige format when those books came out. 83, 84.
What is that? Oh, that's a book about Ollie Williamson. Cool.
Hey, Kevin, do you have that new that Alter Ego, the Neil Adams one?
Remind me what Alter Ego is.
It's a magazine like Back Issue.
No, I don't order that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I've heard of that. That's the one that's been going on for a long time, right?
Yeah, it's a long time. Roy Thomas started it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any of those.
Oh, wow.
I gave this away and the guy never picked it up.
Oh, it was a giveaway?
Yeah.
So it's for sale?
I could wait another year, see if he picks it up. It's been 2 years.
Wow.
I'd pick this up if I want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what issues does that reprint?
17, 18, 19, and 20.
Oh, cool.
Plus, oh, that's just the cover. Never mind.
They don't do the whole comic. It's just the Captain America story.
I'm not sure. It's sealed. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a great book. It's all fan art from fanzines.
Gumby soundtrack just went up on YouTube.
Oh, did it? Yeah, he must have just put a new one up. It must be that same guy.
Yeah, I followed him because you were telling me about him.
Yeah, let's see what he just did.
Oh man. I think I got another box of toys.
Craft together something special in York with Kraft Natural Cheese. We always find our way back home.
Was that the Gumby soundtrack?
Yeah, what he just put up 1 minute ago is Happy and Gay, 2 versions. It looks like it's only 29 seconds.
What's the name of this channel?
Wiley Vision Music. All one word. WILEY Vision Music. And he also has up not just Gumby music, but the music from Drive-In Intermission countdowns without the voiceover, telling you to go to the snack bar. Oh yeah, I remember you had that in your trunk of your car.
Oh, that's
Somebody needs to hang this up on their wall.
Isn't there some damage to his foot or something?
Yeah, but just paint it red.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What's it made out of?
It's wood, I think.
Huh.
What would that sell for?
I don't know. What do you think?
I have no idea. That's pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to fix it.
Well, I might be interested depending on the price. I can hide the foot behind something. I don't know who he is.
See, those look like a bunch of talking Joe bodies.
Yeah. I used to pretend those were bullet holes. The speaker in his chest.
Good idea. I never thought of that. Good thinking, Ken. The Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah, you can hypnotize viewers.
Into buying your new DVD.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's bought one yet. Probably not.
Anybody need a Wampa box?
Maybe not.
Then a magic kit.
Huh.
H. Magic kit.
Wow.
RoboCop.
Thing, right? That thing that was gonna. Well, maybe not. That's the Robo Command.
There's another Gumby soundtrack just went up.
Oh, he's really at it. Sesame Street.
Wonder Chosen. Looks like Wonder Chosen. Cool.
I gotta dig out some dollar books for somebody. I'll be back.
All right. I'm gonna shit.
Comics by the pound.
I'll be right back. I gotta check on the refrigerator.
All right, sounds good. How much are they? Let me check. Let me look and see. Yeah, 5 days. What kind of stuff is it? Anyways, I was working for a software company. In Nashville, Texas. Where do you involve?
start to not make sense. So unless I could rewrite the lecture. It's only hard. Huh? So when I went to Nashville, I offered
If there's a dial on inside of a refrigerator, and it was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would 0 be the coldest or 5 be the coldest?
5 would be the coldest, but you want to be like at 2.5 or 3 usually, like in the middle.
I think it was about 3, but she was saying that the stuff wasn't cold enough.
Yeah, I think you need to increase the number to increase the work of the
So like 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I put it down on 0. I need to go back down and put it on 4 then. So you got some Charltons there?
I just found one in a box just now.
Oh, okay. Did Charlton 66 get back to you about those war books?
No, he never did. What are these things?
Oh,
Like British Legos or something?
They're from England, yeah.
That's a really cool set.
You think it's all here? Let's see.
I haven't seen that. You know, Britain's is a really neat company, that the British like tin soldier company that later went on to make really cool stuff in the 60s and 70s that Gratu and I grew up with. These are like this would be like a top tier kind of a high end toy. That like this a rich kid's toy is what this is. Right, Gratu? Wouldn't you? I would call this a rich kid's toy.
Did you have to? Were they sold here?
Yeah, it would have been an import though. So it would have been sold like at a specialty toy store or behind the counter at a regular toy store, like in the import department. It would have cost more, or like FAO Schwartz, or like what's
Thing's pretty cool.
Spiegel catalog or something. Yeah, it looks really thick. This looks really cool. So
Ooh, check this out. It has like a.
Everything they made was really high quality.
They're like they're like in a gyro, so they stay stable when you make turns.
Wow, that looks cool.
Yeah, they're in a gyrosphere.
Yeah, I would say this is more like them trying to compete with Micronauts. What do you think, Gratu? I think he's gone. Oh, he went to go turn the freezer down.
It's a cool UFO.
Yeah, and so it has all these pieces that plug together. Is that what it does? Like Lego style or something? Jeez, it looks brand new. It looks like it's brand new.
Yeah, there's no scratches on it.
Like it's all been put back.
Looks brand new to me.
And it has the figures. Can you show
look
me
at
what one of
this.
the figures?
It's like still sealed up. Oh, it's all still on the spruce.
What the figures look like? Oh wow, there's little stuff is still connected to the sprues.
Yeah.
Like
there's the instructions.
Oh, cool.
What are these? Oh, whoa.
I'd like to see a figure if you can see. There we go. Okay.
What are these?
Those are the figures. They have metal stands so that they don't topple over.
Probably lead, huh?
Yeah, it's that's how all their figures were. So remember how I said these were high end? So the army men that they made would be plastic, but they would have metal stands so that you know how the problem of how when you play with little army men, they if you shake the table, they fall down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They solve the problem by having heavy metal lead stands at the bottom.
This one's crazy because he's metal and then he's also rubber.
He's an alien. Yeah. So I've never seen this science fiction stuff before. I only have the Western stuff and the medieval stuff. They made knights and they made cowboys and Indians, and they made Persians to fight the knights. They had made like Crusaders versus Turks. Yeah, man, if you're not going to keep this, which I would if I were you, but if you're not, after you do some research, let me know what you're going to ask for this because I might be interested.
Okay. Look at this guy.
That's really cool.
More Gumby soundtracks going up.
They did a lot of like interesting things, like with their medieval knight figures. They actually made dragons that were actually pretty cool. I have a couple of them, and they're pretty neat. They were thinking outside the box. These guys that worked at Britain's.
Oh, this is cool. Their little arms. Spring loaded.
Huh. They had a good logo too, and that logo is classy, isn't it? That Britain's Limited logo that they have.
I mean, these things are well made.
Yeah, that's what they're kind of like. So the other stuff. So at these specialty toy shops or at the counters, you would buy Britain's, you would buy Corgi. That's another one, and Dinky. So that was like the more expensive, like die cast and.
This part's metal right here.
It was like the implication was that European toys that were imported were made of higher quality, and this was like in the 70s when this was happening. But even though this toy is probably from the 80s, I'm guessing. I don't know for sure. I'm going to guess this is like from 1982. I don't know for sure though.
82. Let's see. It looks like I have more figures than it shows.
Yeah, it only shows 4 there. I love that. That picture probably is the entire contents of the box. That's going to be able to help you completely. Plus, you have the instruction sheet, but that's probably everything you need.
They don't even show the aliens.
That's weird. And you have the aliens.
Oh, look at. And the other side of the box has a whole nother toy.
That's a whole other set. The date will probably be on the instruction sheet.
Was this like a dual purpose box or something?
It looks like it. It looks like it was. Here we go. Oh no.
I don't see nothing. No date.
How about on the instruction sheet?
Let's see.
Dude, thanks for showing this. This is sick. If you're interested, I have a lot more Britain stuff that I could show you that is stuff that predates this. The stuff that I have by them is stuff that I grew up with when I was a kid in the 60s and 70s. But I never owned this toy that you're showing right here.
It looks like the instructions for the other toy, maybe.
Huh.
Or is
Space
it this?
Star Guards. How about if you flip it over, is it a different sheet?
No.
No, it's just blank. This really looks like like they're competing with Micronauts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is what Micronauts looked like in the beginning in like 1978 or something. Everything happened. It all blew up after Star Wars. Then all of a sudden, you got to stop making army men and knights and cowboys and Indians. Instead, we have to make spacemen and aliens. So all the toys had to be like space oriented. Yeah, so you just have to Google search this and find out. This could be quite rare. It might be you might have something here that might be worth some money. It's cool. I haven't seen it complete like this before. I've never seen this stuff like this.
A pretty cool set, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty neat. The figures even have the metal bases like you know, the ones that we played with in the 70s, but the ones that the metal bases that are on these spacemen and these aliens, these bases came from another set of figures that Britons made that were called Swap It, where they were like spacemen and aliens and knights, but they had that weird shape that you showed of that lead base, the first one that the aliens were on. So they're reusing that base from some other earlier stuff in the 60s. Yeah, Swap It Spacemen is what they were called. And that one horse, that one knight that you have, that you got like in Germany, that large one that remember how they're like modular, kind of how they kind of come apart, and just also like your King Arthur's castle.
If you know, if you like that kind of stuff, so basically that. Hold on, guys. I got to get some more boxes out.
Okay.
They'll be gone by then.
Just bring them out, Kevin.
What happened to Mike? Is Mike okay?
I don't know. Looks like the lights are off, but I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah, I can't remember if he said that he'd be right back and he had to take care of something. Maybe he did.
Well,
I don't know. It might be getting time.
If he wasn't coming back, I guess he would have turned his camera off. I don't know.
That's true. I suppose so.
He's bringing out dollar books for somebody. Is that what you gather?
I think so.
So this, so Fort Benning is being changed to Fort Moore. Is that right?
I don't know. Fort Bragg to something else too. Like Fort Bragg's going to be Fort Liberty or something like that. I heard something bullshit. Bullshit. Why would they change Fort Benning to Fort Moore? It's stupid.
Well, Moore was a Vietnam hero. I heard Mel Gibson talking about how great it was because that's the guy that he played, I think, in We Were Soldiers.
Really?
After him.
Oh, okay, maybe.
So he
maybe Benning was some sort of Confederate general or something.
I think it was something from the Civil War. Yeah,
probably was. It's just it takes away from the history and the tradition of the place. Why would you change the name because of you want to steal the it's wrong. It's wrong. Start your own army base someplace else. Start your own army, because you can't change. Fort Benning is the home of the infantry. Fort Benning is the home of the airborne and the home of the infantry. So in other words, you need to go and start your own new army with your own new infantry and your own new airborne, because our infantry and our airborne, they train and live at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yeah.
So that's bullshit.
I don't think anyone even thinks about where the name came from. It's just
never. No one cares. ever. But it's called Benning's School for Boys for a reason. It's called Benning's School for Boys because that's where you grow up and become a man and learn to hate the world. You get like ultimately black belt. Just being honest. Take on the whole responsibility of the entire world. You become the ass wiper of the world.
You have this book?
Yeah, I think is that the one with a kind of a gold cover? I didn't
Mine's
see.
missing. Mine's missing the cover.
What's it called?
I don't know. It's missing this thing. Oh, completely mad.
Yeah, I have that. Oh, that's good.
Looks like a Garbage Pail Kid, huh?
Yeah, a little. Oh, that's pretty great.
These are cool, man. That's neat.
I had to clean out my car.
This was in your car. Oh, that's great. What the heck is that?
It's really awesome, man. Do you sell things like this?
I have.
That looks
I don't know
cool.
anybody. I don't know anybody that would buy that one.
Heck, I'd buy that.
Yeah, I would too. I was going to ask you how much you wanted for it. I don't want to put any pressure on you trying to research that kind of thing, but that looked cool to me.
Yeah, you take it, Meyer. I just thought it was funny. I
Looks like
don't
a
know what it
He-Man
is, but
knockoff.
it's funny as heck.
I think it's a He-Man knockoff. That's like not an actual He-Man.
It's
The
better than
Mexican
any
He-Man.
He-Man I've ever seen in my life.
No, I think it's like a Mexican dinosaur He-Man.
What is that?
Get this. I love how it says get this on the top.
Oh, that's great.
That is awesome.
Is that for sale?
I don't know what to sell it for.
That's really cool. Look at this bag of spiders.
Is there knockoff He-Man from dollar stores or $5 and dime?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Is that for the G.I. Joe?
That's Big Jim.
Big Jim?
That's from Big Jim.
Looks like the Weirdo's helmet.
A little bit smaller than it's from the Big Jim motocross motorcycle set. A little bit smaller than G.I. Joe. I think Big Jim is 10 inches tall and G.I. Joe's 12 inches. Wow, I used to love this type of stuff, these flies. I would always get these at the magic shop and Disneyland. Remember the fake ice cube with the fly in it? Remember all that? And I would always want to do this and play with these when my aunts and my uncles would come to visit to try and trick them, you know?
Yeah.
I have ants, flies, and spiders.
Wow.
Pick and Save. Do you guys have those anymore?
We not anymore. We used to. They used to be all over California. I think they're completely out of business. I don't think they exist anymore.
Did you guys ever have Yellow Front?
No. Pick and Save was real popular. It was like before Target and Walmart. I think Pick and Save was like kind of like that. I don't know. What is this? What is that?
You can hang it on your wall. It's like a billboard. You could put figures on there, you know?
Yeah, that's really cool. And what is it? It's for maybe mostly for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
think that's what it is. What's it say right there?
2013 Viacom International Playmates Toys. I bet you this is a Turtles thing because that's
Yeah.
Playmates. It says Mutant Brothers 3-Ring Circus. I've never seen that before. It's pretty cool looking, actually.
Another one?
Bring them all out.
Yeah.
What does this go under?
Hold on. I'll be right there.
No, I'm ringing them up.
That's a case book. I'll be back.
Okay.
Those are knockoffs Herman from dollar stores. Okay, there's a channel.
I think he means He-Man.
Oh, He-Man. Okay, I see. Thank you for the talk. Yeah. It's just funny stuff, I think, right? I mean, it's goofy.
Yeah. That one that said "Get This" was pretty funny too.
Yeah, I'd never seen anything like that. That's funny, huh? Like something that would be at like one of those souvenir shops at the beach, on the East Coast where they sell fireworks, towels, tanning lotion, sunglasses, and sandals, bikinis. Those ones, and that's what it reminds me of. Those places in south of the border, South Carolina.
Or a Stuckey's.
Stuckey's, there you go. Stuckey's, exactly. Stuckey's, wow. Stuckey's was good, man. I liked Stuckey's.
Yeah.
Kind of made traveling fun because you would always keep passing those Stuckey's, and you know that you were always going to be able to stop and get a good breakfast.
I saw the Stuckey's when we were moving a year ago. It was in, I think, just on the other. It was in Texas, but I wanted to stop, but we just couldn't. Let's see what's going on in California. We're getting emergency broadcast warnings for flash flooding from the 20-foot mountain snowpack mire.
Oh, no kidding. Really? In Fresno County, I wonder?
Still have that loader for the wheel?
Oh, let me see if Robert's got one.
Yeah.
So yeah,
mountains.
well, what's happening here is that down there where he lives, like in about a 10-day period, it's probably jumped about 20 or 25 degrees. So it went from like 85 to now 105 or something in about 10 days. And the furnace is gonna turn on. And so what's gonna happen is all that heavy snowpack that still exists way up in the Sierras, like in Yosemite, and way up like Kings Canyon National Park, where there's like these 10,000-year-old redwood trees. So all that snow is melting really quickly, and it will flash flood into the valley. And then there's certain towns in the valley that will get washed away, perhaps.
Oh boy.
Yes, 210 feet of snowpack, he said.
Oh boy.
That's gnarly. It's going to be crazy.
Does that often happen, or is this so?
It does. It not often, but they prepare for it by they created all these things. I think they're called sloughs that is supposed to prevent this, and it goes back years and years because like even in the cowboy days, they were already dealing with this sort of thing and trying to prevent ways to divert the water and try to divert the melt, and to preserve the valley where they're growing all the crops year round because it's California. It's the most fertile ground in the whole country, or maybe the whole world, and it barely ever freezes, so you can grow basically everything here year round. So from the very beginning of them discovering that, it was very important to understand how to control the water and stuff and prevent the crops from being washed away or frozen or messed up.
Yeah.
You can stand up in there. I could use a storage, but I don't like to.
maybe he said he was going to go eat or go. He had to go help his wife or something with something. I think I'm going to go eat too.
Oh, okay. His lights are back on, but
his lights are back on. So what are you gonna keep going? What's going on with you? You gonna
well, she's not hungry yet, so she's talking to her mom upstairs. I'm kind of waiting for her to be hungry, and then I was gonna go grab some food and come back, and then I was maybe gonna run some reruns in the background, hoping maybe someone will get some people interested in buying the discs.
well, I'm going to hang for a while longer to see what Kevin to see.
Yeah,
what
I know it's you don't know what's going to be there. I wonder what this what's going on with Martin Scorsese. Thunder applause for Scorsese and Cannes. Let's see what movie he's made. Killers of the Flower Moon opens to thunderous ovation.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Well, maybe the longest standing ovation ever. The applause sounds like hard rain on a rooftop. Oscars for everyone. Scorsese turned the story of the murders of the Osage Indians in Oklahoma into a mob allegory and a cinema classic at the same time. It's a thrillingly intimate and powerful film that is the equal of any of the director's other hits and his best film since Wolf of Wall Street, or maybe ever. Scorsese is a mind-blowing director, aided by editor Thelma Schoonmaker, another genius. Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert De Niro, and Lily Gladstone lead a superb cast, really spot on and insanely good as they tell the story, which really happened and is adjacent to the tragic killings of blacks in Tulsa that led to the Juneteenth memorials. The movie is based on the bestseller by David Grann, who uncovered this heinous crime story. So it was William K. Hale was a monster from Fairfax, Oklahoma in the 1920s. Native Americans were making millions, yes, millions, when oil was discovered on Osage property. Or is it, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Osage? I don't know. Scorsese and screenwriter Eric Roth lay this very carefully. Hale, a sort of cornpone Don Corleone, realizes how much money is coming in, and he wants it. He and his thugs start killing off members of the Osage to get the money. So it's a true story from 100 years ago. It sounds interesting. I didn't hear anything about this movie being made, so just suddenly it came out of nowhere, and apparently it's well loved.
Yeah, I never heard of it. It sounds like it probably meets most of those ESG requirements.
Yeah. So about he's saying every 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, they have that major melt. The big melt happens probably about every 5 or 6
Well, they'll blame it on global warming and say we need electric cars because of this that's happened.
It's silly because I mean our whole life, that valley where he lives and where my family is from and where I used to live, I've lived on and off throughout my whole life. It's been 115 degrees in the summer our entire lives. It's been completely normal that for 4 months in a row it's 100 degrees outside. Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just because it's California. It's not because the sun is getting hotter.
No, Meyer, one of the great things about Twitter is every now and then they'll show you a picture from 1921. It'll be Ellis Island, and so you see how far up the Statue of Liberty is from the water.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll show you a picture today, and the water level is right there where it was 100 years ago.
The same in my neighborhood. So there's pictures because of where I live. You know, you've seen where I live. There's plenty of pictures of this whole place because it's kind of a famous place. So the water, my beach hasn't changed in 100 years. It's been basically the same. The tide goes in, the tide goes out. It stays the same. It hasn't. There's been no change. Those houses are 100 years. Some of them are a couple of them are 100-year-old houses that are built in the same spot as close to the beach as they could get. In the same, the water hasn't. You know, they're. You know, we know. anyway, and then like in certain places, like down south, like in Carmel, recently this past year, Brad Pitt just bought this new castle in Carmel, like for $40 million or something. And this is like 100-year-old castle that's built on the cliffs of Carmel. And I mean, talk about as close to the water as you can possibly get. And it hasn't been affected by anything. It's still been there, and it's been clearly, it's where the richest people in the world live, and they're not worried. They're not trying to move away from there because they're afraid their castle is going to fall in the ocean. It's still there.
There are sometimes I wish I could go, like if I could impersonate a sixth grader and go to a public school, one that's been assigned you have to do the word's escaping me. It has to do with science. You had to make like a big diorama and prove something. And then you were judged by your science booth.
Okay, the science fair.
Yeah, something like that. And I would
make the volcanoes. A lot of kids.
Yeah.
Make a volcano, right? Because you prove how the pressure would build up, and
right. But I would do it on. Here are pictures from 100 years ago. I would go against the science, and I would say, we are not in any danger, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure I would get an F, unless today's schools don't bother with grades. But if they didn't bother with grades, they'd probably revive that just to give me an F. But I would be a stinker. The teacher would say, so I'd want to pop my hand. And I bet, give me 3 weeks, and I could convert the whole classroom to where the teacher will say something, and then they'll look at me like, do I agree?
We need a kid like you in every school, every elementary school. That's what we're missing is we need people that question authority, and that actually want to, like, that's the reason. Scientific theory, you got to look at both sides of the coin, and they want you to trust the science. That's the whole basis of science, is that you can't trust it. You have to disprove it. You have to prove that it's right, or prove that it's wrong, or prove that it's fact. And instead, they've turned science into myth, right? Because don't trust your eyes and your ears. Just believe me. This is the truth.
I think they called that a science fair.
Science fair is what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, you would have been great, man. I mean, too bad there's not kids like you.
Well,
Tulare Lake is refilled.
But back then, I just wanted to. What do you want me to? What can I do? The bare minimum, just so I can go back to my desk and draw Superman.
Right.
I didn't want to participate at recess. I just wanted to goof off. They said, let's get over here and do kickball. No, thanks. I'm going to go over here and pretend I'm Wolverine. So while I've been gone, I bet he showed Action Comics 1 through 15, and they were all rock bottom prices.
Yeah, he's just giving them all to Gratu for Gratu letting him sell the DVDs at his joint.
Yeah.
The whole thing is they got some sort of a racket going. They're passing stuff under the tables.
She's got indigestion. I'm going to run to this gas station to get an aloe drink, but I'll leave everything going.
Okay.
Everything's close by.
Hey, Gratu.
Yeah.
Do these episodes have any commercials for Gotham City in them?
I put a Gotham City commercial in 1 or 2 episodes. I could start putting it in every one if you want, the one with Godzilla. It just has the wrong address at the end.
No, I wouldn't want you to put them in all of them. People get sick of seeing it.
It might be in the 2nd or 3rd episode.
I think people get sick of seeing it over and over.
Yeah, I don't think I did it more than twice. I used this one from Oklahoma maybe twice from the 90s. I think it's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna see. I'm gonna if I can. All right, I'm gonna just leave it this way. I'm gonna come right back.
It's hot in here.
Hey, what's the temperature in Arizona?
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, it's got to be 100, 102. It's 5 o'clock, so yeah, high 90s.
It's 67 here.
That's perfect. That's like the perfect temperature, 67.
I think so. You couldn't swim, but this, if you were camping in a sleeping bag, this would be great.
Ow.
Uh-oh. Fibber McGee's closet. No one under 30. No one under 30 understood what I just said, Meyer.
You know, it's funny you just mentioned that. I was just talking to my cousin the other night, and we were talking about old stuff and old people. And I was telling them about how I used to play cards with some of those our old aunts and uncles when I was a kid. And I can remember asking my Aunt Millie what her favorite TV show was in the 70s, like probably about 1975. I asked her that. And she said, I don't know. I don't really care for the TV that much. But the best show of all time is on the radio, and it's Fibber, McGee, and Molly. And a bunch of the people at the table, they all nodded their heads. They're all like, yep, Millie's right. Best show ever is Fibber, McGee, and Molly. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know anything about it, but I just remember that. And I remember them joking about that closet.
I can find one. Number 3. Okay.
Something about the messy closet. But yeah, it was a very popular show.
The comic store I used to go to, Book Rack.
Ooh, 3B. Let me check.
You've heard me mention that Joe goes to that one as well, but we didn't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
That bookstore had a whole display of old radio programs. And one day I was bored. I'm just a little kid. And I said, can you recommend one? And that guy told me, you'd probably like Jack Benny. And so I got that, and I thought that was dynamite. So then I got the Shadow, Green Hornet, Superman, Lum and Abner, Dennis Day.
3B is that purple one.
Got a bunch of those.
I have one. You want me to put more out?
Yeah.
Fibber McGee and Molly.
Of this one,
Yeah.
we have no 3s out.
No 3s out?
No.
Weird. Are you sure they're not just down below? Right there.
Later on in cartoons, there was a cartoon that mimicked Fibber McGee and Molly. If you'll recall, Tennessee Tuxedo.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, of course I remember Tennessee Tuxedo. I didn't know that.
He would go see that smart guy, Phineas J. Whoopi.
Okay.
And Phineas J. Whoopi would open up the closet to get the 3D sketch chalkboard, whatever that was, and a bunch of stuff would come crashing out of there. And just like Fibber McGee's closet.
Okay.
And then, of course, he'd find the 3D and he'd stretch that thing out and he'd draw the little picture. And
I remember liking Tennessee Tuxedo. I didn't know that was a. So many of those cartoons were derivative of that other adult media, weren't they?
I thought a Tennessee Tuxedo was a mullet.
It's the guy from Get Smart.
Right. Don Adams. And what's the name of the walrus? What's his?
Chumley.
Chumley. What a great name. What a great name. Chumley.
Now, isn't that the same guy from Pawn Stars? Don't they call him Chumley?
Well, yeah, they're naming him after that guy. But
yeah, they're naming him after the guy from Tennessee Tuxedo who looks.
Because he's
Chumley looks like Chumley, actually. So Chumley, the real Chumley, the new Chumley from Pawn Stars, resembles him.
How many 3Bs you want?
I want to eat something, but I don't know what I want.
That purple one I just handed you. Okay, you need 2 more.
And on Tennessee Tuxedo, the zookeeper was Stanley Jackson, or no, Stanley Livingstone.
It was Stanley Livingstone. Yeah.
And
So
I didn't put
in that block with Tennessee Tuxedo, was it also Go Go Gophers?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, there was a few shows that were played, and the other one with the Simon and the dog.
Yep, Mr. Peabody. Well, that's
Mr.
Mr.
Peabody.
Peabody is Bullwinkle stuff.
Oh, okay. Then I'm wrong. Yeah.
But as a kid, I never put two and two together as far as the zookeeper of Tennessee Tuxedo, Stanley Livingston. In the late 1800s, the great missionary goes to Africa, and his name is Dr. Livingston.
Dr. Livingston, I presume.
And they send a guy named Stanley to go find him because they haven't heard from him in years.
Yeah, it was a famous story.
It's the famous Dr. Livingston, I presume, when they meet each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, wait a minute, this guy is Stanley Livingston. That's both names put together. Maybe that was a coincidence, but I thought, is that a hidden connection? And then because all these animals you might find, out exploring, like in Africa and places like that.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe I was overthinking it.
No, I think it was intentional. I mean, those old cartoons were filled with inside jokes because the guys that were writing them, didn't want to get bored, so they were like making each other laugh, and also taking into the account that half the audience is probably going to be adults anyway. So like that's what was going on with Bullwinkle and Super Chicken or George of the Jungle. Those were cartoons that were both palatable for children and adults, and they were being watched by. Sometimes those cartoons were even on when I was a kid in the 70s. They were on in the early evening. Like I can remember seeing like Super Chicken like after the evening news at like 5:30 or 6 o'clock at night or something, like before before prime time or something, or on a Sunday evening or something like that.
Yeah.
So when it come back.
Well, because he was trying to put it off.
Well, I tell you what, Meyer, I'm gonna go run and get a spirit book to show you, and I'll turn on a light. My light was on a timer. I sat down, and then the thing went off. So I'll be right back.
All right.
Play game.
Let me click here and read some of these comments.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So Tulare Lake was the biggest freshwater lake west of Mississippi and was at its deepest 8 or so feet. It was basically a huge pond. In wet years such as this, it reclaimed itself seriously about every 40 years and a little once in a while about every 10 years. Hey, Fester, what was the name of that town that was buried under that's submerged forever? What is the name of that town in that same? Was it the Tulare Dam, or what's the name of that dam where an entire town was sunk underwater? Is that same place you're talking about? I'm going to monitor the chat if you're still watching, but I think you're reminding me of that. I don't know if we're talking about the same place, but there was a place there that was like a town that it was like out of a horror movie. All these people had to move because they were going to build a dam and sink a town, submerge an entire village in underwater, and it did. That's what happened. And so you can go there, and there's like buildings that are submerged and underwater, right?
Hey, do you have any more 1Bs?
I'm kind of interested in that Ghost Rider. It looks cool to me.
I don't think I have any more on these. 260? Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
This Ghost Rider is cool, huh?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm kind of considering it. What's the price on that? I haven't seen it yet.
They sell it on Hasbro Pulse.
Oh, you have to order it from Hasbro Pulse.
Yeah, I think it's like $20.
Oh wow, that's completely affordable. Well, that's cool.
I mean, there's not much to it. It's a tiny little figure.
Oh, okay. I see now. Yeah, it's a 5-point figure.
I don't have any of those. I don't carry these because they don't sell.
I see. I get you.
So I ordered it on Pulse.
I thought it was the Marvel Legends at first. I didn't realize it was the little tiny 3.75.
If it was Marvel Legends, I'd carry it.
Those that last couple that you showed, Micah. So are those the spirit? Is that the numbered? What is it called? The archives. Is that the archives?
It's kitchen sink, and I can wait. He's back if you want to look at that.
Okay, I think that's a different one. I haven't seen that one. That's not the one. I've been looking at this like an archive collection. They're like numbered. They're hardback.
No, I picked this up probably in the 1990s. I was running around Kansas City and saw it.
Cool. The brown boxes are behind it that they go in.
My bad.
No, it's all good. Some people don't care about that part, but the slipcase, but I'll just throw them away if you don't want. Yeah.
Unless you want me to take them up.
I'm just gonna toss them if you don't want them.
Okay. No.
Email at the bottom.
Take them all the way home and then we'll.
They're gonna go into somebody's garbage. Yeah.
Yeah.
See ya. Thanks for coming in.
My card now.
Yeah.
I'll be around. Me and my son will always be here. All right, later.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, I'll email you.
Yeah, Meyer, it's 1996.
You
And
might fold it back up.
it's
That
got
one, kick it.
18 stories,
Kick that one.
including the cover story. She is a girl that will drain you, then move on to the next guy, and that happens in this book.
Yeah, there's a lot of those in there. Like that girl. I think her name is Sans Serif.
That's like, yeah.
That's her. She's like the main recurring ball busters. I call him. He's got a lot of. There's a lot of recurring ball busters in those strips. There's about three.
Every now and then, Denny Colt would come back and be like he's returning from the grave.
Yeah, so cool, dude. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
The guy was a master. What he could do with black and white was ridiculous, and I don't know. He's just great. So good.
Now, I prefer color, but that's still pretty good. So
I started like Rafi was saying at the beginning. My discovery of that was the Warren magazine size. Then it was in black and white. So when I first started reading the Spirit, it was in black and white.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the kitchen sink ones in color until a few years.
Oh God! Yeah, that Eddie Murphy was soft.
But there's a Muppet special too, I heard.
Yeah, that one was good.
You saw it?
Yeah, I like
The
that one.
Muppets.
Master.
It's cute. I mean, it's the Muppets.
He did this other. I think Kitchen Sink put out another book that was called John Law Detective. I think is what it's called that Will Eisner did. Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard the name, but I never read it.
Only a couple issues. I think maybe it's a 2-issue series, but it came out the same time as The Spirit did by Kitchen Sink. It's the prestige format on the Baxter paper, the glossy color.
Okay.
Buy if you want.
No, that.
Well, anyway, this was my first experience with the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd always seen him. Of course, he's on a cover of one of the old Overstreet price guides, and so I knew that was a thing, but that was something that is long gone. I'll never see it. But when I found that book in '96, and then I discovered Kitchen Sink had made a few of the comics.
Guys have a good day.
Then the internet, and you start to realize, wow, this Spirit. You can get your hands on it if you order it. It's never going to fall in my lap here in this little part of the country I live in, but I guess places like Chicago, that was common. So he was showing you a Ghost Rider when I walked in.
Ghost Rider, yes. Did you not see it?
Well, I saw pieces of it, and I didn't want to interrupt.
I don't want to open it. I'm gonna leave it in the box.
It's little. It's like the size of the reaction figures. It's like a 3.75. So basically, the illustration on the outside of the box is kind of looks cooler than the actual figure probably does.
He's a great looking character, great look. I just never got it, and I didn't like what Marvel was doing with it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have revamped it. I would have made him not so much in the supernatural, but just like a Punisher type character with that skull. I would have had him as going after the criminal element in the biker kingdom, or I don't know. That probably would have fell on its face.
I think I got moved. I moved around.
That was what that other Hell Rider was. Kind of the same guy that wrote Ghost Rider before he wrote Ghost Rider. He wrote this book called Hell Rider that was only a 2-issue black and white magazine for what is it? One of those for Atlas Seaboard or something like that.
I sold. You were saying right, Leonardo,
non-supernatural Ghost Rider, basically.
Yeah,
I just know because I got it. I bought it from Guadalajara for cheap, and I read it all a couple of years ago. It was pretty good.
You didn't want the outer boxes.
It's the guy whose name we all know. The guy who wrote it. I can't remember his name.
So we got extra outer boxes now.
Gary.
You were Mikey and
it doesn't matter.
Sam
I liked Ghost Rider when I was a kid, but it was all new at the time, and it would be very rare. I only have a couple issues because certain stuff would probably fly off the stands at that time in the 70s. So when I would get to the store, all the best stuff would be gone. So I only managed to get a couple issues of Ghost Rider when I was a kid. And so it seemed like something special to me at the time, and I liked it.
And I might be a year or two younger than you. Mm-hmm. I wasn't really enthusiastic with motorcycles so much. Yeah, I don't know what's doing that.
That was funny, huh? We got shuffled around. It's like
I think his connection is faltering, and so it rearranges us, and then it adds him back to the stream, and then
It's like musical chairs. I'm moving around here.
Let's go back. Frederick or Frederick? Oh yeah, Gary Frederick.
Gary Frederick, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I would have guessed Marv Wolfman, Jerry Conway. I would have thrown out a bunch of names.
And found it.
Who helped you, Justin? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes the easiest part of doing all this is doing it in the way that I do it, where I don't have all I'm looking at is my phone, so I don't know. I forget all about the chat. I forget all about the viewers. I forget we're even on a live stream. I'm just hanging out talking to my friends, and I kind of forget that I'm on the internet in front of a bunch of people. So sometimes I ramble, and stories get a little long, and I interrupt and I overtalk.
Cheeky part. I'll get you going. Here. You're gone.
Here. 55.
By the way, last Wednesday, your camera was doing great. I don't know if you found a better spot with the light coming in or whatever, but
I noticed it was like the exact opposite of the week before, and I don't think they even changed anything.
It's awesome.
I might have changed something.
Was it dark? Was it dark and cloudy on the one day?
It might have been. It might have just been the light changing with the daylight savings time, or with the light coming back. It's light here now until like 8 o'clock at night, and when your show comes on 8 o'clock where you guys are, it's 5 o'clock where I am.
Right,
and it's still light outside right now. It's 5:15, and it's completely light. You can see how bright it is in here.
Yeah, it's great.
Windows open. Let me read this. Well, whatever happened last week, it was better than the week before.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, I don't know, but sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. I don't know what it is. Look at all these cards.
Yeah, I would show a ton of football and various cards of, Disney cards, you name it. But it's hard to show that on a stream. Unless you take the camera like he's doing with the phone and holding it down and,
Right, and move the card in front of them
Yeah.
and keep it all.
If I hold up an album of cards, it just kind of, it's
Do you
not
guys
very.
film with Do you guys film with actual cameras?
Yeah, I've got a crazy little one up here.
I just use my phone. Everything I've ever done on YouTube the entire time has been on this exact same
Oh
phone.
shoot!
Every
I've been
video I've
looking
ever
for
made,
these.
every live stream I've ever gone on has been on a Samsung Galaxy 8.
I've been looking for these for like 3 months.
Academy stuff. Yeah, so that's why my stuff is always so crappy. I just use a phone.
What? Use a phone?
Yeah, I've always used a phone.
But right now you're using a camera? Right now you're using a camera though?
No.
Oh, you have a tripod or something?
Yeah, I use a I've got a couple different tripods that I use, so it makes it seem like I'm on the camera, like when I'm walking down the street and doing stuff or making videos where I'm close-ups on toys. But it's just because I have a tripod that can lay flat, so I can film from over the top of things, or I can hold it on a selfie stick, so it looks more like a camera. But it's really all just a phone.
Yeah, when I did that episode with Joe when we had the pulps, I put a tripod under this box of Donald Duck, and the tripod's out here, and then the camera points down, and we're looking at this table.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're handing the books to each other.
Yeah, I've been watching your video and seeing how you've been doing that, passing the books under.
And we had to have the door open to get better light in here because otherwise it gets real blurry.
Mm-hmm.
It's not finding enough light.
No, that's different, isn't it?
No.
I wish it auto-focused, but it's just this cheapo. And I got it right when they were locking everybody down. And I wanted to get into doing this type of thing with streaming.
See if they still want.
Everything, there was a shortage everywhere. Remember the stories about how all the boats are in the ocean and none of them can get unloaded. You remember those good old days. So I settled for this little camera, and it's fair.
I just sold 8 boxes.
Just now?
Yeah.
Wow. 8 long boxes, dollar comics?
Short boxes.
Okay, short boxes.
So I'm making room.
So some guy came in and said, surprise me, show me random stuff. Or did he have a good idea what he was getting?
He knew. I'm getting I got all that space. That's what I want.
So he just wanted like just filler stuff? He wanted like dollar comics?
He takes him to Singapore, I think.
That's weird.
Yeah, he takes him to Singapore. They can't get comics or something.
Huh.
I overheard him. I don't know the whole story.
lucrative comic scheme, making money off of 6 short boxes or 8 short boxes all the way to Singapore to turn a quick buck.
It's lucrative if you're already going there.
Yes.
And they said, we have this extra room. What should we put in it?
Yeah, I mean, what if I wouldn't want to pay for the weight of those 8 short boxes. I don't know how that would work to get to Singapore, unless you're taking a boat or something. I don't know. You usually have to pay to ship things, so I'm not sure. But who knows? I mean, it may be. I don't know, but whatever it means, just like you said, it means more room. Who cares? It means now you have more room to put more stuff on more shelves. You got more space. You might not. It would have took you years to sell those 8 boxes of dollar comics.
I would have never sold them. The stuff in there nobody wanted.
Armorines. Who wants the Armorines anymore? Right. What was that? The other one? There's all kinds of Kickers Inc. I'm trying to think of what would you find in a dollar box anywhere right now. It'd be stuff like that.
NFL Pro.
There you go.
Super Pro, whatever that guy's name was.
That's not Super Pro.
Yeah.
You got Family Feud on Super Nintendo sealed.
Oh dear.
That's cool.
And the worst wrestling game ever made. See what's in this box. Oh, this is a cool box. Did I show you guys this box before?
I don't think so.
It was G.I. Joe stuff.
Destro. An original.
I think I showed you guys this. I showed you this little TV.
Oh, shit. Sorry, guys.
I love that TV.
You want to watch it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you did show us this. Is that got Batman on it or something, or Twilight Zone or something?
Wow. Warner Brothers. Man.
Oops, I turned it. Hold on. Am I going to get him a copyright strike on this?
I don't think so, because it's coming in very squelchy.
You ever seen one of these before?
No. And I'm going to sound very American right now. I'm wondering how come I don't have one. And why don't I have one in every room of the house? That's impressive.
I can't remember the other shows they made. They made some other shows.
You have nothing to say about robbing the poor to make himself rich. It's a little offense, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ultimately involved the Wayne Foundation grant.
That flickering you see, I see that too.
Yeah.
In your youth, you were familiar with the long, the short, and the crossbow, were you not?
But it looks better in real life than it does through the lens.
Tell a riddle. You've always been prepared to join us in our crime-fighting, have you not? Besides, you're an etiquette resident. It's always been your duty.
That's fantastic. It doesn't take much to impress me. That is great. And I was keeping an eye on Gratu's YouTube side. It still showed everything. So it was so squelchy. I don't think any computer could figure out what you were doing or showing. So he's perfectly safe, I think.
Look at this little boombox.
That's dynamite too.
It really works too.
Do they still make those TVs? Because I've got to go get one.
You have to look in the. I've looked for them recently. There, I haven't found them recently.
I want one of those little boom boxes too. That looks cool too.
Was it called a Batman TV, or did you just get lucky that they showed Batman on it?
No, there's different ones.
I feel like they sold these in like Target or Walmart about 5 years ago.
No, cut like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. More recently.
So probably right as the lockdowns were happening or something, and I just wow. That's impressive. That's impressive.
Here's Slurm.
Had I had that TV as a kid, I would have made all my action figures sit in front of that and watch that.
There's a Cousin It flashlight.
Good grief. Okay, thanks, Justin. Justin tells me I should look for the clearance aisle.
Vintage hacky sack.
That original hacky sack right there might actually be collectible.
Did you guys do that hacky sack stuff?
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, yeah.
In the Army, it was like what you did standing around in the smoking area.
Yeah. No offense. I think I'll go over here and talk to this girl instead of doing that. I probably would have made fun of certain guys that did that.
Remember these kind of toys?
Yeah. But don't take offense to that, Meyer. I was a nose guard, so I ran into people, and that's how dumb I was. So
no offense taken at all. No, none whatsoever. Trust me, I came from a long line of frisbee tossing, hacky sack flipping people. You know, it's like I grew up all around the beach and all around that stuff.
Now give me some lawn jarts, and I'll be entertained for hours. I used to throw them things up in the air. And, yeah,
I remember those jarts. Wow. She break dancing? She was break dancing, I think, wasn't she? This is just random stuff. Was that little trash can with the pigeons? Was that one of those little homies things? Was that part of the little homies collection?
I'll try to come back. My phone's shutting down.
Oh, that's what it looked like. That's weird. A little toy trash can with pigeons around it. Did you see it? Like garbage, so you could pretend like you're in the inner city playing with your toys in the inner city. I guess. Put the little trash can next to your model car. Yeah, it is. I think so too, Justin. I looked it up, and they were like $24.99 or something, and it seemed overpriced for just short clips.
Oh, now
And
that is overpriced. Yeah.
yeah, and so it was Batman, and there was some other shows that they did. Like it might have been Brady Bunch. It might have been because of the iconic. It's the story of man. So there might have been Brady Bunch. Might have been Gilligan's Island. Might have been Twilight Zone. Those are the ones that just popped into my head. But also, they had one for the weirdos. They had one of that the show about the old ladies with Maude on it. What was that one called? Golden Girls.
Yeah.
They had a Golden Girls one, and it seemed like the Golden Girls one was like what they put was like at the front of the display because that was what they were selling the most of because it's mostly old ladies that shop at Walmart, right? So
Yeah.
So the thing that we would like the least was what they were probably selling the most of, which was probably Golden Girls. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, but if it's like $6 or $7,
Oh yeah,
I might think, yeah, that'd be great to have.
Me too, but I think they were $25 or $20 at least.
Yeah, boy.
That's me too. I thought, wow, like $5 or $10 or $12, I would do it. But.
Well, see, now I'd be thinking, can I break that open, put in a real screen, to a VCR, and go to all this trouble to watch a stupid show on a tiny screen? I want to tamper with things too much, I guess.
I would want to integrate it somehow and make it part of my display, my bat cave display, so that there would be actual TV monitors on it for my action figure to sit in the chair in front of, like he was actually in the bat cave looking at the actual monitors, and they would be playing maybe all different things, and maybe some, it would be the show on one of them, and maybe,
well, you could reenact that cover of Batman where
Brinkley on the other one.
He's in the cave, and the Batman TV show is on, and Robin says, "Hey, we got a phone call." Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I would go with it, but I don't know. I have a hard time even throwing away old TV sets sometimes because I think that it could become something artistically. What could I do?
I remember you did a walking tour of your neighborhood, and you said it's too bad it's not the first of the month because that's when you find the best stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I've often thought
people get evicted. People move out at the first of the month or get evicted, and there's no dump here, and there's no laws here. So when you throw stuff away, you just put it on the sidewalk here. So people will put their entire worldly possessions out on the sidewalk on the first of the month.
Yeah,
you've found many good things that way. Sounds cutthroat, but sometimes you got to live like a Jawa when you're in the city.
No.
I
remember being a little kid. I'm in a comic book store, and I'm thinking, oh, look at all these prices. I want all these things I can't get. And some guy came in with a big long box. I guess his rent was due, and first thing you do is you go upstairs and grab your uncle's books. You take him to the bookstore. And the guy behind the counter just kind of thumbed through him a little bit and says, I'll give you $4 for the whole box. And I'm about dying in the corner thinking, he's going to turn around and sell those $4 each to me. And it dawned on me.
How it works. In your little kid mind, you're like disgusted, completely disillusioned.
I need a brick and mortar location.
It's all a scam.
And then these poor people that are, on hard luck, they'll come to me and I'll give them a few pennies,
Yeah. As
But
they
then
say
I
in the
thought,
army, it's
I've
not
got
how
a
hard you
soul.
work.
Right.
It's not how hard you work. It's how smart you work, Micah.
Yeah, I know.
So that's what they used to say in the army all the time. It's not how hard you work. It's how smart you work, dude.
Yeah.
Don't be a knucklehead. What are you
Yeah.
doing? Sit down. Relax. Never volunteer for anything. Just wait your time out. Something will happen.
And I realized I did not have the aptitude for that because my conscience would tell me, oh, these books here, I really can't get much for them. But this book right here, you should take that somewhere else to sell it, for a big money because it's worth. I would tell them, and so the guy that works behind this counter, he's got to be, closed-lipped, and he can't go into all those details, otherwise he'll blow it for himself.
Yeah.
But I would just that would if I ever did that, I'd probably feel bad about it later, like, oh, I got too good a deal. I should have threw some more, dollars that person's way. They really needed it, and
Yeah, that comic life wouldn't be for you. You wouldn't be able to. You would be able to do it.
No, I'm just not the right. I'm.
Me neither. I could never. So from early on, I discovered I could never be a salesman. Right, like that was one of the things that, like at the beginning when I was, even before, like when you're looking for your first jobs and stuff. Remember those friends that you had that did Amway or did Kirby vacuum cleaners or stuff like that, right? So, dude, trust me, you got to do Amway like me. I'm going to show you how it'll all work. Herbalife. You just got to go and how many people do you know? Well, you can sell them all shampoo. They're buying shampoo anyway, right? And so there's no way I could do it. It's just not. It felt weird. It felt insulting to me and to the other people I was trying to sell stuff to. It just,
it would mean I'm going to take advantage of our relationship because I went to high school with you. You need to buy this product from me and get your sister and your parents and all involved in it. And it's,
I'm going to come over and put some dirt on your mom's carpet, and then I'll vacuum it up. Trust me.
Yeah.
What kind of vacuum does your mom have? You're asking your buddy what kind of how old your mom's vacuum is. That's life's taking a dark turn at that point.
Kevin had to go.
It popped out a few times. It shuffled us around a little bit because he'd come and go, and StreamYard would move us, and then it finally died on him.
Okay.
Looks like Mr. Rigor Mortis has joined us in the chat.
Rigor Mortis. Okay.
Hey, he's saying hello.
I'm trying to get caught up with everything here. I went to 3 different places to find an aloe drink, and I don't know. They're delicious, but I don't see them anywhere.
Kevin was showing me the little TV that showed Batman. I'd never seen that. That was pretty cool.
I saw it at a pinball convention. They were selling it.
So that's what Justin's talking about. So.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Riggs.
Did I miss anything that Kevin showed?
He showed a Ghost Rider action figure on the motorcycle.
Yeah, he showed me that earlier.
Yeah.
It looked like maybe the box was a lot cooler than maybe what's inside. It looked like the motorcycle was all red. Yeah, I don't know.
So how was Civilization was moving around on the outside? People driving around, walking around out there?
Yeah, there were people walking around, a few people, So we just couldn't, her stomach was upset, so I was trying to get her some an aloe vera drink, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Dollar General, Hy-Vee, or Casey's. I don't know anywhere else to go. So I'm going to go pick up dinner in about 15 minutes, and as soon as she texts me. Yeah, she just sent me a text, 20 to 25 minutes. So anyway, I don't remember what, we got 10 people watching. Anything interesting going on with anybody?
Not offhand.
No.
Not really.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone bought any of the TV shows that I made.
To talk up that subject, maybe I don't know if that'll help you or not. How much of that do you think you could get away with playing on YouTube, or is any of it more likely to set off any computer copyright?
Well, the Hypnotic Eye used to get taken down like almost always. So even that, it's something you could put on public access in the 90s, but
Right.
now with today you couldn't probably put it on YouTube. Maybe 85% of it you could.
Could you make a short teaser trailer, like 15 or 20 seconds?
Probably, or I could, what I did, I could kind of skip around through a disc on the show.
Because you might want to, if you have the ability to do it, make a 30-second commercial spot, and so then in the future, when you want to do another show like your plan was to do today, you can actually insert that little commercial spot in throughout when you're playing the reruns of the old show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dial now, call now. You could make it funny, just like how funny you are. You could make it funny, like
I don't really have a lot of computer editing technology. I mean, if I did, I could make something amazing. Let's see. I gotta check on. Anything coming in the mail to either of you guys?
I'll have 2 little bitty pulps coming.
Oh, you've already embarked on the pulp quest, huh?
I did, and I forgot about it before Joe came over. And I'm getting one that he already showed. It was a small one where the little alien's got a paintbrush and he's drawing the number 4 for some reason, and I commented on that. I'm getting that one. So
what I might recommend to you, a way to get the pulp itch that I had for a while and not have the guilt of like handling them, is there was a magazine, I don't know if it's still published, called High Adventures, and each issue would reprint an entire pulp, and it would be reprinted kind of like Guandanaland does, with the original text, the font, the illustrations, ads. It would be on high quality paper, and you could read it, and they would
they have those on my comic shop. He has them on there. I believe there's
High Adventure, and I don't remember the name of the company that put them out, but they put out other things, or they would. And then there was another company doing a similar thing, reprinting Doc Savage magazines in the original format, not like the paperbacks, but you used to be able to get those at half price books, and Shadow, and but the High Adventures magazines, they would reprint a lot of the weird menace ones, and ones that I thought were interesting. Some of the hero pulps, like Operator Number 5, and he was this James.
I read this one. Go ahead. I was just going to show it to you while you were talking. I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, that's all right. But Operator Number 5 is like, I think the country's being taken over by, I forget if it's the Chinese or whatever, some sinister foreign power, and he's fighting back against it. And it's just it's kind of a spy science fiction thing. And the Spider is a lot of fun too.
Okay. I was just going to make a comment that I read this one, and it took me about 8 evenings because I could only do like 7 pages, and then my eyes get so tired, and I have to bookmark it and then pick it up the next night. It took a while, and that didn't used to. In the old days, I could have done this in maybe 2 nights, 3 nights. So.
Yeah, trust me, I know. Well, you guys want to hang out and talk, or you guys pooped?
I'm
'Cause
pretty
I could leave it going while I get the food, or I could go ahead and start going into reruns. You're ready to hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat dinner.
Yeah.
So you're going to keep this stream going with a rerun?
I'm just gonna let it go for. I think they let me go 12 hours because I say it's a telethon. I'm just gonna run old episodes. Maybe I'll find both of you guys' first appearances. That might be funny.
That'd be cool.
know.
Good luck finding that.
Yeah, so I'll put. I think I'm gonna start with like the very first show I ever did and stuff like that.
Cool.
So
man.
anyway, yeah, I guess I'll see you guys, and I will.
Thank you, Rigor Mortis.
Huh?
Yeah, thank you, Riggs.
I'm saying thank you to Mr. Rigor Mortis. He said something nice to me.
Yeah, I didn't. All right. Yeah, that's all right. Cool. Well, see you guys soon.
Okay.
And the viewers out there, I'm not going anywhere. I'll pop in from time to time in between, like a DJ of these episodes. Let me see what I can do here. Share screen. Share screen.
All right. I'll make room for that video. So you have a good night.
All right. Take care. Hi, it's July 16th, 2019. This is my first experiment with YouTube. I have discovered as I'm going through a lot of stuff I'm organizing in my house, of my old artwork, things I did in elementary school at Regency Place in San Antonio, Texas. And this is some artwork I did in 3rd grade. And that would have been the 1973-74 school year. And let's see. Yay, I broke the cookie jar. And that's supposed to be me. The L on the shirt is probably a reference to the electric company that they made us watch every day. This is my very first episode. At school on television. I think there was a superhero character called Letterman that had the L on his chest. And what do we have here? You're dumb. He's wearing a Keep on Trekking shirt. 1973 would have been when I first discovered Star Trek. 73, 74, during the years I was in 3rd and 4th grade, is when I discovered a lot of the things that I'm still into. Here's apparently I tried to make my own copy of Monsters Unleashed, which was a Marvel comic magazine put out at that time. And I've got someone reading Mad Magazine and someone with a gun. I'm sure that my teachers were thrilled with some of this artwork. Oh, and here's, speaking of that, teacher writes, "You are silly." Let's see. I guess you've got some Eskimos here, and he's fishing. And down below the ice, help. Hum-de-dum, he's building his igloo. Oh my gosh, what is this? A clown. With Frankenstein bolts. That might be worth framing. That one. Oh, here's an old mimeograph. The old purple ink handouts they'd give you, and you had to color it. It's not really representative of my artwork. Well, the Mona Lisa. How about that? I haven't looked at this since the 70s, so I don't really remember any of this. It's a big Easter bunny. Here's a book about Texas with a picture of the Alamo. Let's see. Oh, some photographs I have in here. Let's see what it has to say here. How to get there. You can get there by airplane or train or car or bus. I like Texas, says the ghoul. And I've got definitions of different Texas terms. The Alamo. This was a school project, apparently. Oh, the Battle of the Alamo. Ouch, bang. Wow. This would be page 2. Texas State Capitol. And Judge Roy Bean. There's his saloon where you drink Coke, apparently. Cities: Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Amarillo, Corpus Christi. State flower. The weather, hot. And interesting people of Texas. Why, there's Lyndon Baines Johnson. Later, he was president of the USA. Sam Houston, excellent portrait. And Davy Crockett, who has fangs. I had to get monster stuff into everything I drew at that time. And that was that project. And that's a man. More of this horrible, oh wow, they were teaching us metaphors and idioms in 3rd grade. Interesting. How fascinating. I didn't know they taught that at that age. Okay. Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Hands. That's another thing that would be worth framing. It's Dr. Frankenstein, of course, with a portrait of his creation. I'm kooky. Let's see. Poems. Oh, that's a friend of mine that did this. And we had a comic book club that were my friends and I would make our own comic books. And, I Remember by Thomas Hoot. I think I copied these poems, The Village Druggist, out of some books in the library. So that's all these are, poem book, just poems. This is a program, something or other. Just a bunch of mimeographs, things to cut and color and put back together. I like what I did to that. Crown the Queen. Just busy work that they give you in school. Wow, amazing. The 1970s. And this would be the PTA 1974-75. Okay, so this is probably 3rd and 4th grade stuff in this folder. For a Mother's Day card. Oh, let's see. It has to say, Happy Mother's Day. I love you. From Kenneth. Okay, what are we going to find here? Now, this is worthy of the Modern Art Museum. It's apparently a Star Trek picture, maybe an experiment with watercolors. Star Trek. Wow. That is something. Cookie Monster. Apparently this is supposed to be a magazine because it was 10 cents. Now it's 25 cents. Cats. And that's supposed to be a fall picture, but it's pretty horrifying. That might be something to frame and put in the restroom. So that is a one folder. And I've got a few other folders I'll go through, but before I do that, let me experiment putting this up, see if it actually loads to YouTube. I did one before, and when I posted it to YouTube, it would work on my phone, but it wouldn't work on the Roku or the Apple TV, and I think that's because I had some music playing in the background, and maybe the QTube. The YouTube must have thought this is copywritten music, and they made my video unavailable. This is a Rat Fink Batman that I did with Super Sculpey back, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, and painted. So this is a one-of-a-kind thing. I was showing it on Instagram earlier, so I have it out. Anyway, let me sign out, and I'll be back later. I'm going to start doing a lot of YouTube videos. I've been inspired by some various people online, and I'd like to get in and try this out. See you later. Hey, it's July 16th, 2019, and this is my second attempt to do a YouTube blog. I'm going through these various folders, finding artwork that I haven't seen in 40 years that I did in elementary school, and these were put together, and my mother seemed to save all the artwork I did as a child, so I'm looking through it, and I would say that we're probably in third grade here. It's a frog, it's a pig, and looks like we did a silhouette. Over here, I just pulled this bunny rabbit out that has seen some better days. Here comes Pete, the cat. Pete is a cat I've had for over 10 years. One day, it was a super cold morning, and Pete just showed up. He was a kitten, and he just walked in the door when I came in, and he's been here ever since. So I have Pete, and I also have another cat named Alan, and we adopted a beagle last year named Drusilla. And I had another beloved cat named Princess who passed away a little over a year ago, and my first, and also had another beagle that passed away named Daisy, and they're both still in my heart. I never had any pets until 2006, so it's all kind of new to me. My ABC book. Oh, okay. Sorry, Pete. Apparently, this looks more like first grade. Maybe, let's see. A is apple. Let's see. B is a bird. C is, I assume that's a cat. Pete, what do you think? Does that look like a cat? D is a door. E is something, I don't know what that is. Egg, that's what that was. F is, it's a fire. Wow. G is a gondola. Wow. Who would have thought of that? H, man, help me with that. I don't know what that is. That would be an Indian. J is a jar. And K, that would be a kite. Yeah. L, a lamp. M. What could that? I don't know what that is. That would be N. Nest. Okay. All right. O is some kind of bird. P, that's a puppet. Q, what? I don't know what that is. R, it's Robin. Wow, that's cool. It's probably one of my first, if not my first, interpretation of a superhero. Yes, a saw. T is, the heck is that? U is an umbrella. Definitely. V, a Venus flytrap. W, a whale. X, xylophone. Wow. Man, I'm having a hard time keeping up with my first grade self. This is a Y. I don't know what that is. And Z? Oh, it's a zoo. The zoo is backwards. The Z is backwards. This looks a little bit later. This looks like third or fourth grade kind of handwriting. It looks like a note that you'd pass in class. Let's see here. Die, die, die. If you open this, you will die. Secret, keep out. Don't open this. So of course, we're going to open it. And then it says, I said, don't open this. I guess that's supposed to be a blob of blood. Don't open this, you fool. You will die. Uh-oh. Okay. It says, giant man-eating spider, prison, doorway to a dead planet, man-eating anthill. Okay, so this is the map of Rusty's and Kenneth's monster planet. So Rusty was someone I was hanging out with. I think that Rusty was a friend in third grade. I'm pretty sure. Oh man, I think that's the guy. My memory is bad, but I remember I had a friend that passed away. I think that's him. He was flying a kite, and he wasn't using string. He was using some kind of wire, and it hit a high tension wire and killed him. Palace, where you get monsters' powers. Evil rock, to go here is to die. Scarecrows made of dead bodies. Oh, I misspelled bodies. Deadly force field. Another misspelling. Time doorway to Earth. Dead human bodies kept here. So it kind of looks like Epstein's Island a little bit. Been watching a lot of drone footage of that the last few days. This is kind of a, maybe I should upload this on Instagram and tell people I found out the true secrets of Epstein's Island. Let's see, what else are we going to find here? Why, this seems to be an old-fashioned lady with frilly skirt. What is this? No, this is actually my older brothers got mixed up here, and looks like this is a book review of Mr. Pudgeon's. This is from 1967 at Wilshire, which is a school in San Antonio. So I'll put that in a different pile. The stuff that got mixed together from my older brothers I'm putting. Oh my gosh, this looks like second grade here for sure. I can kind of identify my artwork from my grade level. Please walk on the sidewalk. So this must have been some kind of contest to create a safety poster. Imagine this hung in the hallway at the school. So this kid is dumb enough to walk right in front of a car, and this person there's laughing at the fool that's about to be hit by the car. Meanwhile, the son is not paying attention. And more stuff. Let's just pull it all out here. Okay, the snowman. This paper is a little bit brittle. It's like handling old pulp magazines. It's they gave us the cheapest paper imaginable to draw on, but still, it's hard to fathom how many years it's been that the paper I drew on as a kid is now turning brown and falling apart. This is a spring picture. So you've got these people out flying kites, and the sun is a lunatic, obviously. Oh, wow, now this is interesting. It's the Transylvania football team. Wow. I wonder, I guess we were having to draw everything in squares or shapes. There must have been some assignment. this isn't my normal art style, but the mouth of the sun is a triangle and everything's squares and rectangles. So that must have been the assignment from whatever teacher I had at the time. And boy, I never picked up on all the music. I never learned how to read music, but here's some old mimeograph. If you're old enough to remember the days before photocopies, they had mimeograph machines with this purple ink. And when you got a copy fresh off the mimeograph machine, it had this great smell. I think there's a John Waters movie where you see the kids in the 60s as they get handed the mimeograph sheets. Each one of them holds it up to their nose and breathes in. It was just a wonderful smell. I actually remember this picture, and I remember this night. This was Christmas Eve, 1972, and I have great memories of this day, and I thought deeply that night. There was something, I had this this deep moment of thought that night where I still kind of connect right back to that evening today. And then the next day, I got all kinds of wonderful gifts, but I remember just thinking about life that night as I lay in bed waiting for Santa Claus to come. And I guess that's kind of a disrespectful picture of the reindeer and Santa Claus. But yeah, I kind of remember drawing this picture. I drew this at home. When it's on notebook paper, you can just tell that you did it at home and not in school. Let's see. Circle the word which tells how each child felt. She felt happy, proud. Yes. Of course. Oh boy. It's the reptile report. And I must have used an entire blue crayon coloring this cover. Oh, I remember how I did these reports. I would copy word for word out of the World Book Encyclopedia, and then I'd get a great grade. I guess nowadays people just print Wikipedia and claim it as their own work. But in those days, we actually looked up our stuff in the encyclopedia and copied it. Okay, Noel. Germany. Yes, for kindergarten, first grade, we lived in Germany. We lived in Landstuhl and Heidelberg. My father was in the army and helped run hospitals. And so I have a lot of memories of Germany and going to see castles and things like this. Time report. An early caveman. Would not have any. Okay, wonderful. Dinosaur report. Oh my gosh, what do we have here? Yeah, I always had a love for dinosaurs. Mexico. And this is must have been a multicultural project, Mexico. And looks like, okay, that looks like I was going to finish drawing a skull. It looks just like a light bulb is sitting there on the desert. Oh, Venice, showing all the scenic spots to go to in the country, in the world rather, and blank pages. Don't know why that was saved. Inside Skylab, which was a big deal. We'd read about it in My Weekly Reader and everything. Skylab was something before the days of the space shuttle, and after the days of the moon landings, the Skylab was something that I guess was a big deal. So there's the astronaut inside Skylab with his chemicals and whatever important equipment they have in Skylab. And I remember this used to hang on my bedroom door in second grade. And I really ought to frame this. And this really has memories. Okay. So you understand they call a monster kid. I was fascinated with monsters and famous monsters of Filmland and Castle of Frankenstein and Monster Times. And so you got Frankenstein, some kind of devil, a skeleton, Dracula. Oh, that's the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And that Wolfman looks a lot like the one that Basil Gogos painted on the cover of Famous Monsters. And this here was an attempt from me to paint this, draw. This is the model kit I had at that age. I've repainted it. This is the Hunchback model kit that I had when I was in second grade. So that is where that came from, with the rope coming from his neck. That's because otherwise someone would have just probably thought that was a zombie. And why there's a ghost that says ROTC, I guess that's because my older brothers were in ROTC and it must have meant something at the time. Okay, the True Book of Dinosaurs. All right, with nothing in it. So much for that truth. Learning words. I unrolled the carpet. I will go forward. Oh. Will you speak louder? He spoke to me. You're welcome here. My dog's name is Spot. All right. American school system. Actually, I guess it didn't fail me too badly. Working on our subtraction. Oh, I've got the date here. April 6th, 1973, Friday. Interesting. Math. I'm not sure why this that kind of stuff was saved. What are they saying there? That's not zombie? Yipe, it's zombie. Oh, I know what this is. It says, Dear Mom, here is a picture of zombie. The monster that you see in this picture is coming out of quicksand. He is zombie. The zombie eats people. He is coming out of the quicksand to kill. And my reference point for this zombie thing would not be Night of Living Dead, which I probably had no idea that even existed at that time, but would be the Tales of the Zombie Marvel magazine, comic magazine, which I loved all the monster stuff that was coming out at the time. They'd relaxed the comics code and monsters were appearing all over the comics, and the monster craze of the 60s still hadn't died out completely in the early 70s. Okay. What is that? Mrs. Snooner was a spiffy lady. In the morning, she worked in a garden with a spade. Then she made spice cookies for all the children. Later, she sped to the store to get Spanish rice. And, man, I don't think I wrote that. I must have copied that from something. That does not sound like something I would have written. This is something I wrote. Here is a short story I wrote April 26, 1973, The Giant. I'll read that later. The Dragon's Haunted Castle. Oh, look at this. Frankenstein. Hi, I'm Harry. Hi, I'm Joe. Wow. It's cool to see all this glimpse into where I came from because I'm still into all the same stuff today. Dinosaur days. Okay. Oh, wow. They had this testing stuff going on back then, too. Oh, look at this. Syllabication. Graphemic bases. Wow. Everything saved. Everything turning brown. March 30th, 1973. Wow. What a time period. A baby about to drink out of a chalice. Zigzag math. Children of Other Lands book. Why, it's a Scottish boy and a guard. Nothing inside. Well, so that's that. I think in the next video, I'll go back and show you some stuff I did in first grade, maybe kindergarten, that's in this other folder here. And that might be interesting as well. I will sign out and see if this video works. And see you soon. Hi, this is video blog number 3. It's the morning of July 17th, 2019. And the last 2 blog entries, I was going through some of my childhood artwork that I have found in these folders, saved by my mother in the early 1970s. And this is the third and last one, although I know I have a bunch of boxes of my attempts to do my own comic books from 3rd and 4th and 5th grade, and I can find those later and show you those. This here, let me see. Okay, this looks more like 1st grade. And here's my cat Pete investigating again. Let's see what we've got here. Wow, this is a pretty spectacular effort. It looks like a giant, oh, let's get off of that, Pete. A giant poster, and it appears to be a Civil War. Here, hold on 1 minute while I move some things around. Okay. All right, so it looks like, I don't think this was a school project. This looks like something I was doing for fun. It says, Men in the War, Civil War. So I guess that's me. That would be my brother Mike, Happy Face, and Dum Dum. So it looks like we have lots of scenes of cannon fire and destruction. There's a burning building, lots of explosions, cannon fire. So probably if I framed this and put it in an outsider art exhibition, I think. Hold on, move back, Pete. How dare you? Move back, Pete. Pete. Oh, Pete, you can't go onto this masterpiece. Let's see what else we've got here. We've got a hot air balloon being shot by this cannon. Hot air balloons. I think in first grade, which would have been 1971, which is, I guess, when I did this, I was really into the Civil War. I think I had I have a Civil War playset, still do. Let's see. Okay, so we've got Daniel Boone. And that was a television show from the 60s, but it was airing in reruns in 1971 on the Armed Forces TV channel at the time. My family was living in Germany, Heidelberg, Germany. My father was in the Army. So I remember watching that show. Hi, I'm Moby Dick. Okay. Pete is really interested in what's going on here today. Hi, I'm Moby Dick. Another illustration of Moby Dick. This looks like an attempt to create a calendar, February. And more illustrations on the back. And it looks like an early attempt to learn numbers. That looks like my mother's handwriting. What? This is stuff I have not seen in well over 40 years. That must be a self-portrait. These are surfing mice. How about that? Now, in 1971, that was the early years of my fascination with monsters. After discovering famous monsters of Filmland magazine on the rack and desperately wanting to buy copies of it, I became obsessed with monsters, and that hasn't changed today. Let's see, here's probably one of my earliest attempts at doing a comic strip. Airman is on air. Fascinating. Okay. Pete is really getting frisky. What's up, Pete? Pete is currently my oldest pet, and he's an amazing guy. Let's see, Army book. All right, oh, and it opens up. Go the Bomb. This book is good for kids. Is the book exciting? Boom. Okay, and on the back, some guy with a flag, something, I don't know what that is. It says, I don't, no, I don't, I don't. Interesting. In the time of the dinosaurs. And here are the dinosaurs whose time has come. Ghosts are good. I'm Tim the Ghost. Tim the Ghost. That must have been my version of Casper. And I vaguely remember this drawing. What do we got here? Must be a hobo of some sort. Santa Claus. And another illustration of Santa Claus. Wow. Like those 1950s looking stars. Right, Pete? The Book of Me. Let's see what's in this book. Hi, boy. The End. And look at, wow, this is amazing. 1971, and I'm predicting the Madball phenomenon that would come along, 20 years later? This is worthy of framing. Quite amazing. Amazing. All right, looks like an attempt to, the teacher must have wanted us to experiment with cloth, and so I create a fort. Forts were fascinating to me at that age. Had a Fort Apache playset. And this is apparently the zoo, where apparently they have mice. Okay, this looks like a very goth looking, depressing looking Tim Burton kind of something maybe Robert Smith would have done as a 5-year-old. This is going to be a bunny rabbit, most certainly. Let's see what the bunny rabbit looks like. The typical bug-eyed face. It's got a little cottontail. Pete, you getting bored? Looks like I'm learning to write about the Mayflower. And folder full of garbage. That's not good. Well, a blank sheet of paper. Oh, wait, it opens up. The Easter Bunny. I saw the Easter Bunny. He said that he would stay with me for 100 years. He gave me an egg every day, and that was good. That's actually pretty good. That is good. Let's see. All right. This is probably what Walt Disney's artwork looked like before iWorks came along and helped him create Mickey Mouse. Let's see. We've got a snowball fight. That's wonderful. Old mimeograph. There are many kinds of animals, like cats. Animals are many sizes. They move in many ways, like trying to crawl into the shot. Okay. What is this going to be? Oh, an attempt at... Oh, this is when they made us finger paint. Disgusting practice. Finger painting. And here is some kind of animal that's floating or jumping. Don't ask me what. A boat. And here is Fort Apache. I had a Fort Apache playset that was given to me for Christmas about that time, so I must have been fascinated with it. It came from the Sears Wish Book catalog. A ghost. Oh, and obviously this would have been Halloween time. Very good. Dracula, actually. Yeah, my early fascination with monsters. This is where it all began. My fascination with monsters that led to, later Aurora models, and about a year after that, and all the other monster insanity that has Hey, Kevin, you there? Maybe not. It says, how long ago was that? 8:29. It is 9:30. It says, my phone died, but I'm back. Lady brought in a box of Marvel Silver Age. Oh, crap. Okay, well, there you are. You still
I didn't
up?
get this. I wish my phone didn't die. I would have showed you guys the stuff that came in. I didn't get to buy it.
Now I get first dibs, but they can come back in. Let me put the link again in the chat in case someone wants to come back in.
Okay, she had X-Men 4 through 50.
What?
She had the whole run of the original Captain Marvel. She had Daredevil, like 7 through 50.
You're saying she had? Does that mean that you didn't get all of these?
Well, I told her to come back. I mean, I wanted them, but they said they even had more. They have a Fantastic Four #1.
How old is this lady?
They're younger than me. They inherited them.
Oh, okay. Then they know the value?
Well, I'm sure they've been looking on eBay at all the graded ones,
Yeah. So did you buy some?
Well, I said I don't even have enough cash on me for all these that you brought, and I said I want to buy and I want to see the other ones because I might want the other ones more than these. Maybe I'd rather have the Fantastic Four than the Daredevil.
Yeah. But what did you buy? Do you have any?
I didn't get any. My phone. I wish I would have at least filmed it for you guys.
Oh shoot. Okay.
My phone died right when it happened. My phone died. I go out there and the lady just brought him in.
Oh, okay. How good a shape were they?
But they varied. They weren't. You could tell that he was a collector and he bought them at different times.
Yeah.
And built the set and had the whole set.
Well, then.
But they had a Spider-Man too. They had like 10 issues of Spider-Man from like 15 to 25 or something.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, are they coming back?
I told him. I showed him what the money I had. I mean, I had a couple thousand in my pocket, and I was like, I got the money. I want to see what else you guys have before I make a decision on what I want to buy.
Oh, okay.
I'll go get more money. I told them they're going to come back Tuesday, supposedly.
Tuesday, okay.
They're the people that they're going to shop around no matter what.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to beat the other person's. I like to be the last person you show them to instead of the first.
How many other stores do you have to compete with there locally?
There's like 15 stores right here.
There weren't that many. Well, probably in the Dallas-Fort Worth area there were that many, but I never went to them all.
Yeah, this is the Wild West right here.
Yeah. So
I don't know. When did you came back from the your walk or whatever?
I went out to get an aloe drink, and I was gone probably 30 minutes. I came back.
Was everybody gone?
No, they were there. They said, I guess, that your phone had just crapped out. So I said goodbye to them, and I started playing reruns of my very first episodes from like the summer of 2019 before.
Oh, I thought that was live. I thought that was live, the stuff you were showing.
No, that was back in Texas before the pandemic even happened. That was my very first 3 episodes. I
don't even think I've ever saw those.
Oh yeah, I've got a playlist where it starts with the very first episode, and you just watch them in order. It starts when I just found a bunch of my childhood drawings from first, second grade, and I'm showing those, and then
I might have to sell my car to get these comics, though.
They had a Fantastic Four #1.
Yeah, they showed it to me, a picture of it. They had it at their house.
Yeah,
that one they didn't bring in, and they go, it's in really bad shape. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't care what condition it's in. I want that book.
Okay, so if you sell your car, you can walk to your business, right?
Yeah.
And then you can gradually get a new car with the proceeds of some of these books you sell.
Yeah, if I could find someone to buy them.
Well,
not many people got money right now.
No. I would love Spider-Man's under issue 100, and I have a lot of the Fantastic Fours in the first 100, but I don't have real early issues. Those are That's weird. Someone that's younger than you has amassed a collection like that. That means he had some money at some point.
Yeah, the funny part where you would have laughed, the girl said, yeah, we have Captain Marvel, but he's a guy. And she wanted him to be a girl.
Oh, that she doesn't have any idea what's going on. But is she probably talking about the Captain Marvel guy, or the real Captain Marvel guy?
No, she doesn't. I don't even want to confuse her with the whole DC thing. Yeah. She was telling me about how her dad didn't even want DC comics. He was just Marvel only.
Oh, this was coming from their dad.
Yeah, they inherited these books.
Oh, when you said the guy that collected them, okay, that wasn't the guy that brought them in.
No, they have no interest in these comics. They don't want the money for them.
So it's the are they a brother and sister, or are they a couple?
It's a husband and wife. Yeah,
Okay. So was it the wife or the husband who had a dad collecting them? Do you know?
it was. I believe it was the wife,
Oh, okay.
and they
Yeah,
were they were overwhelmed. They said by them
really.
because they're doing the research on them and they're seeing all these dollar signs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But at least she did mention that. Well, we know you have to make something too.
In other words, yeah.
So at least they had that part of. They know that part of it.
So basically, they'd get half of what they think, but they're looking at probably slabbed comics,
Yeah,
which
so
are
their high might be way too high for me.
yeah.
But I don't know. You never know. You never know.
So what do you recall you saw? Fantastic Four? Where
They
there
had
was a
Fantastic Four. No, they didn't bring any of those. I wanted them to bring those.
okay,
She just showed me the number one on her phone.
okay. So it was
But no,
Daredevil.
all they brought was Daredevil, X-Men, Captain Marvel, and a little bit of Spider-Man.
Okay,
Then,
so Captain Marvel was early 70s stuff and late 60s,
yeah, they had an early big run of it.
and the X-Men was
The X-Men was the full run except for the first three weren't there.
okay.
They had four through the reprints.
Okay. And
Yeah,
then they had
Daredevil was like I think the Daredevil didn't have Daredevil one, but it had early run, early big run.
okay. Daredevil, and then what Spider-Mans did they have?
Spider-Man, it was like 15 to 25 or something like that.
Oh, what what would and you saw them? What kind of condition were they in?
They were varied, from they varied, but they were decent.
Yeah. Are
They weren't
some of these
garbage.
things you don't want to keep in your own collection, or
No, but the other ones that they have, because I go, what else do you guys have? What do you mostly have? And she said, we have a lot of Thor,
oh,
a lot of Thor. She said, and I go, well, what else? And I was like, do you have any like monster stuff? And she goes, oh yeah, monster stuff. There's all kinds of weird stuff like that. Like, I want that stuff. I want your weird stuff.
But she was saying it was all Marvel, though, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you never know. You never know what they have.
Yeah.
She told me Marvel, but who knows?
Wow, that's something else. Well,
Yeah, it's like I was like, wow. Hands were getting sweaty looking at them.
yeah. So,
But I want them. I want to see them all, so that if I can't buy them all, at least I can buy the ones that I want.
Are they willing to bring the entire collection in?
They are. I think they wanted just to see how serious I was.
Well, do you have their phone number?
Yeah.
Why don't you just go over? You got 2 days off. Why don't you just go over to their place so they don't have to drag them to you? And then because dragging them to you may make them not want, because moving comic boxes is not fun.
She didn't offer that, so I wouldn't suggest it unless she offered it.
All right.
I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah.
If it was me, I wouldn't want someone knowing where I live.
Oh, yeah, that's true, because these are pretty pricey.
I mean,
Especially
even
if they
though
have the first the Galactus trilogy, that's very high dollar.
And like I said, I know these people are going to they're not going to take the first offer they see.
Yeah.
So if I meet them back on Tuesday, that gives them time to go around.
Yeah. Did you get the impression they'd been to other places?
Didn't sound like it, but I find it hard to believe that they didn't.
Hmm.
But they didn't mention anything about going anywhere.
Oh wow. Well,
When you do a Google review on us, it'll give you you'll want to come here maybe first because we get a lot of good reviews about selling collections.
oh okay.
A lot of places they'll rip you off.
Yeah.
There's these used record stores in town that'll just give you like just terrible prices on stuff.
And there are a lot of comic store, I don't know about there locally, but a lot of comic store owners are real snarky kind of a-hole people like you see on The Simpsons, you know, just real, yeah. They don't
There's
have a
some
lot of
good
social
ones.
skills.
There's a couple in town that are good that I'm friends with, but yeah, there's a lot that are, and then there's a lot of them too where there's not even an owner there, and you're just dealing with some kid that he's selling magic cards most of the day.
Yeah, they wouldn't even know what that stuff is. Yeah, you need a seasoned older owner.
He wouldn't even have the authority to make any kind of judgment anyway.
Yeah, there was a really store that had a great selection in Fort Worth, Texas. And when I went in there, there was a whole room of all these books that they weren't priced, but there was great stuff. And you take it up to the owner, he'd price it, and the prices were really cheap and really good. And it was a great experience. But then I go there when he's not there because he's off on the road at some convention, and the kids say, "Well, I can't price these, so we'll have to wait till the owner comes back." So that you have to leave the pile and wait a week for this guy to price the books, and that's not a fun experience because their employees aren't qualified to price, a hot stuff comic from 1968.
Yeah. You never know. They might have gotten in trouble doing something.
Yeah, well, anyway, it was just a completely different experience. That was, I remember that. That was right before the pandemic. That was a, let's see, people have said Michael Taylor, I don't know if he's still watching, said hi and said Pete is acting just like Drew. And Michael Taylor says hi, Gratu. Hello, Michael. Guess he's one of 5 people watching. Well, that'll be amazing if they come back in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So your Spider-Man comics start in the 70s in the store?
You can't keep Spider-Man in stock at all.
What is your earliest Amazing Spider-Man?
Like the Todd McFarlane stuff.
Oh, okay. What about, do you have any Tales of Suspense or Tales or Strange Tales or Tales to Astonish?
While you were gone, we sold a bunch of dollar books.
Oh, I heard you were pulling boxes out for a guy.
Yeah, some guy that brings them to Singapore and sells them.
Oh, did he buy actual? Yeah, I have to go back and rewatch. I missed a good half an hour. Who knows what happened? Did you sell them whole boxes?
I sold them eight short boxes.
Okay, well that's a lot of money if each comic's $1, unless you gave them a bulk rate.
No, I gave them bulk because it's all stuff I can't even sell in here really at all.
But what's the oldest Marvel that you have out on in the store or DC?
Would you want Tales of Suspense?
Well, just anything. I'm just wondering, like what titles you have that's older.
I don't even have New Tales of Suspense.
Oh yeah, I don't even consider that a real comic. I mean, anything with a corner box or early Bronze Age. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little out of my price range. That's cool though. Oh, that's
Is
in
that,
your display case. Yeah.
that the oldest one? Maybe.
Yeah.
She was looking at this one and she goes, "Oh, we have that one."
Okay. Shit. I mean, shoot.
A magazine box, right?
Yeah, Michael, I've been on and off today. I'm trying to do like a sort of a Jerry Lewis telethon thing.
Did you guys sell any more?
Huh?
Did you guys sell any more?
I don't know. I don't know how to. My wife can look into the PayPal to see if anyone's bought one, but I'm not sure I even know how to do it. I let her do it, and then what people will do is they'll tell me what episodes they want. They'll say like episodes 1, 2, and 3, and then they have their address, and then I go record them and mail them off as soon as I can. And it costs about $4 to mail them, and then there's not much of a cost for the DVD, but then I have to have the shell for it, and so I've got to buy the envelope to put it in, the little envelope package, and that cost about $1. I don't know, was it $1.99 or $1.75? So really, I only would make about $14, and then it takes 2 hours to record it, so it's basically $7 an hour. It's like working at. I think people at McDonald's make more money, but it's just something fun to do. I don't think charging more than $20, that would just piss people off. It already sounds high to me. Maybe it isn't now in Biden's world. I don't know. Because everything's so expensive. I just paid $35 just to feed the two of us for dinner.
35. Wow.
But it's a really good restaurant. I just brought home. I just got it and brought it home. Yeah. So
I should have sold him this other box. Found another box. Oh, but this was in there. Maybe you want this one.
What's that?
I was in there for $1.
Oh, I don't have that. Oh yeah, I remember Gravedigger. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can throw it in my pile. I like the DC War stuff.
Let's see, this stuff is hard to sell.
I don't even know what that is. Yeah, that looks totally unappealing at all. Oh yeah, no, yeah. That Future Quest is that. Oh, that's that Johnny Quest DC stuff. It's a little weird.
Oh, here's something you might want.
Oh yeah, the Unknown Soldier. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty trashed, but yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
It's not horrible. It's not.
Yeah.
Maybe it is horrible.
Is it? Well,
It's
then.
a little water damage.
Yeah, I don't want water damage.
Just make sure nothing else.
Do you have any other Treasury editions?
Treasury. I think I have one left.
You sold that Flash to Jambo, I think.
Yeah, I think I have something left. What's this blue one? There's that blue one, and then underneath that one, there's a Superman one.
I don't remember the blue one.
What's the blue one? I forget.
Beats me.
I'll look in a second. I just want to double check this box before I get rid of it.
Oh, you're gonna have something that's suddenly become valuable
No, just
or misplaced in there.
something I just overlooked.
Yeah.
Monsters Dwell, man. Action Comics. Maybe I'll keep that.
I see that a lot. I don't really know what that is, but I've seen that a lot in cheap bins.
Isn't it like some war? Yeah, it's a war book, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a book I would run across it a lot, and I thought it was not valuable, and I'd look it up mycomicshop.com, and it had value, at least according to them, and I think it's a Gilgamesh book. It's got like a big Death Star looking thing on the cover.
Oh, I found some of those.
Is that a valuable book to anybody, or
is it the Jim Starlin one?
it could be a Jim? Maybe that's why it's valuable. Maybe it's Jim Starlin. I don't know. I just looked at
And it's an oversized prestige format.
I don't remember. It seems like it was square bound.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Prestige. Yeah, and there's like 4 or 5 books. I have that set right here. I didn't know it was valuable.
Well, it seemed like I looked one up and it was priced at 20 or something.
I didn't even know how to say the name on it.
And then there's that Omega Men. One of them, the early ones, has the first Lobo, right?
Yeah, I found that. I recently found that in that last collection.
Okay. I remember buying that book. I have it. I don't know why I bought it. Is that related to Megaton Man somehow?
This one?
Yeah, I think it's a Megaton Man related book.
It's a cool book.
Yeah. I bought it when it came out. I just don't remember it too clearly.
It's a cool book. You always see them in dollar bins.
Yeah. That's a comic I never read. Is it good, John Sable?
I never read it either. But
What
the
is-
score.
What is that called? Scorchy?
Score.
Score.
It's almost like I was gonna say like weird computer art.
Mm.
When they first started coloring with computers or something. Strong. Elvira.
That's in the dollar bin?
Yeah, it must have been a damaged copy that I threw in there.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. No, that's it. Nothing in there.
Yeah.
sell that.
Do you have any 60s Aquaman books out on the floor?
Let's see.
That's the oldest.
Number 57. 59. Number 60. And that's it. Okay. I think you got my oldest one.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get your comic book room all sorted?
To a certain degree. I was going to do some of that today, but I didn't get around to it. But it's getting better.
Yeah, it looked like it the last time I saw it.
You know, like I was able to quickly look up those adventure comics this afternoon.
Forgot what I was showing you guys last.
I don't know what you were showing last because I think I was.
I got piles everywhere. I got piles of stuff everywhere now.
Oh.
But I found a few things I was looking for.
Like that there?
Oh no, it was in this box. I found some Umbrella Academy masks. Somebody wanted to buy and I couldn't find them, and I found them. And with this devil mask in a shoebox.
Oh.
This is only $10. Were you guys talking about the boys earlier?
It seems like that came up as far as somehow. I think I was just talking about how I didn't like.
I've never seen it because I think the only channel it's on is Amazon.
Yeah, well, we saw the first season of The Boys. What I meant is I didn't like when the regular comic companies started adding a lot of sadism into the comics in the 80s, late 80s, as far as what they did to Barbara Gordon and Commissioner Gordon and Killing Joke and just things like that. I just thought were really unsavory because I'm just.
Didn't it happen before, like when like Exorcist came out, they were doing a lot of devil stuff?
There was a lot of devil stuff then, but but there wasn't, heroes weren't being stripped naked and degraded and paralyzed until, basically it's when these British writers came in. They took things to another level that maybe, a medium that's, and a lot of people will disagree with me, but it's a medium that was always intended for children, and to introduce that stuff into it, it's like, well, no, it's for sophisticated adults, and I just call BS on that. I think.
Well,
I don't think it's
definitely,
right.
comics are not for kids anymore.
Well, kids don't read them, but they're the characters that are in the comics were originally intended for kids.
Did I show you that My Little Pony cover that had them playing on the Ouija board?
No, that just figures, doesn't it?
Yeah, and someone told me that book it's like really valuable now.
Because of it being inappropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you. You can look it up if you want and see if it's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm interested to see if it's true that it is.
I mean, the Ouija board, they were marketing it to kids in the 60s, and
yeah, look at this.
My older brothers had a Ouija board, and it was handed down to me. I've got the box and the board in the garage, and my wife says, you really should destroy that.
I would. I'm afraid to have this in here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should, but then it's like handed down to me from my older brother, and the box art's kind of cool with this phantom. But then then I hear, no, that's really a horrible thing to have in your house. And it's, well, of course, I've had it in my house my whole life, but then that may have caused me to be a loser all my life. For all I know, it may have caused all my bad luck, but I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty effed up. But it's typical of our culture to do stuff like that.
How did that even get approved by Hasbro?
I don't know. I mean, if people don't believe in God or anything, then they don't care. And if they're Marxists that want to tear our society down, then they're probably already devil worshippers, and they think it's funny, But I'm sure that those My Little Pony books are being read by adults as well that are.
There's kids that come in here and buy them.
Oh, they do. Okay. Well, I guess so. I don't know what's going on with the comic industry but
well, it's IDW, and supposedly they're hurting for money.
Everybody is, but I mean, to me, it's weird. It's just everything's weird. Can't wrap my brain around the way our culture is degenerated. But it was degenerate even when I was a little kid. The more I think about it, I was talking about this last week, and when Night Tiger was on, I was saying, things were pretty bad back in the 70s, and because they were, wax nostalgic all you want about Three's Company and stuff, but that show was nothing but dirty jokes, and it had a cute theme song and everything, and it was a likable cast. But $100 the best offer. Oh my God! How are they going to get $100 when someone else is wanting $33? All you can do is look at completed sales to figure out what the real value is.
Or at least what someone was willing to pay at the time.
Yeah.
Because a book is only worth what someone's willing to pay.
Right.
Just because one guy got something doesn't mean the next guy can get that same amount.
Yeah.
And that's what I hate about CGC trying to tell us what our books are worth. And then charging more to grade them based on how much it's worth.
Oh, do they do that?
Yeah, that's what they started doing.
It's not a flat rate. I thought it was a flat rate of like $25 to grade any book.
It depends on the value of the book.
What?
Yeah. and they'll come after you for the extra money too.
Wow.
So it's the whole thing's a scam. So if they give somebody an extra point of a grade, they could charge them more money to grade
Yeah.
it. They don't have any business telling me what the book's worth unless they want to buy it from me. They're going to
What?
tell me it's worth this much, then why don't you pay for it? You buy it from me then.
Well, if they get, what if the person is like, so you don't really know what you're going to pay when you send it in until they finish grading it.
Yeah, you can give your best assumption of what the grade is and what it could be worth.
Well, what's the worst case scenario if they're grading Marvel Mystery #1 or Action #1? What would they charge for that?
Oh, that goes based. Yeah, they charge you like 10% of what its value is.
What?
Yeah, I mean, they could be thousands of dollars to grade that book.
Oh, I'm stunned. I didn't know they did that. Well, then that makes it where you can't really trust. That puts them in the position where you can't fully trust them.
You can never trust. No, I wouldn't trust them.
Well,
I've had too many bad things happen. I've gotten wrong books back. I've gotten double books back. My book plus somebody else's. I've gotten no books back. I've had stories where they said they damaged my book.
Oh, yeah, Michael, a friend of mine back in Texas who passed away, he was related to Tex Ritter, so therefore he's related to John Ritter and Kristen Ritter, who was Jessica Jones and whatever. But yeah, he was his mom was related to Tex Ritter. Yeah, I'm not necessarily knocking Three's Company. I'm just like commenting on being a sixth grader and that particular show on television and many other shows in the 70s that were very you could just see the culture kind of the way it was going down from 15 years before when Leave It to Beaver was on the air and the Munsters, and then Three's Company is a pretty significant drop in as far as morality. Networks were
Yeah, every once in a while I'll be going through some of these books and find some old ones.
Yeah.
Just weird random stuff that nobody's looking for.
Oh, are these dollar bins you're looking through?
No, these are like my back issue bins.
All right.
But it's mostly newer.
Yeah.
But every once in a while I'll stumble upon something.
What year did you open again?
2011.
Oh, okay. To me, that's like yesterday. But that's
Oh,
been
yeah,
a while.
to me it's yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I probably need to run and see what my wife's doing because I was on my way to brush my teeth and head back up, but yeah, that sounds really exciting about this potential purchase you could be making.
Yeah, I'll show you guys if I get anything.
Yeah, I mean, that would be his historic broadcast. We could go live and show a big Silver Age buy. That would be a big deal. You could even auction them online, if you wanted somehow. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
That might be worth you getting a StreamYard account to try to generate interest because then you can really show close-ups, of the corners of all the books, and people would really get to see the real condition they're in.
Yeah. Hopefully they're not like in that condition.
Oh no. Yeah, that sagged in the box, it looks like.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think I showed you guys everything that I had new.
yeah, well, yeah, I'm really excited about that. So keep me posted on that, and I hope they come back in.
Yeah, me too.
Weird seeing where I used to live and these old broadcasts. It looks like what I'm in the middle of right now is episode 3. So I'm showing my artwork from like 1971, 72.
Look at that green shag carpet. That's from 1973.
Yeah, that carpet was just never changed. We moved in 1976 and it stayed the same. The people that bought the house, of course, completely gutted it and obviously got rid of that carpet. But yeah, that was horrible. Yeah, but it just never got changed. Well, I'll talk to you real soon.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right, bye. A ghost. Oh, and obviously this would have been Halloween time. Very good Dracula, actually. Yeah, my early fascination with monsters. This is where it all began. My fascination with monsters that led to, later Aurora models, and about a year after that, and all the other monster insanity that has filled my life, as you see. But this is where it all began, back in the early 1970s. Families are different. They need different clothes. They need different houses. That looks like a fascinating piece. All right. That's kind of okay. Looks like a... All right. This must be more finger painting. I remember the feel of the paint on my fingers, and I'm not sure if I liked it or not. Okay, more Easter stuff. Easter. Okay, egg power. Okay, well, I was aware at the time of hippies and their marching with their protest signs, and I think I learned about that from Mad Magazine. Another thing I was discovering about that same time, heard a few days ago that Mad Magazine is ceasing publication, but Mad Magazine was one of my earliest influences, and it's the Mad Magazine of today is not the Mad of that time. Look out, a monster attack book. Do they get away from the monster? Monster attack. Years later, in the 90s, I would meet some people that did a public access show called Monster Attack Team, Edward Holland and Joe Riley, and I'm going to talk about them in a future video. I'm going to do a whole video about Joe Riley, who passed away about 10 years ago, and who worked with me on a public access show called The Hypnotic Eye, a story about spring. For some reason he has a 27 on his shirt. Let's see. What is this? More Easter. Hop, hop. Pretty good. All right, we're getting to the end of my first grade artwork that was saved. African animals. think I'm running out of battery power, which is this is just a bunch of photocopied stuff with early handwriting attempts. An Easter egg. Pretty. Oh, there's a face on it. Okay. And life of butterfly. Starts with the egg, caterpillar. Step 4. And then the fully formed butterfly is telling you hi. Let's see, what do we have here? A flower. Everything has that same insane face. And what will this be, Pete? Why, it's birthday time. More of that finger painting. And that's about it for the first grade art that was saved by my mother back in those old days. I sure miss my mother. Every year about this time, she passed away in 2001. I will talk to you guys very soon, and it's a wrap. Hi, blog number 4, July 17th, 2019. I'm continuing to go through a lot of my collection and organize things. This may look familiar to some of you from the Hypnotic Eye episode 7, I think it was. It was a public access Dallas show that in the days before the internet, it was about 1997, it got traded around the country, and I guess it influenced a lot of people from what I hear. But it was a show put together by a friend of mine at the time, Joe Riley, who's since passed away, unfortunately. I helped out with several of the episodes. I provided a lot of footage. Episode 2 was pretty much, I was there when he edited the thing, and I think it was all my footage. Episode 7, he actually was in this part of my house, and he recorded a lot of this. I played the part of Donny Osmond on that show. It was a marionette puppet. I was going to show you some of the comics I've been acquiring lately. I like to go to a place here locally called Duncanville Books, Duncanville Books and Comics, obviously in Duncanville, Texas. And I picked up some stuff a couple of weeks ago, right after I got paid. This every summer, there's something about the Legion of Superheroes. Whenever every summer, summer makes me think of this Legion of Superheroes. So I, picked up a few issues that I don't think I have. Got this great issue of Jimmy Olsen, giant size issue, 80 page. Another issue of Jimmy Olsen. A lot of cool 60s stuff that I picked up. Teenage Love, number 63. I love these old Bob Hope and Jerry Lewis comics in the 60s when the sales were flagging. They put monsters into the mix to try to sell copies, and here's Bob Hope with monsters. An Archie book with a very interesting cover. Issue of Monster Frankenstein that I don't have. This was one of the comics I bought in 3rd grade. This title, Monster Frankenstein. I never got that issue. This is a cover I've seen, but I don't think I own this comic. Hope I didn't. Sometimes I actually accidentally buy comics a second time because I bought them 30 years ago and don't realize it. But this is great. Her patient is stark raving mad doctor. It is scientifically impossible that there could be a planet like Earth whose most famous leader is named Nixon. This is prior to Watergate. That's probably from about 1971. And Madhouse, all of the 60s covers. And Dennis the Menace was something I loved as a kid. My mother wouldn't let me buy the comics when I was real little, so they became more exciting because she was afraid I would pick up bad grammar from Dennis the Menace, the way he spoke. So she didn't let me buy them, so I became obsessed with Dennis the Menace. She wouldn't let me watch Three Stooges, so I'm still obsessed with the Three Stooges. She was afraid I'd imitate their actions. So things that she forbid me to have or watch, I am still fascinated with. I don't know if that's just kind of the way kids are. A 100-page giant Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, more 70s Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes. I picked this up. I love the old Comics Journal interviews, and I may already have this issue. I hope not. Been picking up a few Mads. I think I already have this issue, but sometimes when I find them cheap enough, I'll pick them up, or I'll forget that I already own them. This is an earlier Mad from 62. Picked this up recently as well. Fantastic Four 75. I went to an oddities convention in Dallas and got this Eerie Publications magazine. I didn't pay $25 for it, but I got it cheaper than that, but it would have been worth it. Amazing cover. Giant size chillers. I have the second issue from my childhood, but I never saw the first issue. I believe the second issue is where they introduced Tigra, the werewolf woman. I don't know how this got in the stack. Obsession and oppression. Torment, fear. W.V. Grant. How to destroy the devil. How to destroy the works of the devil, rather. Millions in print. A reprint issue of Nick Fury. A few Phantom Strangers that I did not have. Wonderful covers. 20 cents. Picked up, I have most of these, but I found them for 50 cents or less than 50 cents. So picked up a bunch of Marvel Tales, which were reprints from the late 60s of the very earliest Marvel comics. They reprinted Spider-Man, Thor, Human Torch, Gunsmoke. That's cool. This is from the Dallas Fantasy Fair that happened that had a lot of great guests, but not many people came. It seemed very sparsely attended. It was almost like a funeral, but it was, and the parking was very expensive, and getting in was expensive, but they had a lot of great guests. Just a little depressing to see it, how small it was compared to the ones I remember from the 80s and I guess 90s. This is something you don't see very often. Tom Holton Super Green Beret. Excellent. Just a Hana Fear reprint. Cave Kids. I'm going to rebag, obviously, a lot of these soon. Richie Rich. I love old Harvey comics. And Archie TV's Laugh Out. There's Sabrina, who is now a big Netflix star. Little Archie is always a great comic. Half Price Books, which is a great store, had these reprints of the 60s Hercules comics. I picked these up. You know, when I lived in San Antonio, and I guess it was 4th grade, I saw at the local HEB a Doctor Strange Treasury Edition. And last summer, my wife got it for me from eBay. So something I've been wanting since 1974, I now have. It's a magnificent Frank Brunner cover. The Treasury editions, for those of you that don't know, were tabloid comics, tabloid-sized comics that were reprints from the classic days. Also got this Treasury edition from Duncanville Books of Thor, number 10, Treasury edition number 10, about a year ago. I haven't been picking up a lot lately. I need to have more money really to do that. But just organizing, everything's in big state of flux and chaos around here. Show you a little bit of what's going on in this room. Lighting's not too good. Batman and Robin were gifts from my grandmother when I was like 3. Those aren't my childhood ones. All that remains of them kind of are the heads, but these are ones I got later. That's my childhood mummy box. Probably should try to get better lighting here. I painted that. The King Kong I bought, it was already painted. Superboy I painted. I'm not the best painter, but I try. That's I put together that robot and painted it, and the guillotine. It's my childhood Frankenstein model kit box, and I painted the Addams Family. Oh, this is where I'm keeping my comic collection, and I need to get new boxes, and I'm rebagging and reboarding a lot of the comics, and it's a big ongoing project that may not ever fully end, but I'm trying. I will be putting up more blog entries soon. Over and out. So it's blog number 5. It's July 17th, 2019. I think this is the first time that Drusilla the Beagle has appeared on YouTube. We got her last August. We have had her almost a year. She's a little puppy still. And she's the newest acquisition to our family. This video is not about Drusilla, but it's about an old friend of mine named Joe Riley. Here's a painting that I commissioned from Joe back in 1995. Now, Joe Riley was an amazing guy, multi-talented. He lived in Dallas. He had all kinds of talent. He was a painter, an artist, a sculptor, did special effects. When I first met him, he had just finished doing a public access show in Dallas that I had discovered and was amazed by. It was called Monster Attack Team. It was about Japanese monsters and superheroes. And it was done in the early 90s with his friend Edward Holland. And it was about shows like Kamen Rider and Ultraman and Godzilla. and a lot of influences. By the way, this was also done by Joe Riley. He was trying to create cartoon cells, and he painted them on the cell plastic, and so this is not a actual real Groovy Ghoulies cell, but it's something that Joe did, and Joe also painted this portrait of Ed Wood and gave it to me as a birthday present around the same time in the mid 1990s. He was a tremendous artist, and as I go around the house, there are some other things, the model kits he built for me and painted, and I'm trying to find some. But he did this great Japanese show, and let's see, here is Slee Stack model kit, resin model kit. He built this. I mean, he sculpted it, he painted it. This was, I don't know how many he made, but this was painted, and this is completely a Joe Riley creation. So he's a very talented guy. Joe also,
you were watching replays the 4-year-old episodes.
Aurora Frankenstein, and it has amazing detail. Oh, and this Mr. Gasser, he did this as well. And the now that one was done by me, but this one was also Joe, as was this one here. He painted the weirdos on there. The weirdos was not the word weirdos was not a decal. Let's see what else he might have done. Oh, he did this Superman down here. Very great detail in that. So anyway, the show came on the air before Power Rangers came to American television. So it was just really amazing. I'm just going to, as I talk, I'm going to pan around other model kits. These aren't necessarily done by Joe Riley or anything, but maybe my thoughts will be stimulated as I just walk around. Trying to think what other artifacts I have of Joe in the house. But anyway, he stopped doing that show about the time I met him. And I started doing a magazine called The Sophisticate. And he really liked it. And he said, I'd like to do a video version of it. So he started a show called The Hypnotic Eye. And I helped with it, starting with the second episode. And I was there with him in the editing bay. I remember bringing grocery store bags filled with VHS cassettes in, and we put together a really great episode. Episode 2 is one of my favorites. And then I think he went through 8 or 9 episodes of the show. Episode 7 was filmed in this room, partly, and there was a Donny Osmond puppet that was one of the characters that I portrayed. So Joe Riley was a great guy. Passed away in 2007, I believe. But one thing about it is it's weird. I think there was about 10 years that I didn't talk to Joe. And then I discovered him on MySpace, and we talked about going to a Universal Monsters convention in Grand Prairie, Texas, and we reestablished our friendship. And the next day I heard that he passed away that night. So I talked with him, or texted with him on MySpace, and then he passed away, I guess, of a heart attack later that evening. And so I never got to see him. But at least I know that I rekindled our friendship at the very end. I'm knocking stuff over. Try to find other things he made. Oh, yes. Here's and I'll find more stuff that Joe did and show you. Let's see. He did this alien model kit. He also painted this scorpion. And and he did this Dracula. Anyway, Joe Riley was a tremendous, great guy, a generous, great sense of humor. He's greatly missed, and I will talk to you soon. This is blog number 6, July 17th, 2019. This is a 1953 jukebox, an AMI E120. If you go online, you'll see pictures, if you do an image search, of Patsy Cline standing by one of these machines. And speaking of Patsy Cline, let's try one of her songs. I haven't turned this on in a little while. It's moving a little slow until it warms up. But it will search for the record. Oh boy. This is the 2023 Gratu. It puts the record on the plotter. It's a Patsy Cline song. Let's zoom past it so we don't get a copyright claim. Okay. Actually, I could have just turned the sound down, couldn't I? Oh, well, what the heck. Yeah, I'll just mute it. Let me go back. All right, I censor it. I'm censoring this for YouTube because anyway, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. Last I checked, we have 540 subscribers. If I can get to 1,000, that would be amazing. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 by 10 o'clock tonight. In the next 20 minutes, let's see if we can get a few more subscribers and get up to 1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an amazing DVD program that I've been producing called Tomb of Terror, much in the vein of The Hypnotic Eye from the 1990s, a show I helped out with. The Tomb of Terror isn't an hour-long show like The Hypnotic Eye. It's a 2-hour-long show. There are 15 episodes. Each episode is 2 hours long. That means there are 30 hours of entertainment waiting for you. What will you get? Cartoons, movie trailers, old commercials, old scopatones, old music videos, rock and roll, hot rods, everything you could ever possibly imagine that makes life worth leaving. So come on and start buying copies of the Tomb of Terror. It's I make them custom order. I have 15 episodes, so if you send $20 post-paid, that will get you a copy of Tomb of Terror episode 1. And then if you want episode 2, whatever. And if you want to trade with me, because money is, of course, the root of all evil, you can trade me old comic books or monster magazines or records or something. And then, and some of you, I owe you some free episodes because you sent me so many wonderful AOKs. I just got to get them together. I've got, there are 3 people in Arizona that want all 15 episodes. So that's going to take a little bit of time to put all those together. So get your orders in. Blog number 11. All right. It is July 20th, 2019. And this is an upgrade. I recently picked this up because it's in a little bit better shape than
In
my
reality, it's
copy.
May
But this
20th,
is the very first issue
2023.
of
We're
Mad
watching
that I
reruns
ever
of old
bought off the
episodes of the
newsstand.
Brought to Orloff show, now known
Spring of
as
71.
Hotel Orloff.
So they had portraits of Alfred Newman as world leaders from history. And then the second issue I ever got was this issue from around the same time, April of 71. Pre-Watergate, but Nixon was president at the time. And then there was a huge fad at the time of smiley faces. And issue number 150 was another issue. This is another, I've got a bunch of copies of this issue. Every time I see it, I buy it. And I think I picked this up again recently. But those were the first few issues I ever got as a kid. But of course, over the years collecting, I've gone through and picked up. This is a June 1960 issue. Let's see, what issue is that? 55. This is 41. This is actually out of order. So I picked up a lot of early issues over the years, and Mad is one of the things that influenced me tremendously as a kid, along with Famous Monsters of Filmland. It's a great cover. The Monster Times, Castle of Frankenstein. This issue was designed that no matter who won, Nixon or Kennedy, I'd have to take it out to show you. They have one side of the cover says Kennedy, congratulations, we're with you all the way. And the other side, Nixon, we were with you all the way. And then there were instructions to the newsstand dealer to display it whichever way the election turned out, so that they would scoop all the other magazines on the newsstand the day after the election. And I need to bag these. So got 2 copies of that. Oh well, it's just I don't need to show you every copy, but this is something that has been a lifelong obsession of mine. I'm gonna put issue 55 back in where it should be. Let's see. This is 58, 51, so 55 goes here. Boy, I'll tell you, it's being obsessive compulsive here. And this is number 59, 62. Well, Mad, it's a shame that it's ceasing publication, but it really has. Blog number 12, July 21st, 2019. Still playing around upstairs, organizing things. Took a little break. I cleared off the top of this pinball machine. Oh. Well, hello there. It's Groucho Orloff again, once again, coming to you live from the year 2023, March 20th. I'm going to shut the sound down because I've got Gary Lewis and the Playboys playing. But once again, I urge you to order copies of the incredible Tomb of Terror, a DVD program that will blow your mind. Make sure you order it to go to PayPal at Kenneth Weinert, PayPal at KENNETHWEINERT. $20 postpaid for every episode. And yes, the Tomb of Terror will give you the best of old cartoons, commercials, movie trailers, music. It's better than Night Flight ever was on the USA Network. It's much like The Hypnotic Eye was back in the 1990s on Dallas Public Access. Some of you may have run across that show. And let's see what people are saying here in the chat. Yeah, jukeboxes are great, says Michael. If I could afford it, I would get an original Wurlitzer. But all your jukeboxes are great. Thank you, Michael. It's amazing they're still publishing Mad, but I'm sure it's not the same. Mad seems to be like they put out specials where they reprint stuff. It's not really what you remember. Like I noticed there's a, oh shoot, what did I just do? Yes, it's me. I was sharing a screen. Yeah, Mad is just reprints now. I think there's an issue out now that reprints all their Star Wars parodies, but I think they put out that exact same issue about a year ago. Michael Taylor says, Horror Mike did a video on Monster Times issue 1 recently. Fun video. Yeah, I saw part of that. Yeah. Monster Times was an amazing magazine. One of those great things about the 1970s was the Monster Times and Castle of Frankenstein and everything else that made the 70s wonderful. Let's see if the music's ended yet. Yes, indeed. Those. This is back when we were living in Texas, in Grotuville, in the Groucho Orloff International Building of Trade. This is floor 7 of the Groucho Orloff International Building of Trade. We've moved to Rural Retreat, Virginia, and we're now living in the historic Hotel Sprinkle, built before the Civil War. We've recently changed the name to the Hotel Orloff, and you're welcome to come stay for a day or a lifetime. But the main priority right now is getting as many copies of the Tomb of Terror disseminated out to the American population. So please order your copies today. The international cabal, the World Economic Forum, will hate it if you order copies of the Tomb of Terror. So support Donald Trump and buy your copy of the Tomb of Terror today. And remember to drink Dr. Pepper. It's the quicker pepper upper. Yes, this house back, this building you're seeing here has been completely changed up by the people that bought it. And they're trying to sell it for an astronomical amount of money. But everyone says, oh, it looks like they did a great job. I think they actually kind of gutted it and destroyed the mid-century flair of this old building. But I'm also, I don't know. People say I'm not a good judge. Gave me a Holiday Inn commercial. Holiday Inn is no good now that they got rid of their neon signs. Oh, well, look at all these commercials they're putting in to my videos. Oh my gosh. Well, it's July 31st, 2019. Driving along on Pioneer Parkway, Highway 303 in Arlington, Texas. This new building's kind of cool. Just thinking, July of 2019, when I filmed this, I had no idea the pandemic was coming and all the horrible things we've endured over the last 4 years. There. This is a route I took so many times in high school, going to the old Forum 303 Mall, which was a place every Friday and Saturday night, it seems like I was at. They had my family liked to go to a cafeteria there called Piccadilly Cafeteria. It seems like every Friday night. And then afterwards, I would slip over to a bookstore called Century Bookstore, and it had Famous Monsters. And I saw Michael Dodd return. Monster Times. I remember buying the very last issue of the Monster Times there. The mall, in its last gasp, tried to switch over to being like a bazaar, like a flea market, and then it finally was just bulldozed, and it's now a big, big giant warehouse of some sort. But that was a great mall. It had a movie theater with 6 screens, and every weekend they ran midnight movies. They always had the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Dawn of the Dead and Flush Gordon and whatever else. Some of the movies rotated, but Dawn of the Dead and Rocky Horror Picture Show were there every Friday and Saturday night. Right over this bridge is where the mall used to be. And now it just lives in memories of people that grew up in this area. Oh, they had a great arcade there called Forum Fair with Carousel and all the great games. So that would be a place we would hang out in the early 80s. And the mall was kind of neat. Right now I'm on my way to Cosmic Comics, which is in Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie starts on the other side of this bridge. All right. If you go a little bit to the right on Highway 360 here, there's a giant record store that is very overpriced, but they got all, it may be one of the biggest record stores in the world. Yeah, over here where all these buildings are, that's where the mall was, Forum Mall. Now, long gone. Can't even find many photographs of it online. If someone has pictures or video of that mall, it would be great. They had some comic cons, or at least one that was in the mall, and it was kind of neat. There was a great gift store in there called Helen Gallagher's that had all kinds of gag gifts, and all in here was the mall. Oh yeah, it's gone. There was a Musicland record store in there. I bought a few Firesign Theater records there. That used to be a Kip's Big Boy. It's gone now. And this liquor store used to be a Color Tile. Oh my God. Those were great memories. So much for that. See you later. Hi, it's Saturday, August 3rd, I think, 2019. On the way to pick up a pizza yesterday, I stumbled on an estate sale. Some people had some stuff in their front yard and in the backyard and in the sunroom and in the garage. And there were a bunch of games out front in the front lawn. And I wound up spending a total of $20, but I got a bunch of games that are really pretty neat. I put this down by Pete, and it has a bunch of different games in it. And picked up a couple of 45s, some Perez Prado stuff, an Underdog Golden Book, and another little game that I thought was kind of neat. And then a version of Clue, which I had never seen this version of Clue. So I got those things. And then also picked up these 4 albums, all of this was for $20. It doesn't have the photo in it, but the record's in great shape. And then this Joey D album. And okay, so also I got this little game that teaches you Spanish while you play it. And this is like brand new. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's never been used. So that's cool. And then a couple other things I got that are downstairs. Let me go show you those as well. I also picked up this here. This was $3. And let's see. Oh, and the last thing I got was this lamp here, which I think is really cool. So that's what I got at the estate sale yesterday. It's supposed to be going on today, but as you can see, it's raining outside. I went by earlier and they had tarps over everything. So hopefully the rain will stop here in a little bit and they'll open up again. They said they're going to bring a lot of other stuff out today. So I was going to stop by there. But with that, I guess I'm over and out. It's August 3rd, 2019. I'm about to test this record player I just picked up along with a stand for less than $10. It's a Sears brand, silver tone, and cleaned it up just a little bit. It's a child's phonograph, and this is a sticker I remember getting out of a dime machine about 1972. I would say these stickers were put on it by some probably little girl in about that time, 72. I think these stickers should stay on, not be removed. Someone has tried to remove them, it looks like, at some point, and pulled up some of the paper, but that's part of the character of it. But let's see how it works. My first time trying it. Okay. And it sounds terrible. Well, I think I have a friend of mine named Gerald that can look at this, and it's probably an easy fix. But for right now, it's about how it's working. Over and out. It's a hot day here in Fort Worth, Texas. It's August 7th, 2019. I'm on Camp Bowie coming up to the Ridgely Theater. Ridgely Theater is where I saw The Empire Strikes Back when it came out back in 1980. So I was born in 65, so I guess I was 15, and I remember it came out on a Friday, and on Saturday morning my mother drove me there. And it back then you didn't have a million theaters playing a movie. You couldn't reserve seats or buy tickets in advance, so we got there really early, hours in advance of I think a show that was going to start at 11 or noon. And anyway, so we're sitting in the theater. It's probably about 9:30. We're waiting for a noon show, and all of a sudden the movie just started. They realized, well, we've got a full theater of people. Might as well go ahead and just have a 10 o'clock show and then get them out for the 12 o'clock show. But I went ahead and stayed and watched it again for the 12 o'clock show that I'd actually bought the ticket for. There's the theater there. It's a beautiful theater, but it doesn't run movies there anymore. I think they have heavy metal shows and bands, and I don't know what. Hold on, there it is. Beautiful old theater at Ridgely. Traffic's kind of bad. Well, anyway, just wanted to point out that theater in case someone came along with a wrecking ball and knocked it down. At least I document it here in my blogs. Yeah, so I would have been about 15 when that came out. And, oh yes, over and out. Bye.
Also, to you, my Patriots over in Florida, I will be there in a couple of weeks. Let me know. I will be in the Orlando area. The claim of ghost unhinged because someone called them Fredo. Now, just to give them some hints here, in the movie The Godfather, Fredo is the least of these my brethren of the Corleone family. He is the son born of
Hey, it's September 15th, 2019. This is Dr. Gratu Orloff broadcasting from my cave of rock and roll records and comic books that I am trying to organize, still trying to since last summer. I had, Friday night was a full moon and it was Friday the 13th, but I didn't have bad luck. I actually had good luck the whole day. It was an amazing day. I actually have an old friend from college. I've known him since the mid 80s, and he's downsizing, moving to he just restored a big mid-century house, like perfectly. He wound up in magazines with how well it turned out. And now he's got to move closer to work. And so he says, well, I'm downsizing my hoard. And he has a lot of stuff, a lot like me. And, I always known him as a record collector, and we shared interest in records, but we never really talked about it. But when he was younger, he was a comic collector in late 60s, early 70s, and he would order from those ads in the back of comic books. There was a guy named Robert Bell that used to advertise, and he made himself look like Thor, and he had the letter B all over his uniform, and he sold old comic books from somewhere. So he would order a lot. In fact, he told me that on the day of the moon landing, he wasn't even interested in man landing on the moon because he just gotten a box from Robert Bell. But anyway, he was getting rid of a lot of stuff, and he just and he sold off some like his whole X-Men collection through an auction house, and wasn't happy with how he got treated. And he said, "Here, I'm just going to give you. Here, you can just have my whole Avengers collection because I know it's going to go to a good home." So I was going to do one of those unboxing YouTube videos here. And this is the box he gave me. And I'm going through it for the first time. And let's see what we've got. So the bags are old. I'm going to have to rebag these. It looks like we've got Avengers 13. And then we got Avengers 14. Oh, that's too much light. How do we? Okay, maybe this is a better angle. Okay, there's 15, 16. He told me these are just reading copies, but this is amazing to me. 17. Here's 18. 19. And it's actually in its Robert Bell bag. Let's see, is this Robert Bell? Let's see. Yeah, Robert Bell, box 18, Plage. I don't know how to pronounce that in New York. I read an interview with him, I think in the Comics Journal years ago. He was kind of notorious, and people made fun of him because he said that having tape on a comic book was not considered a flaw. There's a beautiful cover. That was in Marvel, briefly was Marvel Pop Art Productions. And we've got 21. Looks like this is a complete run up through the early 70s. I've got Christmas music playing even though it's September because it's like Christmas morning. Well, that's not really the reason, but it sounds good. Okay. Let's see. Running out of power on my phone. I already had this issue, but I don't have a lot of the Silver Age Avengers. I started collecting in the early 70s, but I guess I do now. This is such a wonderful gift. Okay, we're up to issue 30 now. $32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. You know, in the early 70s, the only way to get older comics was garage sales, used bookstores, or mail order. It wasn't here locally in the summer of '77. Lone Star Comics opened up in a little tiny shop across from a disco. There's the first vision. And then I was able to get older comics, but before then it was, and you know, my mother, when I was real little, I would have had a much better collection, but my mother did not. You know, she grew up in the Depression, and she frowned on me buying anything used. That was like not a good thing. And she said, if you buy something used books, you'll bring book lice into the home, and then they'll eat all your books. That's what she told me, and I don't know. So she didn't want me buying old books, or you know, I would have been able to amass an amazing collection at that time period. Okay, now the books at this point aren't bagged. Looks like for a ways here. So we got 66, 67. I'm going to spend part of the afternoon rebagging these and bagging some of them for the first time and boarding them. Okay, up to issue 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. It's hard on the back. Okay. Okay, it was 86, so we got 87. Black Panther Origin, 88, 89. Yeah, my friend kept his Spider-Man collection, and he kept his Captain Marvel collection, and he was in his adventure comics with the Legion of Superheroes in the 60s. Those are the ones he's keeping. But yeah, he just gave me this completely. This is just an amazing gift. This is okay, so we move into the 20-cent era, which is when I really started to buy superhero comics. I was born in 1965, and I was mainly as a little kid, you know, I started with Harvey Comics, and then I moved to horror. I'd buy Tomb of Dracula, anything horror related. And then I think my mom bought me a Spider-Man comic as a gift when I was sick one day, and I didn't really read it. I wasn't really into superhero comics, and then I bought the Marvel Treasury edition of Fantastic Four. I think the second Marvel Treasury edition, and was so amazed by it. I went back and read the Spider-Man comic that I had, and then I started buying Marvel like unbelievable quantities and joined that Foom Club, and which I still have the poster here. That's my original poster I had framed. So anyway, my friend's about 8 years older than me, so he was aware in the 60s and buying comics. So we're up to 106, and we're coming up to when I started to buy Avengers comics. I think. Let's see. I think my first issue of the Avengers must have been around a 120 or something. I remember getting that when my dad took me to the PX at Fort Sam Houston and San Antonio. 112, 113. I remember the cover. It was purple cover. 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123. Okay. Now they're bagged again. 124, 125, 126, 127. Ah, yes, this is the first issue of the Avengers I ever bought. So I have another copy of that. 128. So here's 129, which I don't have. 130, 131. I have that issue. It had Frankenstein monster on it. 132, 133, 134, 135, 136. I have that issue. I remember buying that in Tacoma, Washington. 137, 138, 139, 140, 141. I have that. 142. And last but not least, 143. So that was the amazing gift that I received Friday night. I'm going to ring off simply because my battery's about to die, but let me charge it. I'll be back with more videos this afternoon. Take care. Bye.
Well, and PW is perfect. That's not
Well, I'm again trying to organize in a strange way. I decided to organize my collection by time period. So I've started to just put Silver Age in one section and then Bronze Age in another. So I've started to go through my entire collection, and everything's in chaos. Got boxes stacked up. But things are going to get better. When things are a little bit more straight, I'll do another video and let you see how things turn out. Happy New Year. Well, it's March 7th, 2020, and I guess I should point out for what is that La Copa that this video is not for children at all. This is although if I was a kid, I wouldn't mind watching what collectors in their 50s were doing. I probably would be doing that if I was a kid of this generation. But anyway, I haven't been up here in a while, but my project is to organize my comics. I want to have Silver Age and back all alphabetized, and then in separate boxes I want to have Bronze Age and up. And I just don't like a mix together. Everything's going to be alphabetized regardless of comic company, but I just want to organize by era. That is my current project, so it's going to take a while. I'm about to retire in the end of May, and then my wife and I are thinking about getting out of this area. Our property taxes are almost $4,000 a year, and need to find something I want to find something bigger, cheaper, and less property tax. So we're looking in different states, and regardless, I need better lighting here. Hopefully we'll be somewhere else before too long. But in the meantime, I'm organizing. Here's some things I've recently acquired. Adventure Comics number 393. Actually, this is a comic I've had since I was in junior high school, but I'm just trying to. Okay, so what I'm doing, This is the stack I'm filing into my Silver Age and back. I like the Adventures of Bob Hope and Jerry Lewis, and they were trying to sell these comics in the 60s with all these monsters, and I'm a huge monster collector. And so these are some of the comics I've recently picked up that I'm going to be filing into the Silver Age and back boxes. This would be Bronze Age up. Yeah, so I'll move that. Okay, so got to move the Bronze Age ones. These aren't recent acquisitions. I've always had these. Anyway, everything's all mixed up. I love the old Atlas comics. You know, when I was in 5th grade, I thought it was so exciting. The new comic company was starting, and I was there on the ground floor. I was born in 1965, so I was not around for the beginning of Marvel. I thought, well, this is something new starting, and I'm in on the ground floor. But nothing really lasted past issue 4, you know, and the company folded. So, okay, this has a Maureen McCormick feature. Deputy Dog, Madhouse. I'm standing between the light and the camera. I've got to figure out a better way to do this. I got a lot of these recently at a store in Fort Worth called Collected Comics. This is a comic I've been looking for years, kind of one of those holy grails. The ghost scared by hippies. In fact, I may blow that up and make it into a poster. I love 60s comics that are super, you know, psychedelic, and here's a little dot with a caricature of Kennedy. It's pretty horrifying. Okay, this is these need to go on the Bronze Age stack or Atlas. Okay, hot stuff. This would be Bronze Age. That needs to be bagged. Yeah, you know, it's quite a project. I've been really enjoying and really inspired by watching people on YouTube that I guess are in my age range who are comic collectors, and people like Silver Age Dave and Metarog and Captain Strange-Life, and there's Silver Age. Is it Silver Age Bronze Babe? I can't remember. She's great. There's just so many. I just love them. Every day I go to YouTube and I look, do they have something new up? And lately everyone's been a lot spooked by this COPA law. But you know, the ironic thing is there's nothing that kids today are less interested in comic books. But I think, you know, government bureaucrats may think comic books, that's for kids. But kids aren't into comics. They don't even know what they are. They're not a part of their world. They may know the movies, but they probably think they're characters based on video games or cartoons. I mean, so I'm really enjoying all of these videos, and I'm watching people in their 40s, 50s, 60s that are comic collectors. I've got this giant collection, and I've got to sort it out, but you know, we're thinking of moving. And the first place we thought of moving was a giant hotel with 6,000 square feet that was built in 1850 in Virginia, a little tiny town. And it was 120,000. And then I found out all the damage that had been done to it from a leaking roof. And that was so disappointing. But I thought I could turn this into my version of Forrest J. Ackerman's museum. And now we're looking at a place in Wisconsin and some other places in Iowa and different places that just are huge amounts of square footage. and low property tax and things like that. And who knows what will happen. Hopefully, good things in the next few months. But right now, I'm still organizing. So, this is my world. I will sign off and talk to you soon. Hey, it's March 7th, 2020. Still trying to get the collection into some organized state before our potential move. Now, as I mentioned in a previous video, we're thinking of maybe moving to a bigger place that costs less and less property tax and all that as I move towards retirement. These are some recent comics that I've purchased. This is the first issue of Warlord. Weird Mystery Tales. A couple of issues of Werewolf by Night that I didn't buy when I was a child. You know, the way I collect, I'm not necessarily a collector. Silver Age Dave was asking people, I don't know, a month or so ago, whether are they key collectors or are they people that collect runs. And I'd like to be able to collect runs, but I know there are certain issues I'll never be able to get. And a key collector, you know, I just buy what I like. And sometimes I like weird stuff. And a lot of the things I buy are the things that people traditionally, no one buys. You know, I love old Archie comics and Archie ripoffs and even Conan ripoffs. And I bought these 2 nights ago, these 2 giant-sized Defenders. I bought a lot of the Atlas run when they first came out in 1975, but I never had this issue, which is I guess supposed to be a comic that features different barbarians, and this is Barbarians featuring Iron Jaw. I never had that one. Bought a few issues of Conan that I didn't already have. Some of the early 70s Marvel. Doc Savage. More Archie. Nice flash cover. This issue of House of Secrets, I think they really did a good job of actually simulating what an EC comic looked like. That really, really almost completely nails it. This is when they revived Journey into Mystery as a reprint horror comic. Gotta get a better lighting system in here. I'm standing, creating a shadow on things. I'll figure out a better lighting system. Cousin Ambrose looks a little bit different on the Netflix show. Let's see, like the 70s Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes. Probably have already bought this comic about 3 or 4 times. Part of my organization will maybe help me prevent buying more and more copies of the same thing, although I see some people do that on purpose, and then it kind of makes sense to
to have a bunch of one issue. It's kind of neat, but with limited income, I kind of want to buy different things. Now, when I first started buying superhero comics, it was right about this time in the run of Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four was the first superhero comic I started reading because the Marvel Treasury Edition came out. I think Marvel Treasury Edition #2 that reprinted the Galactus story. And before that, I bought horror comics. I bought, Harvey Comics and Dennis the Menace, and I bought Mad Magazine. I love Famous Monsters of Filmland. I love monster stuff. But superhero stuff I wasn't really buying or knew much about or wasn't interested in. And then that Fantastic Four sucked me in. And then I started reading Spider-Man, and I became a real fan of Marvel around 73, 74, somewhere in there. But this, I found a bunch of Fantastic Fours last Saturday that were right before the first issue I started buying. And so I picked them up, and they're kind of reading copies. But let's be filling a hole in my collection. As a kid, I wasn't aware just how much H.P. Lovecraft influenced the writing in the comics I was reading, but it certainly was going on. I think the first issue that I bought of Fantastic Four was 140. No, it must have been. It was somewhere in the somewhere right around here. Maybe it was 152. Oh, I bought 2 copies of that last weekend and 2 copies of this. Strange. I was in a frenzy. I was going through all these drawers of comics. It collected comics in Fort Worth. Actually, I bought these in Bedford at another location, and they have just drawers and drawers you pull out of comics. Most of them not priced. You have to get them priced, and they're all just from different collections and in a haphazard order. And I managed to find those and get them priced and bought them last weekend. But this is kind of the state of things right now. I just got boxes and boxes, and I've got to, as I said before, I'm organizing them by era. I've got, anything that's 1970 or 69 and back, all go in boxes, alphabetized, and then I'm going to put everything from all the Bronze Age up in separate boxes. So that's the order that I really want to have my collection be in. So when I'm flipping through boxes, I can feel like I'm maybe looking at a collection created by someone in the 60s. And I don't have much golden age. I'm not a big high roller, and I don't have much after the mid 80s or into the 90s when things took pretty much a decline. My collection's mostly 60s, 70s, and some 80s. I don't really know what's coming out today that's of interest. Comics are so expensive, and I love monster magazines and things like that. I'm a big monster collector, and but I also collect records and movie memorabilia, so that's also kept me from having just a completely world-class comic collection because I was always divided. If I was only collecting one thing, well, that would have kind of helped me have especially when the time I was starting in the mid 70s. But in the mid 70s, I was in elementary school, and my mom really frowned on me buying anything used. So that if I had if I had if I was allowed when I was in third grade to buy used comics, I could have been picking up some really important stuff from the 60s for very little. Recently, a friend of mine gave me his entire Avengers collection from the teens to about 1975, and that was an amazing thing. Just because he's moving, and his daughters aren't going to want it, and if he puts it in the will, and so he's holding on to his Spider-Man collection. He's a good 7 years older than me, so he was able to start buying comics in a time period, an even better time period in the Silver Age. So this is my radio collection. Maybe in the one of the houses we eventually, whatever house we eventually pick up, I'll have a better way of displaying the radios. This is a picture of my mother, passed away in 2001. This is Lex Interior of the Cramps. I'm also a big, as I mentioned before, record collector. This is my beloved cat Princess, my first pet. And this is Daisy, who, if you go back on my YouTube account, you can see some videos of Daisy. So here's my cat. There's a lot of mess in here. It's kind of embarrassing. There's Alan, and here's Pete. And this is another room. Anyway, lots of stuff. This Wonder Woman mirror is kind of cool. Photos of cavemen. One of my favorite images of all time since I first saw it in Castle of Frankenstein or magazine, or maybe it was the Monster Times. It was later used on a record album by a band called the Angry Samoans. But it's oh, here's some art created by someone that I got at a garage sale. Kind of wonderful. And this is my little display in the upstairs restroom. This is art created by a late friend of mine, Joe Riley, back in '96. Anyway, a lot of chaos around here. Picture's crooked. They've got all this junk on top of, it's not junk, it's actually wonderful stuff, but shouldn't be on this beautiful old pinball machine. Oh, I didn't say my COPA warning. This video is extremely adult and horrible and should not be viewable by anyone under the age of 18. Rated X for excitement. There's a globe of Mars and a back glass for a pinball machine. Volco Predicta. Dolly Parton. Donna Lauren, the Dr. Pepper girl. Just need a bigger space for everything. Like I said, we're thinking of different places to move. I've fallen in love with a place in Wisconsin. My wife is kind of iffy about it. And then she saw on YouTube bears walking around in the snow, and that kind of scared her. But I don't mind being snowed in. I don't mind because I don't like going places and having to deal with human beings too much. I'm happy being a hermit. I always have been. Well, not always, but it comes with being old and having dealt with too much humanity. Got this old comic rack at a store called, what was it called? Oh, it was called Remember When in Dallas, or Carrollton, Texas. And she had 2 of these racks, and she actually used them to display new comics. And she sold it, I don't know, I may have paid $15, $25 for it in the 90s and crammed it into my car, and now these are worth a lot of money. But she was the widow. This old lady that ran this store looked like Aunt Bee from the Andy Griffith Show and had this horribly annoying voice. She would sing the music from Cats and Phantom of the Opera in the store. It was torture. But looking through all the amazing stuff, movie posters and old magazines and comics, there was a lot of stuff, but nothing was priced. You'd have to bring it up to the counter and they would price it. And of course they knew you wanted it. So then they'd look through to see, oh, there's the picture of Captain Kirk in this. One of the ladies would say to the head lady, we need to charge more for this, really, right in front of you. And it's a picture. It's the Monster Times. Most Star Trek fans aren't buying the Monster Times, but so they try to charge you more because, it has Star Trek stuff in it. Yeah, it was horrible. It was really a horrible experience. But I got this magazine rack out of it. I don't know if any of you have ever seen or ever been to Remember When, but she had one of the early people in comic fandom in the Dallas area. One was Buddy Saunders, who later formed Lone Star Comics, and then I can't remember the name of the guy, but he was one of 3 guys that did, I think, Star-Studded Comics or Lone Star, I don't know, some comic book fanzine in the 60s, and he, I think, had multiple sclerosis, can I pronounce it right? Multiple sclerosis, and was in a wheelchair. And this lady was his widow, and so she inherited all of these collectibles and had a store. But boy, would it annoy me going in there. So anyway, that's where that rack came from. Now they're untouchable as far as buying them. They're just ridiculously priced. I guess there aren't many still out there. I've been listening to a lot of vintage, old-timey country music. I hate modern country music, but love the real old stuff lately, and much to the chagrin of my wife. I actually sculpted this little Batman rat fink looking guy I don't know, about 15, 20 years ago, painted it. But, you know, notice I don't show the floor very much in these videos because it's just boxes of stuff. And, I got to figure this out. Don't you agree, Pete? This place a mess. It's terrible, isn't it? Someone at work gave me a copy of this beat up Lost in Space novelization, which I had no idea even existed. So that's something I just got recently for nothing. So with that, in that last video, I was talking about some of my inspirations here on YouTube, people that put out amazing videos, and I can't wait to watch them. And I mentioned Silver Age Dave and Metarog and Silver Age Bronze Babe, and I mentioned I forgot a few people, the Captain Strange Life, but I forgot AFTA Comics. That's a great one. And there's some others that I'm just discovering. I'm trying to find more. But it's really great to find people that are into old comics and aren't into just role-playing games and just nothing but the new stuff. You know, I don't really, I just basically the older people that are around my age, because I've never met a lot of them. Anyway, I guess with that, I'll wrap up because I'm just babbling. But I like to watch other people babble, so maybe someone will like this. Right now, I only have 25, 26, I don't know, subscribers. I've got to figure out a way to fix that because I would really like to be able to go live, but I think you need 1,000 subscribers for that, and that's, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. So, if you guys can figure out a way to maybe give me some advice on how to build subscribers, that would be cool. I would love to go live. This is a wax figure of Hedy Lamarr that I got in an antique store years ago. I need to be a little quiet downstairs. My wife is taking a nap. So, anyway, I guess I'll let you guys go. See you soon. Hey, it's Sunday in late April 2020. Just had my birthday a few days ago. Noticed that Soul Rage Dave's birthday is a day before mine. Anyway, I'm trapped inside with this crisis going on, and so my wife ordered some presents for me, and they've come in, and one of these is something I've wanted for years, and I'll show it to you. It's kind of a grail for me. But it's a 1965 issue of Cracked magazine, but the cover is a wonderful. Well, that light's too bright. It's just a wonderful John Severin drawing of the monsters and all the classic monsters, and what I want to do is make a poster of this. I'm a huge monster fan, always have been, and this is a great issue. It's a great ad. Cracked is this is number 43 in May 1965. I was born in April 65, so this might have still been on the stands when I was born. Typically, magazines and comic books are dated about 2 months in advance so that they can spend time on the stands. That's one of them. Also, I've been trying to, well, you got to understand a little bit about me. and my history. I was born in '65, and I had two older brothers that were 10 and 11 years older than me. So they were around during the silver age of comics, and they, both of them were pretty much out of the house and off to college by the time I was in fourth grade. So mainly I started collecting comics and magazines around 69, 70 when I was 4 or 5. So right at the dawn of the Bronze Age. And so, but I've always been fascinated by the Silver Age. And what I've been doing lately and here is trying to get my comic collection cleaned up. I've got boxes that I've had since the 80s. The boxes are turning colors, and I just wanted to look nicer. And I've also tried to, I want to separate all the Silver Age comics into separate boxes alphabetically that have the Bronze Age and up in other boxes. And I don't know why, just something I wanted to do. But when I was a little kid, I became fascinated with, just the Harvey comics, Casper, Hot Stuff. And I would see on the newsstands things like Famous Monsters and Castle of Frankenstein. And I would see Mad Magazine and Cracked. And these magazines fascinated me. But typically what I would have to do, there was a huge newsstand on the base. We lived in Heidelberg, Germany, at that time. My dad was in the army, and there was a newsstand with a huge wall of comics and magazines. And I would, as a little 4 or 5-year-old, I would see something I wanted. I'd show it to my mom. Is this okay? And she'd flip through it and approve it. And sometimes she says no. She was looking to see if it was appropriate for me. Sometimes she'd let me buy Mad. Sometimes she would be, she'd see something in it she didn't like. And as far as Monster magazine, she was really particular. If she saw any eye injury, it would flip her out. I think that when one of my older brothers was a baby, he was flailing around and his finger went across my mom's eye, scratched her eye. So she was real sensitive to eye injuries. So if there was ever a monster like the Amazing Colossal Man that had an empty eye socket, or there was wounds to any eye, someone with bleeding, blood coming from their eye or something, she would flip out and say, no, you can't have that. So sometimes she'd let me, very rarely, in that era, no, she didn't let me buy any Famous Monsters. I don't have any from that time period. But I remember she would let me buy Cracked pretty consistently, and sometimes Mad. And then we moved to Virginia, to Hampton, Virginia. And by then I was pretty much into monsters, and Marvel was starting to put out a lot of monster comics, and they were starting like Tomb of Dracula and Monster of Frankenstein and Werewolf by Night. And then they also had their black and white magazine line that they were putting out. And there was an explosion of monster stuff right around that time, 73, because the Comics Code Authority that came in the mid-50s banned monsters in comics. Basically, you weren't allowed to have them unless it was just some cartoony Dracula. So when they relaxed it and let you put in zombies and the undead and all of this, then Marvel just exploded and just threw all monsters they possibly could in there. And I think before Marvel had tried to get around the rules when they created Morbius in the Spider-Man comic, and they called him Morbius the Living Vampire. Because I guess he was technically alive, he wasn't the undead, so it skirted around the rules of the Comics Code. So anyway, Marvel was putting out all their comics, their Marvel monster comics, and I became really fascinated with that. And Monsters Unleashed and Dracula Lives and Vampire Tales. And meanwhile, there would occasionally be an issue of Castle of Frankenstein and the Monster Times on the newsstand. And my mom didn't let me get those. But
over the years, I've been collecting the Monster Times. Monster Times was a newspaper tabloid about monsters. It was kind of like the Rolling Stone was at that time, where it would unfold and then unfold again, and then it would be a big newspaper. And Castle of Frankenstein was a tremendous monster magazine that started in the early 60s and was around to the mid 70s. And Famous Monsters was the most well known. And Famous Monsters was amazing. It was amazing. You see a new issue of Famous Monsters, and it was like Christmas morning. It looked beautiful. Forrest J. Ackerman had this tremendous collection of stills from every from his because he was a huge, one of the probably the biggest horror and science fiction collector. And so he had the best stuff, and the production design of the magazine was gorgeous. The problem with Famous Monsters is once you were able to read, you realized that it didn't really say much, and the jokes were not funny really to anyone. But Castle of Frankenstein and the Monster Times were written on a higher level, and they were great. And I went through the closet, found my Castle of Frankenstein box, and I pulled out, and I said, which issues do I not have? And then I ordered. It was kind of like my Christmas birthday present. The issues that I didn't have, and I think now I only need issue 2. And before Castle of Frankenstein started, there was they put out like a one-shot called the Journal of Frankenstein. I need that too. It's from like 59. So I got 4 issues of Castle of Frankenstein in the mail yesterday, and that almost completes my collection. I got 4 issues of Monster Times, and I still need various issues. I've got them written down. So I live in Arlington, Texas. That's where mycomicshop.com is based out of. Now, mycomicshop.com is a mail order comic business. It's got a huge warehouse of comics, and they're really good. They ship things really well. It was the local comic shop here in town. It was called Lone Star Comics. It opened in the summer of '77. Although Buddy Saunders, who opened it, had been dealing in comics since he was in, I think, grade school or junior high, out of that same area of Arlington. And he was one of the original community of comic collectors in this area in the 60s. Well, he opened that. It was the summer of '77 when Star Wars came out, and I was just about to go into 7th grade. And I remember going in that tiny store, which was smaller than the room I'm in right now, and just being overwhelmed with all the old comics. And you never really were able to see all the old comics then. There weren't comic stores. That was the first I'd ever been in. And I'd never seen that amount of comics except maybe at a flea market in San Antonio when I was a kid. Lived in San Antonio for a while. And that was a great experience. And then he moved to a few other locations. And there was a time, I think in the 80s, when Buddy Saunders kind of went to war, the owner of Lone Star Comics, with the comic industry, because they've started putting in these perverse elements to some of their comics. I think he had a problem with his character Lobo, who was this alien that wore chains, was like a biker, and I think he had a bunch of wives, and I don't know what I wasn't really following it, but I think he was a villain in the Superman comic, but he had his own comic where he was a rapist and did all this stuff. And so you have these adult comics of Lobo, and then you also have Lobo appearing in the regular Superman comics that ostensibly are aimed at children, and he didn't like that. So he put the DC comics in the back of a store and the Marvel in the front. And that upset a lot of people. And then he started trying to make the store a little more family friendly, putting kind of toys in the front of the store, so you have to walk through the toys first. And then for a little while, he was hiring elderly women to be kind of a grandmother figure that would kind of sit there like in a rocking chair at the front of the store to give the store a wholesome image, and I remember thinking this kind of cheesy. I never saw the old white women. I heard about it, but now, in retrospect, I realized what he was doing, and he was fighting against something that's become really bad in the industry now, which is all this. I don't know. They're comics. I like the older comics. I don't like a lot of what's going on now. So, my whole point with this, mycomicshop.com. Okay, at a certain point, Lone Star Comics stopped having back issues, and that's why I went in there, is to get the old comics. And and then he started doing it only mail order through the internet, and so the store became depressing. There weren't old comics in there anymore. So now that store, he closed Lone Star Comics, sold it to some other business that opened it up as Wild West Comics, because Wild West had the same number of letters as Lone Star, so they could kind of put it on the sign and not change too much. So I don't have much use for most modern comic shops unless they have older comics in there. If it's just new comics, it's not that intriguing to me. So anyway, so now with the inability to go out and go to, say, Duncanville bookstore or places like that, I guess I've resorted in this quarantining that we're going through to going and getting and actually using mycomicshop.com and mail order. So, and I went through an addiction with eBay in the early 2000s, and so I've been trying to stay away from mail order, but this kind of forced me back into it. So anyway, ordered some Castle of Frankensteins that I didn't have from mycomicshop.com. Take the tape off. And this is the first time going through them. I spared you the unboxing because mycomicshop.com, they do such a good job of boxing that it takes forever to open up. I mean, if you order from them, things aren't going to get damaged. They seem to be. Oh, but the thing is, don't get I live local. I mean, I could get on a bike and be at wherever mycomicshop.com is probably within 10-15 minutes. I used to walk to Lone Star Comics back in the 70s when I was in junior high. It's probably, I don't know, it's many miles away, but I would walk there, and Lone Star Comics, when it first opened, was not in the best area. I didn't know that, but that's the area where Amber Hagerman was kidnapped, and that happened years later. She's the girl that the Amber Alert's named after. That kidnapping happened right over where the original Lone Star was. Anyway, this is an issue of Castle of Frankenstein number 7, and it is one I didn't have. And so this. The interesting thing about Castle of Frankenstein is Calvin Beck, who here is called Charles F. Kane. Anyway, the editor and publisher of this magazine. And see, the text is very small and information packed. And this movie guide is what inspired Michael Weldon of Psychotronic, the Psychotronic movie guide, and the guy that put out Psychotronic magazine. I mean, this is what inspired him. This is an issue I did not have. Calvin Beck. I'm not using a high-tech setup. I don't believe how this phone is propped up here. Calvin Beck was a guy that hung out with a circle of science fiction horror type people in, I guess, New York in the late 50s, early 60s. And one of the people he hung out with was Robert Bloch and Paul Sprague de Camp, all the, just the big, I'm not sure who was in that group, honestly, but Robert Bloch apparently based the character of Norman Bates in the Psycho book that came out before the movie on Calvin Beck, who would later put out this magazine. Because Calvin Beck, whenever he came out, he always came out with his mother, and his mother went everywhere. She even audited all of his college classes and went to the classes with him. She never let him out of her sight. And if he went to some party without her, she would call on that every hour to see how he was. And so I think everyone in that circle kind of knew that when Robert Bloch wrote Psycho, it was really based on Calvin Beck. So this issue was not in my box. I swear I own this, but it's probably in some other box, the wrong box. But now, if I didn't own it, I own it now. And if I did, I've got 2 copies now. I don't know the best way to show off this stuff. Maybe I should move this microphone. Okay. Interview with Stan Lee. If I do own this, it's not in as good a shape as this. Article on the Avengers. Flash Gordon. Parody called Smash Gordon. Yeah, what a beautiful magazine. Beautiful. And then this comic strip. Remember this comic strip? Where was it? Oh, Ultraman. Maybe I don't own this because I would have remembered Ultraman being in Castle Front. Sometimes you see the front cover of a magazine so often and the back issue ads. You think you own it because you've seen the cover so much. And come on. Yeah, this is see that there's just nothing like this now. And oh, here we go. This comic strip here, I believe later appeared in the Monster Times. You know, I've really been enjoying the last several years the community of comic book fans, older fans that are kind of my age, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, on YouTube. I mean, there's, I think the first one I discovered was Captain Strangelove, out of, I believe, Chicago, and he was fascinating, and I spent hours and hours watching him while my wife had to go out of town for a couple of months to help her family after they were flooded out of their home in the Houston flood after the hurricane a couple of years ago, and they had to be rescued in a canoe. And so she went down to help, and during that time, I just really watched a lot of people. There's Silver Age Dave, and there's just so many in there. I've been watching King of Comicdom. There's Silver Age, or was it Bronze Age Babe? There's so many. I need to write this stuff down. I'm a little intimidated by the camera. This issue I didn't have either, which is so this issue, yeah, at this point they were having ads in the back, kind of like in the Warren magazines. Wow. I'm gonna have a lot of fun reading through this. Of
course, Planet of the Apes was a huge, I think just about everybody in the early 70s that was in elementary school, that you went through. I mean, third grade when they started airing the Planet of the Apes movies on television, and then Wacky Packages came out, and then I was discovering Marvel Comics, and I was just reading the horror comics, right? The Marvel horror, and then one day I was with my mom at a convenience store, and we bought the Marvel Treasury Edition, this #2 of the Fantastic Four. I read that, and it blew my mind. It had the Galactus trilogy, an edited version of it, and all of this stuff, the Impossible Man, and I loved it. And then at that point, I had a few spotty issues of Marvel superheroes in my collection. I went back and read those. I had one Spider-Man. I read that. It was great. I just never read it. I think what happened is sometimes when I was homesick, my mom would go out and out of pity for me, buy a couple of comic books and bring them home to me. And she'd just pick random comics, and she picked out an issue of Spider-Man, which I wouldn't have bought normally because I just bought monster comics. Oh, and I was really into Dennis the Menace too. I didn't mention that. But my mom kind of forbid Dennis the Menace for a long time too, because she thought the grammar was that Dennis the Menace spoke with improper grammar, and I would pick that up. My mom was an ex-teacher. And anyway, and then she didn't want me watching the Three Stooges because of the violence. So things that were forbidden, like the monster magazines, the Three Stooges, Dennis the Menace, it kind of creates a lifelong love and fascination with them. You just because they were forbidden. I guess that's the psychology of it. But I think I would have loved them anyway. This is Castle of Frankenstein #4. This is in beautiful condition. Another one I didn't have. Wow. I'll figure out the best way to film and do this photography and the best lighting. This is my first experiment. I know I'm doing a terrible job. I've got to angle this. I'm using my cell phone. I probably should be using my laptop. I don't know how to do this. I'd be interested in seeing a lot of the comic book community that do these videos, if they would do a behind the scenes video that shows what their setup is, how they film. I certainly don't know how to edit, obviously. Okay, and so as far as the Monster Times goes, Monster Times looks like this. They put it in some oversized bags, but Monster Times was another publication that changed my life. And all these magazines were killed off in the mid-70s. I think what ultimately was the death knell for famous monsters was Star Wars coming out, and I love Star Wars. It was the greatest thing in the world in the summer of '77, but then, month after month, Star Wars characters are on the front of Famous Monsters instead of the classic monsters, and Famous Monsters is putting out special editions about Star Wars, and then it's Close Encounters, and I don't have anything against these movies. It's just the monsters were squeezed out, and then the slasher movies came in, and of course J. Ackerman had no interest in that, and then Fangoria came in, and that's Famous Monsters just kind of disappeared at that point. And Monster Times was out by the summer of '76, the year before Star Wars, and Castle of Frankenstein probably ended about '75. So this is the way the Rolling Stone used to be. And you would open it up like so, and then you would read it. This is the format that Rolling Stone was in that time period. And there's an article about Flash Gordon. And this one's still in perfectly white. A lot of these Monster Times are very fragile now. This is basically saving a newspaper from the '70s. It's not, you got to have it in just the right environment. And this one's in great shape. This one is number 47 from May of '76. I think this is
the next issue, which was the last one. And when I lived in San Antonio, well, we lived in Germany, 69 through 72, and then I lived in Hampton, Virginia. And they had a wonderful bookstore that had all the monster magazines. And that was the 72, 73 year when I was in second grade. And then we moved to San Antonio, and all the newsstands, they didn't have monster magazines at any of them, at least. And I thought, well, it's just bad distribution. Warren magazines and everything else isn't distributed in San Antonio. But that wasn't true, because one time I had to go to the dentist downtown San Antonio. We went in the downtown bookstore, and they had everything. And I got the famous monsters with Sinbad fighting the skeleton on the cover. That was but I could find all the Marvel monster magazines everywhere, Stop and Go everywhere. But Warren magazines, I guess I needed to go downtown, and being in third and fourth grade, I didn't have a car. So they weren't at the mall, at least the North Star Mall the bookstore there didn't have them. Then we moved to Tacoma, Washington, because my dad was in the Army. We kept moving, and I didn't, I think I saw one Famous Monsters with Dr. Sardonicus on it at the Base Exchange. But then when we moved to Arlington, Texas in the summer of 76, we went into, I think it was called General Bookstore at the Forum 33 Mall. They had all the magazines. And I bought the last issue of Monster Times. They had Famous Monsters. They had, I remember the Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger issue was out. They had everything. So I was just wherever I lived in San Antonio, somewhere the north part of San Antonio, they didn't have that. This issue of the Monster Times, number 19, a good friend of mine who passed away a few years ago owned this original artwork that you see here on the cover that was used for the poster. And so he passed away. He was his name was Tom Ranoni. So this opens up to this, and then in the center there was always a huge poster, and sometimes that's missing because kids would tack it up on their wall. So this one's in outstanding shape too. This one is pretty much like you just pulled it off the newsstand. Boy, this camera is rough on me. It shows that I need to lose some weight, and it certainly is showing that I have dark rings under my eyes, and I've had those for years, and I must have some vitamin deficiency or something. Here's another issue of Monster Times, number 6. Our first and last zombie issue, it says. I think these zombie movies and zombie TV series that we've seen so many of in the last few years, it's almost like they've been intentionally placed in our lives to get us ready for this pandemic. And I think it's really sad, because when you go into the supermarket and then there's someone, it's like people are less than human. I don't like it, because you see someone and it's like, oh, I got to stay away from them. They may have it. Or, you don't want to go up too close to some old person because you're afraid, and so you feel like you're in the Pac-Man game, I want to go down this aisle. No, better go down this aisle and avoid, because it's like you're always avoiding. And I've been trying to avoid supermarkets as much as I can. We're pretty stocked up, but we're going to have to go back in because for some dog food here. This is number 6. I think I just told you that. And again, and it opens up to, and I walked with a zombie. I don't know how, I'm going to spend hours reading these soon, because, and it opens up to, charming article about Astra zombies. Monster Times really championed the EC comics, and boy, this fluorescent light. I've got to get a better lighting arrangement. So, and
last but not least, as far as this haul, is number 32 from April of 74, which would have been the April when I turned 9. I just turned 55. But yeah, my next project is to be getting a complete collection of the Monster Times, because I should have had it for years, but I don't know why. I collect too many things. I collect comics is one thing, but I collect records, I collect movies, I collect so many different things. Monster toys. This is even has Bruce Lee. Okay, and it opens up to this. It's a wonderful smell to this old paper. Wonderful. There's all the back issues of the Monster Times that are on the left. Careful. Well, that's not interesting for you to be watching my hairy arm. I probably should put these down flat and then pick up the phone and actually show you what I've got. That's probably the better way to do this. This lighting's making it hot in here. Oh, I also got this picture. It was on eBay of my grandfather. It's kind of weird to go on eBay and be able to find a photograph of your grandfather. But my grandfather was recruited out of high school to play. Well, he played for the Chicago Cubs. I think that was the late 1920s. The New York Yankees, the Phillies, and I don't know if the Saints might be some minor league team later in his life. I don't know that much about it, but he was a professional. He was a pitcher. His name was Philip Lefty, went by Lefty Weinert. So you can look him up and see his stats. So he was famous for his temper. He punched Casey Stengel out when he charged the mound. When Casey Stengel charged the mound, he just punched him right out. And then the policemen were asking my grandfather if they should take him under the stands and finish the job for him. So apparently they didn't like him either. I think Casey Stengel had said something about my grandfather's mom. This is another thing I got for my birthday, and it was just it was like $2 on eBay, so I had to get it. And it's a free comic from Tasty Freeze from the early 50s. And it's just an Archie imitation, but the artwork is just wonderful. 1957. And I love the Tasty Freeze little guys. Just wonderful. So Tasty Freeze would give away free comic books. Kind of like Big Boy used to do that too. And the artwork inside is great. This comic's in good condition. Kind of brown at the top there on the cover, but wow. Don't you wish the world was like this? I do. So yeah, I don't know about this pandemic. Somehow things seem a little odd about it. Shit. God damn it. Oh, excuse me, you didn't hear that. It was so brittle at the top, I just did that damage to it. Okay, you didn't hear me curse. Hopefully the algorithm doesn't determine that I'm a menace. Also got this issue of Eerie that I didn't have from the same person that had that Tasty Freeze comic. And of course Eerie was a Warren publication, and Creepy and Eerie were the attempt 10 years after EC Comics went off the newsstands to try to kind of bring back that feeling of horror comics. And they hired some of the original artists from EC, and was never as well written as EC, but it was tremendous, and violent, and This is and the thing about Warren in the back, where you would spend hours poring over the ads, dreaming about all the cool things that you could get. Yeah. Number 14. I guess I should tell you when this is from. April 68. Oh, and the Warren magazine that came out, I think I'm going to move my camera. Okay. What do I need to do? How does this stupid thing? I guess I can't. Can I change? I don't think I can change the orientation once I'm recording. I was going to flip it around. But I also got a huge stack. I can just show you. So I got this huge stack of the Spirit, the Warren, and it has multiple copies. It was like $19, and it has every issue but number 1. I already have number 1. I already have several of them. I mean, most of them, but it was a complete collection, and I got a whole bunch of Warren Spirits, and I love the Warren Spirit. I love the shading they did. Will Eisner didn't like it, but I just like the Richard Corbin kind of shading they gave to the original artwork in the old Spirit. And when Kitchen Sink took it over, when Warren stopped publishing it, I kind of missed the shading they gave it. I guess everyone knows that these are at the dollar store, Dollar Tree for $1 each. Seems like everybody in all the videos I watch, Captain Strangelove, whatever, people have got stacks of them, behind them. And I got in there and picked up, I basically cleared out the Dollar Tree of everything they had, except for one that was open. And I already had that. Yeah, so if there's a Dollar Tree near you, you may want to check to see if they have old Hawk Weirdo model kits, because they've been out a while. I got those right before, like a day or so before everything went Omega Man. Man, there was so much I was going to say, and I can't remember what it is now because I didn't write it down. If there's anything interesting, here's something I just dug up. It's a Star Trek phaser from when I was in elementary school. Wouldn't it be cool if that on the TV show it said Star Trek on the side of the phaser? What else? Here's some. Number one. I'll tell you what. Today, if someone gave you a drink this small, you would be outraged. But back in the 70s, I guess we didn't drink quite as much soft drinks as now. Quite as much the quantity. Sorry, I'm not speaking correctly. Here's X-Men from 1977. This is let's see, a little bit different size. This one's from well, my eyes are not that good anymore. 70. This is 76. This is 77. They're a little bit bigger. What else do I have? Oh, and Thundra. I just liked her. She was from. She joined the Fantastic Four for a while. She was a Femazon. And from the Groovy Ghoulies, the Creepy Coop. These are just sitting here. See if there's anything else I can show you that's just sitting around here that might be entertaining. I don't know, but I'm going to be cleaning up in here and making things nicer. I'm running out of bags and boards, so that kind of hampers me in my project. But for, right now, let me experiment and see if this video looks good on YouTube. And I'm already up
to 42 minutes. And let's see, a couple things here. I'm still here. If this still works. No. It's a flicker button, but it just looks just like the old witch in the EC comics, but it's not authorized. But thought you might like that. So I guess this is the setup I've got. Let me show you. I had all of these things stacked up here. Can you see? Okay. All right. I have all of these things stacked up, and then I put the phone here to, and that's how I was filming myself. And then I had this prop microphone here to make it look like I was really talking into something. And then I have these old 1950s fluorescent lights that were shining on me, giving me a headache. Okay. These things, it's really dust in here. So that was the setup I used. I don't think this Batman light was doing much. So that's how I was lighting myself. And this is the mess that I'm trying to fix. So I guess that's a wrap. It's I don't know, it's Sunday. It's either April 25th or 26th. Oh, there's the big boy up there. Let me see if I can get over there without breaking my leg. No, I can't reach there. I'm going to get that big boy and put it with the other big boy that my mother-in-law just sent my wife. I told her I had another big boy upstairs in a different pose. But anyway, so I guess it's a wrap. In the late 1970s, these started appearing on newsstand racks. And it's the superhero catalog of games, books, toys, and puzzles. And I picked this up. And it was put together by Joe Kubert's art school, the students there. So if you look through it, it has ads for all the toys, the Mego. Well, today people call them Mego action figures, but in all honesty, back in the 70s, they were called Mego dolls. And that's something people don't tell you. But somewhere in here, and let's see if I can't find it, here's an ad for all the Marvel Treasury editions. The one that, do they have it? Oh, yes, they do. This one here is the one that really got me into Marvel Comics. Number 2, the issue that reprinted the Galactus trilogy, the DC Treasury. Here it is. This book here I ordered from either this catalog or the one after it. Comics by Les Daniels. It was $7.95. It says, tells you how the comic book industry came to be and where it is going. Only $7.95. So that was one of the best investments I'd ever made. That book by Les Daniels just changed my life. Now, before I show you that, let me show you the complete run. I don't know if it's the complete run, but this was the second issue. So I picked that up too. And, you know, it was Heroes World, which was a big comic store, I think in New Jersey. I don't know if they're still around. I don't think they are. So they just kept putting out issues, and I've seen other people do retrospectives of this. But, you know, because I ordered that from them, I kept getting issues, I think, past what most people are even aware that, you know, they kept publishing. So, because this one I don't see very often, and this was mailed to me. It has the address label on the back with my childhood home, and so that's the complete run, at least my run of these Heroes World catalogs that came out in the late 70s. And this is the book, Comics, History of Comic Books in America. Now, the illustration isn't quite what you would expect. It looks like a Golden Age hero, but one that never existed. The thing about it that was so great, one of the things that was so great about this book, the author is a great writer, but the graphics were done by Madpeck Studios. And Madpeck was this great underground cartoonist that just did this insane graphic design for this book. Before this, the only real history I knew about comics came from, Stan Lee's Origins of Marvel Comics and all that. But in 1975, I got, it was about 75, 76, probably 75. We were living in Tacoma, Washington. This giant, it's about the size of a Treasury edition book, came into my hands, and it's The History of Comics by Jim Steranko. It has his wonderful artwork, and has the whole history of comics with these great illustrations from Alex Raymond. It starts with the pulps. It has, pictures of pulp covers. And trust me, myself in 5th grade, I pored over this book and read every word and looked at all the little covers. This is the first drawing of Superman sketch. I mean, it just was great. So this taught me a lot about the golden age of comics. Oh, look at that wonderful, wonderful Bill Everett pen and ink illustration of the Human Torch and the Submariner fighting. There was a second volume. That one cost $4. This one cost $6. And this one goes more, it goes into the Fawcett, it goes into Captain Marvel, it goes into Black Hawk, Airboy, Plastic Man, Uncle Sam, the Spirit, reprints the whole Spirit story. So that's what I knew about comics. But then this book falls into my hands that I ordered from that catalog I just showed you, Comics. Now this book really is amazing. It goes through and it actually reprints whole stories, early Superman story. An old Crime Does Not Pay story. It talks about, it goes into a lot of areas of comic book history that the other books don't, like funny animal comics, which was a huge genre. And as it goes through, there's a whole chapter about EC. And as it gets into the EC chapter, that's when I really became fascinated, and it reprints some whole EC stories. A story from Mad, Julius Caesar. It goes into the Comics Code controversy. And this is where I learned a lot about the Comics Code and how it had banned monsters and then was relaxed in the early 70s. And anyway, as you keep going, it gets into the new comic books, which is a big part. And then what they're doing here is they're talking about the underground comics. And I need to be careful flipping through it because there's some probably inappropriate, there was one, illustrations. Whole chapter on underground comics.
And I think when they're talking about the new comics here, they're actually talking about health and eerie and creepy, the mid '60s ground level comics. They didn't follow the comics code, so they had more inappropriate stuff, but they weren't extreme like the later underground comics. So there is a color section in the middle that reprints a Batman story, a Submariner story, an EC story, and a Carl Barks Donald Duck story. It even has panels from Not Brandeck, which is one of my all-time favorite comics. Marie Severin is one of my favorite artists. The story from the Fantastic Four. It gets into Stan Lee and that revolution of comics. But when it gets into the underground comics, it really blows your mind. And the weird thing is, this was in my junior high school library. And so I was able to check this out, carry it around with me to my classes. Later on, I think I was in 9th grade, that's 79. I think they pulled it from the library. Someone must have realized some of the inappropriate stuff that was in it. So I would find that book if you want to look around on Amazon, eBay. It shouldn't be too expensive, but it's got a wealth of information, and it's extremely well written, and it just I love the layout of it. I love that Mad Peck artist. You can look him up on the internet.
My skin looks a little bit green back then, doesn't it?
School. She's wearing a kind of cowboy hat. She must have been in some kind of drill team or something. This would have been in the early 40s. I show you that because I wanted to show you some of the comics she bought for me when I was a little kid. And I will show you that in the next video, or one of the next videos. When I was homesick, she would go out and usually pick up about 2 or 3 comic books and bring them home to me. So it's because I was sick one day in 74, 75. She brought me home the Hulk issue with the very first appearance of the Wolverine, which is what, 181? The one, which is valuable, but the one that people really prize is the next issue where he's on the cover. And even though that's not technically his first appearance, I don't own that. If I had just been sick that next month, or maybe if it had, I'd gotten sick again, like a recurring flu or something. If I had just been sick the next month, maybe she would have picked up the issue of the Hulk that would, be an unbelievable value. Even though I don't sell, I'm not looking for key issues. I don't slab stuff. I just want to have what I love. I buy what I like. I always have. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have picked up that issue of the Hulk if I had been in the store. I would have bought something else that's now completely valueless. I was really into the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man at that time, and the Hulk I was kind of lukewarm to. I later, and Thor, I later became really more, especially Thor, got into those characters. But she's the reason I've got that issue of the Hulk, and it's in great condition, and I'll show that to you sometime. I'm just still trying to go through organizing. I just jumped out of the shower, so my hair is wet. I want to jump on before I go to work, and going to work means going down to the living room and opening up my laptop and doing Zoom meetings, because my work is being done from home now. But between certain hours, I'm supposed to be constantly on call. So I can't really goof around during the day and upload videos during the day. So anyway, I'll be back around this evening. Maybe I'll put up another video. I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable talking on camera. It's a little unnerving at first. I hope people enjoy the videos. I'm going to start showing off as I go through and organize the collection. I'll pull things aside that are interesting to me, and I'll show them to you. And I mean, not just comics, but I'll show you records and toys and anything I find interesting. I've got all kinds of stuff around here. But I guess I need to run and eat some breakfast, and I will talk to you soon. Take care.
Well, so the pandemic has begun. I was working at home through Zoom meetings, and in a couple of months, a couple of months later, I retire, and it's kind of surreal looking back at this video from early 2020. All the horrible things that have happened to our country since then, all as Marxists have partially destroyed our country and taken over. We have to constantly be aware of what's happening. And I think I said a few episodes ago that I'd like to start every episode of the Hotel Orloff television program with a prayer. And I'd like to say a prayer now. Dear Heavenly Father, please help our country get through these times of great horror, and help our country to become the godly place that it once was, and help us to lead and help other countries. Please purge from the government the Satan worshipers, the Maoists, the Luciferians, and please help protect us from people that will spread disease and crime and war, poverty across our nation and across the globe in an effort to bring everything down to crashing destruction in order to further their evil aims. Dear Lord, help us all to be healthy and safe. Help us to preserve our friendships, and help us to spread the word. And please help Donald Trump in his re-election campaign. And dear Lord, please help my wife's health, and help me to stay strong and healthy so I can take care of her until she gets back on her feet as just as healthy, so we can once again go to state fairs, and so, because she doesn't deserve to be in this much pain. She's a wonderful person, and please help everyone that watches this show. Bless everyone, and help us all to do better. Amen. This house here that you're seeing, this was my wife discovered this on Zillow. It's the director of the giant spider invasion up in Wisconsin. This is his house. He also used it as a film studio, and his daughter was trying to get him to move in with her because he was getting up, I don't know, close to 90 years old. So they were selling his house with some of the furnishings, and I was really wanting to move up there into this house and befriend him. And this guy was a super conservative. I mean, still is. You know, and I was hoping to buy this house, but we ultimately didn't, obviously. But this could have been this house you're seeing here could have been where the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network wound up. But I remember I saved this little video. This was back in 2020. This was something I briefly got excited about up in Saxon, Wisconsin. And this guy also made these two really great short films back around early 60s. One was called Dance Craze and one was called Twist Craze. Anyway, big pole barn. That would have been a cool thing to have, but ultimately didn't pan out. But who knows? God leads us where we wind up in life, I guess. And I guess I wasn't meant to wind up in Wisconsin. Yes, the director of this giant spider invasion. That's the movie where they had they dressed the VW bugs as spiders, and they drove the VW bugs around, so it really looked like these giant spiders were moving.
Well, it's Sunday. I'm out driving, ultimately heading to Duncanville Bookstore.
Oh, this is when
opened yesterday.
The comic book stores were closed for what, 6 weeks, and then finally they reopened them. And now I'm going to Duncanville Books, and the exciting thing about that, I could watch more of that tomorrow. The exciting thing about that was it was the first time I got to go back to Duncanville Books, and during the time that they were forced to be closed, they went through their back inventory and pulled out everything I loved, monster magazines, and all the stuff I loved was out, and it was really cheap. And yeah, I remember that, man. 2020. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and it's midnight now. Actually 12:07 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and close out the telethon tonight. We sold 45 copies of the Tomb of Terror tonight. 3 sets of 15, which comes out to 45 to Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. Except we were actually trading for comic books. So actually I didn't make any money during the telethon, but I'm going to wind up with a lot of wonderful comic books. But tomorrow I'll try to do another telethon because I have unlimited hours on StreamYard because I stupidly paid $25, $26 to them this month. And I might as well use up every hour possible because I have unlimited hours. So excess, keep going forever. I think you can only go 12, one broadcast, you can only go 12 hours. We're up to just about the 9-hour mark tonight, or this afternoon and tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. And still, if you want to order some episodes of Tomb of Terror, which is very much like The Hypnotic Eye, a show I worked on with Joe Riley back in the 90s, you're welcome to order that. All you got to do is get on PayPal and go to PayPal at Kenneth Weinert, KENNETH WEINERT. $20 includes postage. Just put your address there or whatever. I guess it's already there. I don't know how PayPal works. My wife knows how to work it. But anyway, then I'll get the disc off to you in the mail. It's a 2-hour show. Each episode is 2 hours, and there's a total of 15 episodes in the series. There could be more soon, except I'm not going to be able to. Making all these episodes is going to keep me from making any new ones, but it's all right. I've got 15 episodes. It's going to take a long time for people to get all the whole series. So let me get some of these made and off in the mail, and then I'll make episode 16. In the meantime, I'm gathering material, always like a busy elf for the 16th episode. So, let's see what's going on here in the chat. Yeah. So, anyway, we got 6 people watching. Good night, 6 people that are watching. I appreciate you sticking with us this whole time. This has been quite an epic broadcast. I haven't even seen all of it. At some certain point, I ran off to the store and came back. I don't even know what I missed. I'm going to go back and watch it later. But anyway, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow with a canned show and early in the morning. I'm going to be working in the comic room, and then I'll start telethon going with old episodes. Maybe you haven't seen these old episodes. I don't know. I've got a playlist with every episode I've ever done in order. You can watch that. Kind of surreal watching myself go through the pandemic. It's like weird home movies. Anyway, I really appreciate it. If you would order some episodes of Tomb of Terror, it would be fantastic. It will enrich your life and make you a better human being. In fact, I highly encourage it. It would be in your best interest and your well-being. Anyway, once again, I salute you, the Gratu Army, for watching our spring telethon, day 1 of our spring telethon. Tomorrow will be day 2. This is episode 738. This is Dr. Gratu Orloff signing out once again for this historic broadcast of May 21st, 2023.